Chapter 2099. Lin Fei's battle had shaken the world, and he had the divine realm in his hands. 90% of the destiny points were in Lin Fei's hands, which meant that Lin Fei had a huge logistics base. At the same time, the legend of Lin Fei also spread throughout the entire immortal world. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization. Following that, a wave of exclamations rang out. It turned out that Tian was actually this powerful. He truly had the power to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. The era of the 10 divine dynasties had ended so easily. Divine realm. Lin Fei had swallowed all the divine dynasties. Now, only the huge Xianxia divine dynasty was left. Originally, Lin Fei wasn't interested in this, but he couldn't withstand Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor's constant harassment. Hence, in less than a month, the Tianxian divine dynasty was established in the divine realm, truly ruling over the world. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything at all. Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others all got busy and took care of everything. The Tianxian divine dynasty, which was just empty talk before, was no longer empty talk now. It had become the real deal, ruling over a huge divine dynasty. Elder Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others all became subjects. As long as Lin Fei ascended to the position of God Emperor, he would truly start a new era, and he would become a glorious era. Everyone understood one thing. The 10 divine dynasties of the past were already in the past. Now, everyone hoped that Tian could become the God Emperor. Even the 10 divine dynasties would be wiped out. There's news. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in becoming a God Emperor. Right now, what he wanted to do the most was to get rid of the Destiny List and the Road of Destiny. Ever since the Destiny List and Road of Destiny attacked him that day, Lin Fei kept it in mind. No matter what, he had to get rid of these two things. Unfortunately, after that day, they disappeared without a trace. Even though the system's monitoring of the divine realm increased, it still couldn't find any traces of them. Could they have returned to the world of the 33 sacred heavens? That was what Lin Fei had been thinking. In front of the powerful system's monitoring, they hadn't been found yet. Other than returning to the world of the 33 sacred heavens, the other possibility was not high. Lin Fei didn't really care about the 4 of them who slipped through the net. No matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to do anything. Instead, 2 ancient treasures tempted Lin Fei. Where is it? Lin Fei was quite curious that Elder Fu was able to discover their tracks. Elder Fu had been very attentive recently. He was going to open up a new era, one that was not under any control. He was definitely the biggest variable in all the eras. If he could, he would be able to break the seal and return to the 33 sacred heavens. This was what Elder Fu cared about the most. In one of the most desolate places in the God world, I can sense the aura of the Destiny List. Wasn't the most barren place the chaotic void? Lin Fei knew that this place was the most dangerous place in the divine world. It was also a place that Lin Fei could not set foot in at the moment. Lin Fei wasn't that interested in the last 10% of the territory. Are you sure? Yes, they have indeed appeared in that place. I have looked through some information and know that that place is the weakest place in the entire seal. It's very likely that they have received help from outside. Lin Fei had been to the chaotic void once or twice. That place was filled with shattered space, and it would produce all sorts of turbulence at the same time. The turbulence was incomparably terrifying. If one was not careful, they would encounter turbulence. After going there once or twice, Lin Fei was willing to go. Perhaps they want to use the help of the Destiny List to enter the chaotic void. It's the best place to raise one's strength, and it's safer than any other place. Lin Fei didn't think that it was so easy for the people outside to send things over. If it was that easy, it wouldn't be like this now. That's possible. Elder Fu felt that it made sense. Do you want me to send someone over? Monitor them. Lin Fei shook his head. No need, they're not a threat. The only thing that Lin Fei cared about was the Destiny List and the Path of Destiny. After knowing about the chaotic void, Lin Fei arranged for Little Fiend to monitor it. As long as they appeared, he would know. There's no need for me to look for them. They will come looking for me. After all the god dynasties were annexed, there was only the Tianxian god dynasty left in the entire divine world. Lin Fei was also destined to break through to the Archrealm soon. The dynasty lord is right. Now that there is only one god dynasty left in the divine world, the dynasty lord is destined to return. At that time, they will definitely come out. Elder Fu was overthinking. There was no need to look for them. It was an unnecessary move. Ever since the last god dynasty was wiped out, Little Fiend had been monitoring the changes in the divine world. That was the change brought about by the mandate of destiny. The Tianxian god dynasty was the only god dynasty. Even the heavenly law couldn't stop the mandate of destiny. According to calculations, the position of the God Arch would truly appear in about a year. From what Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor had said, Lin Fei understood that the mandate of destiny was final. As long as he sat on the God Arch throne, he would be able to break through the last step and enter the God Arch realm. Boom! He was chatting with Elder Fu. Suddenly, a horrifying aura descended not far from Lin Fei, and an illusory figure appeared. Elder Fu exclaimed, "This is a projection." In front of this aura, Elder Fu's body couldn't stop trembling. Even though he had blocked a part of it, he still felt a great pressure. "You sure have guts to do this in my territory," Lin Fei shouted, and a powerful aura collided with the aura emitted by the phantom image. Boom! This collision shattered the other party's aura. Elder Fu heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Just a phantom image was enough to make Elder Fu feel unbearable. What boldness! As expected of someone who could wipe out the 10 god dynasties. The phantom image's face couldn't be seen clearly, but its voice was filled with boundless majesty. It was like an ancient existence that had the power to control life and death. "Aren't you going to tell me where you are from? I am not interested in talking to someone I don't know," Lin Fei said indifferently. "I have always liked to beat someone I don't know out." Good, good. The phantom image's voice didn't change. "Bold, I like it." As soon as the phantom image finished speaking, it turned into a black saber light and slashed towards Lin Fei's face. "I really want to know what gives you the right to be so arrogant. You dare to be impudent here, even if you don't come with your true body." The purple moon sacred saber landed on Lin Fei's hand and slashed at the saber light. Under normal circumstances, this slash should be able to shatter the saber light. However, when the saber light landed on the saber light, it shone brightly and blossomed into words, blocking Lin Fei's domineering slash. "Imperial Lord, this is holy text," Elder Fu said hurriedly. He had already moved far away. "I am a number 1 person in this world. Just a mere holy text. Break." Chapter 2100. He controlled 90% of the divine realm. Lin Fei was the greatest invincible existence in this part of the universe. If the other party had come in person, he would have had to be wary. But this was a phantom, and its power was limited. From the moment the other party attacked, Lin Fei had used the system to analyze the specific numbers. This blade smashed over tyrannically, shattering the holy characters one by one. Powerful background, shattered all the same. Again, Lin Fei's attacks did not stop. Blade light flashed, shattering the holy characters around the phantom. The phantom had a powerful background. Even if it was just a phantom, its power was not small. However, with the ruthless restrictions of the heavenly Tao, its power could only be suppressed to the God Emperor realm. This power wouldn't be able to last for too long. However, the other party had encountered Lin Fei's power, and it was unimaginably strong. "He can actually shatter my holy characters?" The phantom was secretly shocked. These holy characters were mysterious and had terrifying defensive power. They also had powerful offensive power, but they had been shattered by a junior here. Ever since the 10 god dynasties were swept away, after his name was removed from the god realm, the world of the 33 holy heavens knew about it. Therefore, he came, prepared to subdue Di Tian, and then support him. His goal was simple. To him, this mission was very difficult. They had underestimated the power of this junior. The holy characters were quickly absorbed into the Phantom. In this short exchange, he knew better than anyone else that this Tian had popped out of nowhere. His power was extraordinary and even more terrifying. He had a way to conceal his aura, so he would not draw divine punishment. Little friend Tian, you can stop now. The Phantom lost holy characters again and again. He did not intend to continue fighting. He could still afford to take this small loss. Unable to suppress Tian immediately, the Phantom decided to use another method. The key was to reap the benefits in the end. Everything else was meaningless. The Phantom wanted to stop, but would Lin Fei be willing? Lin Fei had no intention of negotiating. What a joke. Lin Fei was not so easy to negotiate with. The little devil analyzed the other party's data. The power of each of Lin Fei's blade had doubled, and he chose to meet force with force. You want me to stop just because you say so? What do you mean? I haven't had enough yet. Xiao. Lin Fei closed in. The purple moon sacred saber was amplified by 100 times. With a flash of the saber, the image was cut in half. I'm one of the masters of the 33 holy heavens. How dare you? The illusory figure roared. This slash had a great impact, releasing an ice-cold chill. I don't know him. Lin Fei attacked again. Rays of light whizzed past, continuously shattering the energy of the Phantom. Not far away, Old Fu felt his scalp go numb. At the same time, he kept retreating. The strands of saber gleam could easily slice his body apart. After dozens of slashes, the Phantom had shrunk several times and was no longer what it used to be. All right, you can get lost now. No matter how the master of the sacred sky roared. Lin Fei's face was ice cold. The purple moon's sacred saber kept slashing, shattering every bit of his opponent's power. Wah! Another powerful blade whizzed out. The illusory figure was already weak, so this saber strike was like a bolt of lightning, tearing the illusory figure into pieces. So what if you're the master of the sacred sky? In this place, you are all my prey. Lin Fei said indifferently as he sheathed his saber. Old Fu finally regained his composure. Master, you are really powerful. They have always been the ones threatening others. I didn't expect you to take care of them in just a few moves. Lin Fei's heart ached. The fight didn't last long, but he had used up a lot of destiny points. With a 2-to-1 ratio, Lin Fei could only suppress the master of the sacred sky by attacking fiercely. Luckily, he was able to retaliate. He believed that the other masters of the sacred sky would consider it carefully. All right, what is the background of the master of the sacred sky? Lin Fei asked. To be able to project down from that world, one would not be able to do so without a certain status and strength. Elder Fu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The master of the sacred heaven is one of the 33 sacred heavens. No one controls a single heaven. There are 33 top figures in the 33 sacred heavens. His background is not small, but he doesn't seem to be very powerful. Old Fu thought to himself, any projection is extremely powerful. Whoever encounters a monster like you will have to hide no matter how powerful they are. Hearing Lin Fei's words, Old Fu could only smile bitterly. Your Majesty, I think the masters of the sacred sky will contact you soon. The temptation of the God Emperor Mountain is not small. In the starry sky on the other side, the 33 holy heavens was also known as the 33 levels of the sacred heavens. Each level was a world. There were a total of 33 levels. Damn it! In a secret chamber in one of the levels, a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. Soon after, lightning whizzed over, emitting a heart-palpitating aura as he cursed. I want to take advantage of him, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. My projection. The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed coldly. Although he didn't care about a projection, every time he used it, it would consume a lot of energy. Where did that kid come from? Every slash of his is twice as powerful as mine, and he killed my projection. Since when did such a powerful cultivator appear in that sealed world? With him around, it's going to be a big problem. In the 33 holy heavens, The masters of the sacred sky attached great importance to the sealed world. The news that one of the masters of the sacred sky's projections had been defeated shocked all the masters of the 33 holy heavens. There was actually someone who could kill a projection in that world. Any one of the masters of the 33 holy heavens was a top cultivator who controlled a world. It was not a secret that someone had sent a projection to the sealed world. After the other party's defeat, this group of top-notch people knew. The masters of the sacred sky were shocked. He immediately realized something, and that was that the changes in the sealed world were not small. That person seemed to have become a difficult person to deal with. Holy Lord, the 28th Holy Lord lost. Should we go down? In the 18th world of the sacred sky, a group of officials stood below the throne with their heads lowered. They didn't dare to look at the golden-robed master of the sacred sky. What's the rush? There's someone more anxious than us. It's just a sealed world. I can't imagine what kind of trouble it would cause. The 28th Holy Lord has lost face this time. The golden-robed master of the sacred sky said calmly. All the masters of the sacred sky were very calm, especially those who were ranked at the top. Some of the masters of the sacred sky only smiled faintly after hearing it, as if they didn't care about it at all. However, everyone's eyes were on the sealed world. After Lin Fei destroyed another projection, he sat down and waited for the others to descend. In reality, Lin Fei destroying a projection had given the other masters of the sacred sky quite a shock. That was a slap in the face that belonged to the top cultivators. Chapter 2101. The Chaotic Void. The most dangerous place in the divine realm. Near the chaotic void, there was a barren desert. However, because it was too close to the chaotic void, no one had taken root here. Everyone was worried that the chaotic void would come out. Someone had once established a force in this desert. Unfortunately, it was later attacked by the turbulence, and this force was completely destroyed. Since then, no one had dared to appear here. Even under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to come here. No one knew when the chaotic void would appear. Once they fell into it, they would definitely die. There were also some fugitives who would enter the chaotic void when they were being chased. Normally, no one would dare to chase after them. It was not worth it to lose one's life just to chase after a fugitive. However, there were very few people who could survive in the chaotic void. In other words, if 10 people entered, at most one would survive. And this was the kind of luck that was ridiculously good. At this moment, in the depths of the chaotic void, strong winds were howling, forming huge tornadoes. I didn't think we would lose so quickly. The huge list had shrunk by 100 times and stopped in the chaotic void, forming a vacuum zone. For people were sitting cross-legged in it. These four were naturally the 4 people who had been rescued by the Destiny list. As their factions had been wiped out, they had become stray dogs. Other than hiding in the chaotic void, they did not dare to go anywhere else. Even after so long, they had not recovered. This was too great a blow. They had never thought that one day they would lose so thoroughly. If not for the Destiny list, they might have already become corpses. Yes, who would have thought? The Dream Dynasty Lord said bitterly. We fought so hard, but in the end, we let DTon take advantage of us. DTon, damn you! The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord said ferociously. Although they were hiding in the chaotic void, there were still people outside. There was only one dynasty left in the Divine Realm, and that was the Tianxian Divine Dynasty. Are we going to hide here forever? The Unparalleled Dynasty Lord stood up. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Wait for DTon to ascend to the position of God Emperor and start a new era? None of the 4 people present were willing to give up. So what if I'm unwilling? Even if the 4 of us join forces, we won't be a match for DTon. Imperial Lord Jinhai sneered. If it wasn't for the help of the Heavenly Fate rankings, we would have died long ago. Don't forget, DTon has the combat prowess of a God Emperor. Battle power of a God Emperor. These 4 simple words were like a huge rock pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Even now, he was still puzzled by this matter. He had yet to become a God Emperor. So how could he burst forth with the battle prowess of a God Emperor? This was simply illogical. He had completely toyed with them to death. Everyone fell silent. They were fighting with all their might. He would not be able to raise his cultivation to the realm of an emperor god, let alone unleash the battle power of an emperor god. At this moment, they felt extremely helpless. Right now, Dition was like a devil king, standing above their heads. They had to look up to him. That sure kill saber strike still left a shadow in their hearts, almost causing them to die. Whoosh! In a vacuum zone, there was a huge shadow. After exiting the Heavenly Fate rankings, the four of you are truly trash. You can't even take care of a junior. How disappointing. As soon as the shadow appeared, a thick aura pressed down on them. Dream Dynasty Lord and the other three couldn't withstand it. They knelt on the ground, their faces pale, and their bodies trembled. This time, they once again experienced a powerful pressure similar to what Dition had felt. However, I can give you a chance now. The shadow looked down at the four of them. The eyes of the other four lit up. They were truly unwilling, but they understood one thing in their hearts. Since the Heavenly Fate rankings had saved them and even brought them into the chaotic space, those people would definitely come looking for them. This was their only chance, their only chance. Now that their only chance had come, the four's eyes lit up. I hope that senior can give us a chance. Lin Fei was very relaxed now. Although the four people in the chaotic void had yet to come out, Lin Fei wasn't anxious at all. They would come out sooner or later, and that day was not far away. Not long ago, the shadow of a throne appeared in the sky above the divine world. This throne was actually the God Emperor's throne. As long as one sat on it, they would become the God Emperor of this generation. Now, the throne was very faint. When the day came, it would completely solidify, and that day would be the beginning of a new era. Have you analyzed anything? Little Devil shook her head. This destiny energy didn't come from the divine world. It came from a mysterious place. I haven't found its exact location yet. I need more time. The condensation of the God Emperor's throne used destiny energy. Lin Fei had to pay attention to it. It would consume his energy, especially after the Lord of Sagely's projection descended a few times. Lin Fei put in even more effort to store destiny points. After confirming that it wasn't destiny energy from the divine world, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Then it should be from the mountain god Emperor. Lin Fei squinted. Even you can't find its location. The mountain god Emperor is really extraordinary. Master, you must take down the God Emperor's throne and occupy the mountain God Emperor. Actually, after knowing that the destiny energy came from a mountain God Emperor, Lin Fei would take down the mountain God Emperor completely. He wouldn't let those people take advantage of him. Boom! Inside the invincible palace, another powerful aura descended. Compared to the previous few auras, this one was much stronger. Slash! Lin Fei raised his blade. The purple moon's sacred blade brought with it a purple radiance and landed on the shadow. Bang, bang, bang! Outside the shadow, holy runes appeared one after another. They were stronger than the holy runes from back then and withstood the attack. Finally, a powerful one. Lin Fei figured out some details. They could have strong defenses, but their combat power couldn't maintain the God Emperor realm for a long time. With time, they would either be killed by the heavenly punishment or expelled by the heavenly Tao. Dition, my little friend, you're very capable. The shadow didn't attack. Instead, holy runes surrounded it. It's useless even if you have a turtle shell. Lin Fei attacked again. Dition, my little friend, please wait. I'm not your enemy. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. The shadow said. Lin Fei didn't keep his blade. Just because of what you said. Actually, I'm here to cooperate with you. I think you don't want to offend all 33 masters of the sacred sky. From Elder Fu, Lin Fei knew how powerful the masters of the sacred sky were. They controlled the world and were the top rulers. If it wasn't for the unique world formed here, they would have already occupied this place. Chapter 2102. Lin Fei really didn't need to care about the masters of the 33 holy heavens. After all, they couldn't come in, so he could rest easy. However, it would be great if he could get some concrete information. Now, Lin Fei's greatest advantage was that he was in a sealed world. This world could prevent the Lord of Sagely Heaven's main body from invading. Even if they sent their projections down, Lin Fei could still destroy them. If we cooperate, everyone will benefit. I am a master of the seventh holy heaven. His ranking was near the top. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This fellow's status was higher than he had imagined. He was actually the seventh holy heaven's master. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, he had heard from Elder Fu that there were a total of 33 masters of the 33 holy heavens. The higher the rank, the more powerful they were. The strongest was the first holy heavens master, who was in the first world of the sage. A few days ago, a few projections of the sacred sky masters had descended, and Lin Fei had dealt with them all. Who would have thought that the Lord of the seventh holy heaven would come today? Then, tell me, Lin Fei chuckled as he hugged the purple moon sacred saber. After the fight, it was naturally time to talk about business. After so many times, Lin Fei had an understanding of the projection's power. The system analyzed that the strongest one would be at the God Emperor realm. They wouldn't be able to last for too long. Lin Fei wasn't worried about the Lord of the Sagely Heaven, as long as his true body was present. For example, the Lord of the seventh holy heaven in front of him didn't have much higher combat power, but the defensive power produced by the holy symbols was much stronger than the previous ones. It wasn't that Lin Fei couldn't break this turtle shell, but it would consume too many destiny points. If it wasn't necessary, Lin Fei didn't want to waste his destiny points. He still needed to deal with those guys, and he didn't believe that anyone would be able to hold back. The leader of the seventh holy heaven was very displeased with DTon. Even if it was just a projection, it was enough to rule the world. It was only in this damned place where the power of a projection was suppressed. However, it just so happened that it met a fellow who could easily explode with the power of a God Emperor. In fact, he wasn't even affected by the heavenly Tao. At the thought of this, the seventh heaven's master of the sacred heaven felt extremely sullen. According to the seventh heaven's sacred leader's original plan, he had personally sent his projection down because he had taken a liking to the young DTon. If Lin Fan showed his strength and subdued the other party, he would be able to control the resources of the mountain of God Emperors. The only thing he did not expect was that DTon's background was even more extraordinary than he had imagined, and even he had no way of suppressing DTon. Left with no other choice, he could only use the second method, such as cooperating with DTon. Young friend, as long as you're willing to hand over 70% of the loot on Mount God Emperor, I can help you solve your problem. Lin Fei was unhappy to hear that. Damn you, asking for 70% right off the bat. You don't take me seriously at all. Hee hee. That's easy for you to say. 70%. Lin Fei brandished his saber and slashed. How dare you say that? Bam, bam, bam. The saber went down. The Lord of the seventh holy heaven did not expect the other party to have such a huge reaction. Giving him 30% was already giving him a lot of face. Even now, the Lord of the seventh sacred heaven still didn't take him seriously. In his eyes, he was just an ant. Wait, the Lord of the seventh sacred heaven had used up a lot of his strength to descend, and he was also attacked by DTon. We can negotiate. Lines of holy runes appeared in front of him, blocking the ferocious attack. Lin Fei hugged his saber. He said to the Lord of the seventh sacred heaven, "You're a big shot, but you're just a projection now. You're just a projection now. Do you believe that I can kill you with a single slash?" Hua! Lin Fei's aura suddenly rose to a terrifying level. Thump! Elder Fu's body trembled, and his face turned pale. He knelt on the ground and muttered to himself, "What a terrifying aura! Is this the true strength of the Lord of the seventh sacred heaven?" This aura seemed to be able to sweep away everything in its path. The seventh heaven's master of the sagely heaven was deeply moved. His face under the shadow had already become grave. This is the battle strength of a peak God Emperor. I'm only a projection now, far weaker than the opponent. This is not good. The purple moon sacred saber in Lin Fei's hand swept across the sky. As long as he took the opportunity to slash, the projection would be immediately killed. Sir, there's no need to say anymore. You should understand what will happen to you if my saber falls?" The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had never seen someone act so unconventionally. Don't lower your head, can you? In front of this terrifying aura, even the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had to kneel. Wait, we can negotiate. The loss of power to descend a projection was huge. If it wasn't necessary, no one would be willing to lose a projection. Lin Fei did not restrain his aura, and the purple moon's sacred saber was still in front of him. There's nothing to talk about. You should know that in this sealed world, I'm the boss. My fist is bigger than yours, so you have no right to talk about cooperation. However, I'm quite easy to talk to. I can give you 10% of the resources on Mountain God Emperor. Think carefully about what you want to exchange for it. Hua. The purple moon sacred saber unleashed a domineering attack, and the projection exploded on the spot. This was the result of Lin Fei increasing his destiny points to 5 times his original fighting power. Coupled with the purple moon sacred saber that was 100 times stronger, its power was limitless. One slash was enough to destroy the opponent. Lin Fei did not give the opponent any chance. He destroyed it just like that. Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, mighty, Elder Fu had never seen anyone so powerful before. That was a projection. Even a peak God Emperor would not be able to break through the defensive power of the holy runes. He did not expect Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven to destroy it with one slash. If I don't teach him a lesson, he will not rest. Lin Fei was giving them a show of strength. He believed that the Master of the Seventh Sacred Heaven would think about it carefully. The Master of the Fifth Sacred Heaven? 10%. There's nothing to talk about. Another day passed. Another projection from the Invincible Palace came, and he was just as powerful. Lin Fei threw out a sentence and destroyed the opponent with one slash. This was the 6th Master of the Sacred Heaven who had come over in the past few days. Lin Fei destroyed every single one of them violently and left them with one sentence. If they wanted to cooperate, they could only give him 10%. Of course, if they really wanted to cooperate, they had to give him something that could move him. Otherwise, they would all have to stand aside. Lin Fei had absolute power now. He told the Masters of the Sacred Heaven that if they wanted the things on Mountain God Emperor, he would not be able to pass through. Little did they know, at this moment, in the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens, the Masters of the Sacred Heaven were no longer calm, especially after the Master of the 7th Sacred Heaven's projection was destroyed. Roars could be heard from the 7th Heaven. Everyone knew that the domineering Master of the 7th Sacred Heaven had suffered a huge loss. Similarly, in the next few days, several powerful Masters of the Sacred Heaven in the world of the 33 Sacred Heavens suffered losses. Only then did everyone realize that Tian, who had sealed the world, had become a tough bone to chew. Chapter 21:03. In the sky above the divine world, the divine Emperor throne became clearer and clearer. It was no longer a vast expanse of white like before. Now, everyone could clearly see traces of ancient patterns on the divine Emperor throne. It exuded an extremely powerful and oppressive aura. As the aura became more and more obvious, everyone felt an immense pressure. That was the pressure of the divine Emperor throne. As expected of the one and only divine Emperor throne, the pressure is terrifying. In less than 50 years, the divine Emperor throne will be completed. I can't wait. The experts in the divine world all stared at the divine Emperor throne. Now, everyone was very clear. The divine Emperor throne would eventually land on Tian. The person who had created a series of miracles was now at the last step. He only needed to ascend to the divine Emperor throne and start a new era. In the distance, in a chaotic void, for people's gazes also fell on the divine Emperor throne. Soon, at this moment, their auras were many times stronger than before. Even Lin Fei would be surprised if he saw them. He would definitely lament that the Masters of the Sacred Sky were willing to go all out. The 4 quickly closed their eyes. Compared to everyone's anticipation, Lin Fei had always been indifferent. He wasn't that excited about sitting on the divine Emperor throne. As long as he had enough destiny points, he could explode with super combat power, cultivation levels, and whatnot were like fleeting clouds in Lin Fei's eyes. After consecutively destroying a few projections, Lin Fei's side had also become more relaxed. Those people were completely fearful. He did not believe that they would dare to come down again. Destroying one projection was enough to cause them to pay a huge price. If they were continuously destroyed, no one would not feel heartache at the loss. Lin Fei believed that those people should be discussing a countermeasure right now. Destroying a few projections in a row was the best proof. I'm the master of this universe. Lin Fei was just that cocky. Unless he came in person, it would be useless. This was also why Lin Fei could choose not to destroy the projections. He chose to destroy them, to show his strength. If he didn't destroy a few, how would they know his strength? Hua! In the spacious palace of the Invincible Palace, a figure descended. Little friend, we meet again. Lin Fei recognized the newcomer at a glance. Oh, it's the master of the seventh holy heaven. How have you been? Lin Fei chuckled. Go my ass. The lord of the seventh sacred heaven wanted to curse. The losses he had suffered last time were not light, and he had become a big joke. Furthermore, he had made a bet with a few masters of the divine sky, and in the end, he had suffered a terrible loss. Thinking of this person, the master of the seventh holy sky gritted his teeth and wanted to bite off a few pieces of flesh from him. Thank you for your concern, little friend. I've been doing well recently. Ever since he returned that day, the Lord of the seventh holy heaven had gathered his subordinates for a meeting. He wanted to use force to force this DT to agree to their cooperation. However, a single sentence he said at the end caused them to give up on this idea. In the sealed world, who could be a match for him? Everyone was speechless. At the highest level of the world of the 33 holy heavens, everyone knew that a monster had appeared in the sealed world. He ignored the rules of the heavenly Tao and unleashed God Emperor battle prowess for a long period of time. He could even destroy their projections. Finally, after much discussion, they could only choose to cooperate. This was because after they knew that the news had spread, everyone changed their approach and agreed verbally first. That's good. Lin Fei knew that the other party didn't mean what he said, so he didn't expose him. That would be too boring. What's your decision? The Lord of the seventh holy heaven did not dare to underestimate this fellow anymore. To think that he could obtain a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify his strength by 100 times in the sealed world, and he could even unleash such a powerful combat ability. Who knew what his limits were? Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. For example, heavens will cultivation techniques, heavens will battle armors, heavens will weapons, and so on. The Lord of the seventh sacred heaven did not care about this. Even 10% of the benefits were unimaginably bountiful. The battles on the Mountain God Emperor were extremely intense. Every time the 33 masters of the sacred heaven fought, the resources of the Mountain of God Emperor would be divided. Last time, the seventh master of the sacred heaven only got 15% of the resources, which was a huge price. Lin Fei muttered in his heart, "This guy really thinks I'm an ignorant person." Whether it was the heavenly mandate weapon or the heavenly mandate battle armor, Lin Fei was not interested. The system could replicate them as long as he had enough heavenly mandate points. You seem to have not figured something out. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not an ignorant person. Let's talk about the heavenly mandate weapon first. What do you think of my purple moon holy blade? It can amplify by 100 times. Although the Lord of the seventh holy heaven didn't care much about a heavenly mandate weapon, which could amplify one's strength by 100 times outside, it was nothing special. Putting everything else aside, the strongest heavenly mandate weapon in his possession could amplify one's strength by 800 times. With a single slash, it could kill tens of thousands of people. However, this was the sealed world, so the amplification of 100 times was indeed not bad. It was invincible. If it was an ordinary heavenly mandate weapon, the amplification would not be so great. I heard that the heavenly mandate weapon outside is even better. How about this? Help me find a heavenly mandate weapon that can amplify by 500 times first. If there's a higher one, that would be even better. The same goes for the heavenly mandate battle armor. Lin Fei said without hesitation. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven was speechless. This guy really didn't know. He was pretending not to know. 500 times amplification? How dare you say that? In the entire world of the 33 sacred heavens, there were only a few experts who had a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 500 times. If I help you get a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 500 times, wouldn't that be giving you more help? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven had never thought of letting someone off so easily. What? You don't have one? The Purple Moon Holy Blade in Lin Fei's hands was not bad, but the amplification was not enough. It would be best if he could get a better one. Little friend, you're making things difficult for me. Since you know that this world is sealed, then you should also know that the heavenly Tao suppresses everything. It is almost impossible for us to send a good heavenly mandate weapon over from the outside. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. It can't. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. Master, if he can't send it over, you can try another method. For example, give me the amplification blueprint, and I can also make it. Lin Fei was instantly delighted. That works too. Of course, the system is omnipotent. Making it is just a small matter. Why not try another method? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven naturally would not provide such a high-end heavenly mandate weapon. Chapter 2104. Everything was empty now. The key was to increase his strength. Lin Fei now had a large number of destiny points as his foundation. He had already surpassed ordinary cultivation. The only thing that could help him was some external preparation. If there was no finished product, then there was only the blueprint. To Lin Fei, it was the same. He had never thought that they would provide him with a finished product. They were afraid of him now, so it was wishful thinking to think that they would provide him with such a thing. Lin Fei knew very well that they did not think that he could create a super destiny weapon. Blueprint. This surprised the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven. If he really wanted a finished product, he might have a headache. It was not a matter of whether he would give it to him, but he would not give it to him at all. Even the leaders of the 33 holy heavens would do such a stupid thing. Settle for second best? The Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven was even more relieved. Doesn't he know that special materials are needed to create a destiny weapon that is more than 100 times stronger? After some hesitation, the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven agreed to Di Tian's request. Wasn't it just a blueprint? That was easy. Lin Fei successfully obtained the blueprint. The Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven was also very straightforward. He handed over the blueprint on the spot and gave a simple introduction. He was full of enthusiasm. After sending off the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven, Lin Fei also had 20 blueprints in his hands. They were all about the Destiny weapon and Destiny battle armor. He is quite generous. Out of the 20 blueprints, the strongest Destiny weapon was a blueprint that was 500 times stronger. It was the same for the Destiny battle armor. At the same time, the materials needed were also not small. I wonder what kind of expression he will have if he knows that he has provided me with such a huge help. Does he really think that I have no materials? The materials were listed clearly on the blueprint. The production steps were also clear. Master, the materials on this blueprint are not available in the sealed world. It didn't exist in the sealed world, except for the god Emperor Mountain. However, he had underestimated the system. After the advanced mode is activated, there will be a material exchange shop. Master can go there to exchange. Little Devil sneered. It won't be so easy for the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven to take my share. Lin Fei laughed. He had an evil smile on his face. Lin Fei wasn't that kind-hearted. He wouldn't give up the blueprint for such a small benefit. That was 10% of the profit. After the Lord of the Seventh Holy Heaven appeared, for a period of time after that, the leaders of the 33 holy heavens descended one after another. They didn't hesitate to pay any price just to discuss the benefits of the god Emperor Mountain with Di Tian. After the experience of being beaten up a few times earlier, everyone was more restrained in their words. There was no solution to it. Who asked Di Tian to be so tyrannical? Little friend Di Tian, this is just a small token of my appreciation. It is the Holy Spirit essence unique to the 33 holy heavens. It can be used to enhance special powers. The master of the sacred sky had brought good stuff with him. Holy Spirit essence. Although he didn't use it, Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. I'm sorry. I'm afraid we can only work together next time. I've already worked with the seventh holy heaven, Lin Fei said apologetically. Lin Fei said the same thing to every single master of the Elysium who came to visit. The masters of the Elysium looked at each other. They had been taken down by the seventh holy heaven just like that. In the 33 holy heavens, the seventh holy heaven instantly drew all the hatred towards Tion. This kid, how shameless. The seventh holy heaven's face darkened when he heard the news. They had agreed not to reveal it, but that shameless kid had revealed it. The seventh holy heaven wanted to beat Tion up when he thought of the angry looks in the eyes of the other masters of the Elysium. Shameless, too shameless. Tion was dragging him out to take the bullet. However, the seventh holy heaven couldn't do anything. Rascal, I'll deal with you sooner or later. The seventh holy heaven couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone thought that he had to prepare a strategy to deal with Tion after he became stronger. Although Lin Fei didn't know what the seventh holy heaven's expression would be like, he definitely wouldn't be happy. He might even be cursing at him. How's the effect? Lin Fei was talking about the Holy Spirit essence. It was something made of a special material. This is a special power. The level of civilization in the 33 holy heavens isn't low to be able to develop such a thing. As long as Master uses the Holy Spirit essence on a weapon, you can obtain a special attribute bonus. It's pretty good. Lin Fei was interested. A special attribute bonus. This was a good thing. In fact, the seventh holy heaven was willing to pay a huge price in order to rope in Lin Fei. The only thing he didn't expect was that Lin Fei wouldn't take the bait after receiving the benefits. It was a waste of the gift. He took out the purple moon holy saber. Lin Fei took out the Holy Spirit essence and placed it on the purple moon holy saber. When the Holy Spirit essence landed on the purple moon holy saber, it instantly emitted a dazzling light. Attributes come out. Double combat power. The little devil said, "Oh, double combat power. That's fine too." Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. My luck isn't bad. The purple moon holy saber has a 102 times attack. Lin Fei was originally prepared to add some additional attributes. Unexpectedly, there was a multiplier. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. He was even more curious about the 33 holy heavens. Tell me, when can I break the seal and go to the 33 holy heavens for a stroll? With Master's current strength, the success rate is less than 10%. Lin Fei rubbed his nose. Is this a blow to me? There's no rush. Help me make the Heavenly Mandate battle armor and Heavenly Mandate weapon. Lin Fei didn't want to think about this. Although he had dragged the seventh holy heaven out to attract hatred, he still had to worry about this part of the universe. The speed at which the God Emperor throne was condensing was getting faster and faster. He needed to make some preparations. The material system store is open. Master can exchange for materials. Lin Fei didn't feel much about the small increase of 2 times because he was about to make a weapon with a 500 times increase. Buy it for me. He bought the materials piece by piece. A huge amount of destiny points was used up. Lin Fei realized how terrifying the consumption was. Damn, this is too scary. I used up almost 20% of my destiny points. If it was in the past, it would be my entire fortune. Looking at the consumption figure, Lin Fei laughed bitterly. No wonder the seventh holy heaven agreed so kindly. Such a huge amount of materials would probably hurt them, and they wouldn't dare to casually make a heavenly mandate weapon. Lin Fei underestimated the power of a heavenly mandate weapon with a 500 times increase. How many days will it take to make it? I'm really looking forward to seeing how powerful a heavenly mandate weapon with a 500 times increase would be. A total of 3 years. 3 years, not bad. The God Emperor throne wouldn't be condensed within 3 years. Chapter 2105. Time passed day by day. The people of the divine world had adapted to the rule of the Xianxia God dynasty. Compared to the previous dynasties, the Xianxia God dynasty did not do anything. Everyone was relatively free, and there was no suppression. Everyone liked their current lifestyle. No one thought that the Xianxia god dynasties in action was a sign of weakness. No one had forgotten the mysterious Tian and his invincible battle prowess. He alone could sweep the entire divine world. Everyone would look at the divine emperor throne in the sky from time to time, preparing to welcome the new era. This day was getting closer and closer. Soon, 3 years had passed. Everyone had forgotten about the previous 10 dynasties. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. This was the era of the Xianxia god dynasty. As the highest ruler of the dynasty, Lin Fei rarely showed his face. It should be said that he never showed his face. There was nothing wrong with the operation of the divine world. It was very normal. Lin Fei had set up energy absorption points all over the divine world. No matter how dangerous the place was, Lin Fei would personally make a trip there and set up an energy tower. Now, other than the chaotic void, he had set up towers everywhere else. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in the chaotic void. He didn't care about those measly destiny points. Now, in the entire divine world, even in this starry sky, 90% of the destiny energy had been collected by Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not absorb the remaining 10%. No one could shake Lin Fei's position. Even if he knew that the 4 fellows were hiding in the chaotic void and had no interest in dealing with them, the destiny list could move at any time. It was very troublesome to track them. Lin Fei simply sat there and waited for them to appear. Master, your destiny weapon, the purple moon's sacred blade, is ready. Lin Fei beamed with joy at the little fiend's reminder. Damn, it's finally ready. In the eyes of cultivators, 3 years was at most a snap of the fingers. It passed very easily. Using 3 years to forge a 500-fold destiny weapon, Lin Fei was very satisfied. That was a 500-fold increase in power, and it used up 20% of his destiny points. In addition to the refining, it used up about 40% of his destiny points. Furthermore, Lin Fei was currently in control of the deity world, so he could easily make up for it. If he didn't have the deity world and the starry sky, he wouldn't have been able to do so. Lin Fei immediately knelt down. He couldn't take it anymore. Take it out. The purple longsword was released by the system. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the purple moon's sacred saber appeared, its sharp blade formed tornadoes and whizzed past Lin Fei's body. F***CK. So awesome. Marks appeared on Lin Fei's heavenly mandate battle armor. This was the result of the purple moon's sacred saber's unconscious attacks. Of course, this cost Master 40% of his Heaven's Fate points, a huge number. Little Devil laughed. Their abilities are not bad. Lin Fei grabbed the purple moon sacred saber and immediately felt the strength of the purple moon sacred saber. With a casual slash, it split apart in front of him. It left an unfathomably deep crack in the void. Good. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He didn't even use his destiny points, and it was already so powerful. Once he channeled them, it would be even more terrifying. I wonder who will be the first to die under my saber. Lin Fei didn't try. There was no need to do so anyway. A 500 times increase. It was also material for a single slash. Chaotic void. Deep within, a heavenly mandate list floated in the chaotic void. On the heavenly mandate list, for people sat cross-legged, huge whirlpools formed around them. If Lin Fei saw this, he would definitely be shocked. He would even say, the master of the 33 sacred heavens is really a tycoon. These whirlpools were filled with destiny energy, which was absorbed into their bodies bit by bit. For people, their bodies emitted a terrifying sharp aura. Compared to 3 years ago, they were much stronger. Whoosh! A phantom descended. The 4 opened their eyes at the same time and subconsciously shot out 8 beams of cold light towards the descending phantom. The phantom blew, and the cold light dissipated. Not bad, you've improved. The 4 hurriedly stood up. The attack, just now, was just a subconscious action. It's all thanks to Lord's nurturing that we have today's strength, the 4 said in unison. Now they were more than 100 times stronger than before. The destiny energy in their bodies surged. They didn't doubt that if they had their current strength back then, they wouldn't have been defeated by Tion. You guys continue to cultivate. The Divine Emperor throne is completely formed in 5 years. That will be the time for you guys to come out. Yes. The four nodded, anger flashing in their eyes. The Divine Emperor throne in the sky started to release an ancient aura. The wisps of aura made people's hearts palpitate. Even a Heaven's Mandate Realm expert would be terrified by this, because within a million miles of the Divine Emperor throne, there was an arc of light that kept flashing and whistling, making people's scalps go numb. That arc of light was filled with endless terror. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the Divine Emperor throne in the sky. What a great lightning arc formed from heaven's will energy, but these are all my favorites. In the eyes of outsiders, the flashing arc of light was terrifying. Lin Fei didn't think so. Through Little Fiend, he learned that these arcs of light were formed from destiny points and were actually destiny energy. As long as Lin Fei wanted to collect them, he could easily convert them into destiny points. Naturally, this was Lin Fei's dish. In 3 days at most, the Divine Emperor throne will completely condense. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei easily calculated the day when the Divine Emperor throne would completely condense. Lin Fei knew that the top existences in the 33 sacred heavens were all eyeing the Divine Emperor throne. Wake up! In a chaotic void, the phantom descended again, and with a shout, Dynasty Lord Meng and the others all woke up. In 3 days, the Divine Emperor throne will form. I want you guys to take it down. No matter who takes it down, you guys will be rewarded. The four already knew that this world was a sealed world. Although they were strong, they couldn't resist these phantom. These are 4 destiny weapons, and each one has a power amplification of 180 times. They can help you guys crush that D-Tion easily. The phantom waved his hand, and the 4 weapons appeared in front of the 4. The 4 instantly released a blazing light, a power amplification of 180 times. Back then, they were completely defeated by the Purple Moon's Sacred Blade, but now that they had a power amplification of 180 times, they could almost see how they could crush D-Tion. Thank you, Lord, the 4 said in unison. When the projection dissipated, the 4 exploded with battle intent. The Divine Emperor throne will be mine. Dynasty Lord Meng's battle intent sword. After dealing with D-Tion, I will defeat you guys one by one and ascend to the God Emperor throne. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord laughed loudly. Now, he felt that he was just 1 step away from the God Emperor realm. 3 days later, a majestic aura swept across the entire immortal world. Everyone had to prostrate before this aura. Chapter 2106. When the majestic aura engulfed the entire divine world and even the entire starry sky, everyone felt suffocated. Everyone knew that the final battle for the heavenly fate had begun. Inside the invincible palace, Lin Fei stood up and easily knocked away the crushing might, shattering it into nothingness. Within the range of his divine sense, the suppressive aura from the Divine Emperor throne was shattered by Lin Fei. The people standing behind him didn't feel any pressure at all. The appearance of the Divine Emperor throne is quite impressive. The wives behind him, including his daughter, laughed. Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the others couldn't help but laugh too. Lin Fei was probably the only person in the world who dared to speak to the Divine Emperor throne like that. The Divine Emperor throne in the sky was like a piece of juicy meat in Lin Fei's eyes. As long as he controlled the Divine Emperor throne, the Mountain God Emperor would belong to him. If anyone dared to come out and fight for the Divine Emperor throne now, they would all be his enemies, and he would kill as many as they came. All right, I'm going. With Old Fu, the Supreme Demon Emperor, and the 4 forbidden zones around, Lin Fei wasn't worried about his wife and daughter. Lin Fei took a step forward and arrived in the sky above the center of the divine world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he appeared, the Divine Emperor throne surged with waves of ferocious, suppressive aura, as if he was treating Lin Fei as his enemy. Just a mere suppressive aura, and you still have the nerve to use it. Lin Fei smiled and welcomed him. Although it was his first time fighting for the heavenly fate, Lin Fei roughly knew from old Fu and the Supreme Demon Emperor that he had to completely suppress the Divine Emperor throne. He didn't know what secret this starry sky had, but every time the Divine Emperor throne was formed, it would have a certain level of consciousness, which was the simple consciousness of resistance. If Lin Fei wanted to become the God Emperor, he had to suppress the Divine Emperor throne. Only by subduing the Divine Emperor throne would he be able to sit on it, truly control the Divine Emperor throne. Wave after wave of suppressive aura came, but Lin Fei didn't move an inch and walked forward step by step. Is that Di Tian? His strength is truly terrifying. The pressure of the God Emperor throne is useless against him. How powerful must he be? In every corner of the immortal world, everyone was paying close attention. The God Emperor's throne was already something they couldn't endure. Di Tian, who was in the center, was actually able to casually walk there. This was absolutely terrifying. Before he could even step forward, he would be crushed into a meat patty by the pressure, unable to take another step forward. The Imperial Lord is indeed the Imperial Lord. The pressure from the God Emperor throne contains the pressure of a God Emperor. Even the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm experts wouldn't be able to handle it. But it's like playing house on the Imperial Lord. Elder Fu exclaimed, "What's a mere pressure? It's nothing in the eyes of the Imperial Lord." The Supreme Devil Emperor said disapprovingly. Although they had never fought for the mandate of heaven, they had seen it before. In order to compete for the God Emperor throne, one had to pass through several stages. The pressure from the God Emperor throne was the first test, and also the easiest. But in the eyes of many Heaven's Mandate experts, this first trial was already too much for them to handle. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void, on the Destiny list, the first Dream Dynasty Lord, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lord, the Sea Dynasty Lord, and the Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord were all standing on the Destiny list with their hands behind their backs. Their bodies exuded a majestic aura. Damn Di Tian, he does have some skills, the Unparalleled Dynasty Lord said. So what if he has skills? The God Emperor throne will eventually fall into the hands of the four of us. What we need to do now is to wait. Wait until Di Tian and the God Emperor throne are both injured. Then we will make our move. The Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord sneered. The God Emperor throne is terrifying. Even if the four of us join forces, we will have to expend a lot of energy. It's better to let Di Tian exhaust his strength. The more he exhausts, the easier it will be for us. The first Dream Dynasty Lord said coldly, even though the strength of the four of them rose like a rocket. Facing Di Tian, there was always a shadow in their hearts. Whenever Di Tian's name was mentioned, they would subconsciously get angry. Today, their chance had finally come. They didn't believe that Di Tian could still withstand the combined attack of the four of them after fighting with the God Emperor throne. The pressure is not small, but I have activated my invincible defense, so there is no pressure. Lin Fei walked forward step by step. The pressure that was like the surging waves of the sea was shattered when it was less than 10 meters away from Lin Fei. God Emperor throne, I know you have a spirit. This bit of pressure is useless against me. Show me your true strength. Don't waste time. Lin Fei shouted. Now, the Heaven's Mandate energy had turned into a large number of Heaven's Mandate points. Lin Fei was the strongest existence in this part of the universe. Even if it was the God Emperor throne, Lin Fei didn't care much about it. Boom, boom. The God Emperor throne was furious. Clearly, Lin Fei's words had provoked the God Emperor throne. An even more terrifying pressure came crushing down. Except for a few people, the rest of the people in the divine world were pressed to the ground again, unable to move. Everyone could feel the endless anger coming from the God Emperor throne. Lin Fei had completely angered the God Emperor throne. Those who blasphemed the God Emperor throne deserved death. Suddenly, a shadow gradually formed in front of the God Emperor throne. Finally, it turned into a middle-aged man with a sharp aura. He held a long saber in his hand that flickered with cold light. His eyes opened, and saber light whistled. Everyone looked up and exclaimed in surprise. That's the 18th generation, the strongest Heaven's Mandate realm expert, the saber sovereign who sat on the God Emperor throne. This was a very powerful saber sovereign. Inside the God Emperor throne, everything of the strongest heaven's mandate realm experts was stored. Every time, if one wanted to sit on the divine Emperor throne, it was necessary to challenge them. As for how many, it would depend on one's luck. If one was lucky, it would be around 2 or 3. If one was unlucky, then, congratulations, it would be very normal to get 8 or 10. The moment the Saber Sovereign appeared, the entire divine world was filled with saber intent. Die! The Saber Sovereign raised his hand and slashed. The overbearing saber intent went straight for Lin Fei's forehead. This slash was too fast. To be able to sit on the God Emperor throne and maintain his peak fighting state, this attack was indeed terrifying. Using a saber, I like it. Lin Fei laughed and welcomed the attack. Using his hand as a saber, he slashed out a pure heaven's mandate realm expert. The two sabers clashed, and the Saber Sovereign's saber intent was shattered into pieces. Lin Fei took the opportunity to slash again. The saber light swept out and split the Saber Sovereign into 2 halves. The Saber Sovereign then disappeared in the sky. The Saber Sovereign is only SOSO. Lin Fei approached the God Emperor throne. Even if a God Emperor came, Lin Fei would kill him without hesitation. Not to mention, the strongest heaven's mandate realm expert was just an ant in Lin Fei's eyes. Chapter 2107. The struggle for the heaven's will was a grand event of an era. It could be said that some people would never see them even once in their lifetime. Today, everyone's horizons have been broadened. First, there was the majestic pressure of the divine emperor's throne. This wasn't something that anyone could resist. Then, there was the appearance of a saber emperor from back then. He was the saber emperor who founded a new era. His sharp and tyrannical saber intent was something that they couldn't endure. That Tion's combat prowess was terrifying. He killed a saber emperor with just 2 slashes, scaring everyone so much that their eyes almost popped out. After that, another sword emperor appeared, and he was also killed on the spot by Tion's 2 slashes. Only now did everyone realize that Tion's strength had already reached an unimaginable degree. Regardless of the Saber Emperor or the Sword Emperor, before they became a God Emperor, their combat prowess would never be a match for Tion. He had killed the Saber Emperor and the Sword Empress in succession. The God Emperor's throne seemed to be fighting Tion. He kept sending out the strongest heaven's mandate realm experts to deal with Tion. The 10th generation, Emperor God Xingfeng, was killed with a single slash. The 15th generation, God Emperor Han Tian, was killed with a single slash. The 16th generation, the Emperor of the Underworld, was killed with a single slash. Phantoms appeared one after another, but they were all easily killed by Lin Fei on the spot. Lin Fei didn't want to waste any more time. Each time, he would finish off the enemy with 1 slash. The difference in strength was too great. It was still useful to bully ordinary heaven's mandate experts, but to Lin Fei, it was no different from scratching an itch. Release everything you know, or else it's useless. Lin Fei knew that the God Emperor throne could understand his meaning. Perhaps the king-level experts of the God Emperors would cry themselves to sleep in the toilet at this time. How can there be such a person like you? Can't you just let me show off a bit? Is there a need to kill them with 1 slash? Lin Fei's words agitated the God Emperor throne. The huge God Emperor throne trembled and many illusory figures condensed. This time, it wasn't just the past God Emperors. There were also heaven's mandate realm experts participating. Anyone who saw this would want to slit their own throats. This lineup was too shocking. Even the Invincible Palace's supreme Demon Emperor, Old Fu, and the others. At this moment, his eyes were wide open. Chao Zhu, you've gone too far. The throne-level expert God Emperor is really angry this time. He's using the human wave tactic. At this moment, even they were extremely solemn when they saw so many experts. To be able to compete with the God Emperor for the mandate of heaven. His strength was also very terrifying. Now that they were all summoned, even though they were all instinctive attacks, they were still extremely terrifying, enough to make people unable to endure them. With a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Every single one of them was a peak existence of an era. Although they couldn't become god emperors, they were still the strongest experts. Now that the swarm of bees had appeared, it was enough to see how much the thrones of god emperors valued Lin Fei. It had been like this for generations. The most shocking scene appeared. It could be said that today's battle, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, would be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. No one could reach this step. Ha ha ha! Tian is seeking his own death. Dream One Dynasty's lord's face was black. They could not accept the speed at which he killed one person with each slash. Now that he saw over 1,000 powerhouses appear, Dream One Dynasty Lord finally beamed with joy. No matter how awesome you are, this time, your vitality will be greatly damaged. Tian is too arrogant. This is great. He has angered the thrones of god emperors. Even if Tian can last until the end, he will only have about 20 to 30% of his energy left. By then, we can do whatever we want. Unparalleled Dynasty Lord laughed loudly, finally regaining his high spirits. Tian is making his move. At the same time, in the world of the 33 Sagely Heavens, the masters of Sagely Sky in every world were watching the battle through their treasures. As for Tian's strength, they were very clear about it. Although the thrones of god emperors were strong, they were far from being Tian's match. It could be said that this was the easiest battle in history. Tian could destroy the projection of their peak god emperors, let alone the thrones of god emperors. This kid is arrogant indeed, but it's good that he's arrogant. It will make things easier for the four of them. The thrones of god emperors have a mysterious background. Since Tian has angered them, he will suffer. Even if he wins in the end, it will be for the benefit of others. Ha ha! All the masters of Sagely Sky laughed. The only one who did not laugh was the master of the Seventh Holy Sky. Ever since the news had spread, the master of the Seventh Holy Sky had hated Lin Fei. However, they were not in the same world, so it was not easy to deal with Lin Fei. Even if he sent a projection over, he would still be destroyed in one strike. What a bastard! Why did he provoke the thrones of god emperors for no reason? The master of the Seventh Holy Sky frowned. You can't lose. Otherwise, you'll lose a lot of face. Ever since the news about Lin Fei spread, the masters of the 33 Holy Skies automatically excluded him. If he won, then he would at least get 10% of the benefits. If he lost, then he, the master of the Seventh Holy Sky, would suffer a great loss. Outsiders might not know the background of the thrones of god emperors, but the master of the Seventh Holy Sky knew. The situation was getting worse and worse for Tian. Moreover, he knew that there were 4 people hiding in the chaotic space. With the destiny weapons of the 33 Holy Skies, they were at least 150 times stronger. They were not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was speechless at the sight of the black mass of people. I'm just looking down on you. Do you have to arrange so many experts at once? Are you trying to drown me? Master, these are all great supplements. Great supplements? Lin Fei did not understand. They are all condensed from destiny energy. It's just that their strength has been suppressed to the original level. The little devil laughed. Now, Master, do you understand what great supplements are? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Kill. He was prepared to use a big move to destroy them. Since they were great supplements, Lin Fei was prepared to work hard. Lin Fei lunged forward and was quickly engulfed by the swords and sabers. The spectators sucked in a cold breath. How were they supposed to fight like this? I'll absorb. Lin Fei grabbed with both hands, and a destiny cultivator landed in his hands. The system activated and instantly absorbed everything. This person instantly evaporated, no longer existing. So many. This feels good. After seeing the absorption number, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was good stuff. He turned and grabbed another expert. As for the dense attacks, they were all blocked by the invincible defense. I'll absorb. I'll absorb again. No one could stop Lin Fei's absorption attack. He grabbed and absorbed. As for the consumption of their attacks, Lin Fei replenished them very quickly. It was just a drizzle, not a big deal at all. This made Lin Fei overjoyed. Chapter 2108. This is too crazy. Is Tion absorbing something? His strength is too shocking. Everyone in the divine world was looking up. Any one of them could easily defeat them. But right now, in the eyes of Lord Tion, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was as easy as chopping vegetables. Above the invincible palace. Elder Fu, I suddenly feel old. I'm the younger generation now. The supreme Devil Emperor sighed. Elder Fu nodded. Yes, I'm old. I've never thought that Lord's strength could reach such a level. You're truly able to cover the sky with one hand and summon the rain with another. The other powerhouses of the Forbidden Zone also nodded. There was no way to compare. Even the faces of the other dynasty lords were pale. If they went up, they would be killed on the spot in the blink of an eye. Only Lord Tion could occupy the position of the God Emperor throne. Bang! 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 Lin Fei was absorbing in the sky. Heaven's mandate points kept increasing. Lin Fei was so happy that he had a smile on his face. That's it. After absorbing the last one, Lin Fei realized that the black mass was completely gone. The sky returned to normal. There was no movement from the God Emperor throne. Now you're obedient, right? Lin Fei knew that the God Emperor throne had admitted defeat. Releasing so many at once was more than any previous contest for the Heaven's Mandate. With a massive amount of Heaven's Mandate points being absorbed, the God Emperor throne wasn't so capable anymore. This was only in Lin Fei's eyes. In the eyes of others, it was an insurmountable mountain. I'm coming. Lin Fei walked toward the God Emperor throne. Heaven's Tao cage. With a loud rumble, streaks of will of the heavenly Tao descended from the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, allowing the heavens will to pierce down and form light pillars. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. This time, the heavens will was more than 10 times stronger than before. Lin Fei didn't move. Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other 3 came from 4 different directions. They all look happy. Even though they didn't know what Tion was doing, his movements were simply too fast. However, this didn't stop them from attacking. The Emperor of the Sky Dragon Imperial Palace pointed his sword forward. The will of the heavenly Tao rumbled as it boomed. This time, you're dead meat. A swift and fierce sword light attacked. The heavenly Dragon Imperial Dynasty Lord immediately acted. The other 3 also attacked at the same time. He didn't stop at all. His power was increased by 180 times, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire immortal world. At this moment, their powers had risen to the God Emperor realm. Bang, 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 bang. 4 people, 4 fatal attacks, landed on Lin Fei, who was in the center of the will of the heavenly path. The 180-fold increase in power instantly erupted. Terrifying waves of qi were released in all directions. Mountain range, mountains, lakes, cities, everything was razed to the ground in an instant. The throne of the God Emperor did not move an inch. After not seeing you for 3 days, I have to look at you in a different light. You guys are not bad. In the middle, Lin Fei was still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression relaxed. An attack amplified by 180 times is definitely enough to kill all the experts in the sealed world. Those people did this to increase your strength. They really put in a lot of effort to increase your powers. The 4 weapons of destiny landed on Lin Fei's body. Upon closer inspection, they were blocked by a layer of mysterious power, unable to land. Lin Fei was prepared to show everyone that he was truly invincible. Dream One Dynasty Lord, Peerless Dynasty Lord, Sea Dynasty Lord, and Sky Dragon Dynasty Lord pushed their power to the limit. However, the weapons of destiny in their hands were unable to land on Tion. At this moment, their expressions changed. A 180-fold increase in power was not enough. This was a huge blow to them. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to develop. They had completely deviated from the plan. When they sensed that Tion was going to take it head-on, they all laughed. Under the 180-fold increase in power, no matter how strong Tion was, he would still die. What was happening now? My lord is my lord. Too invincible. Dream One Dynasty Lord is going to faint from crying. They looked at the sky. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, withstanding the shocking 180-fold increase in power. The entire immortal world was shocked. Far away in the world of the 33 holy heavens, the Lord of the sagely heavens' expression did not look too good. That was a 180-fold increase in power. Killing a junior from the sealed world would be a piece of cake. Just when the world was going on in front of him, with their eyes of fire and gold, they could not see what treasure that junior had used, nor could they sense any energy fluctuations. This was too strange. Ha ha, this is great. Only the Lord of the seventh holy heaven laughed. Victory was already decided. People of the 33 holy heavens, listen up. From now on, I'm a master of this world. From now on, every time you come, I will kill you. This is my intention. Boom! Lin Fei's sea of destiny points exploded, creating a huge shockwave that sent the four flying. They all vomited blood. At the same time, Lin Fei's voice pierced through the sky. The purple moon's sacred blade landed in his hand, bringing with it a domineering purple blade aura that swept towards the four flying. A 500-fold increase in power. How terrifying was that? No, the four's hair stood on end. They could not block it. The purple blade aura crushed their bodies, and the domineering blade intent swept the four into pieces. Even if they were reborn, they would not have a chance to revive. Ever since he refined the purple moon's sacred blade that could increase power by 500-fold, these four were just clowns in his eyes. One blade was enough to finish them off. Everyone was dumbfounded by the shocking purple saber radiance. It was over. The four powerful dynasty lords were finished just like that. Boom, boom, boom. Once the four died, 32 pillars of light shot down from the sky. In an instant, 32 shadows appeared. You deserve us to send our projections down again to kill you. You, a junior, can be proud. Lin Fei did not think that the people of the 33 holy heavens would give up on this place so easily. Dream One Dynasty Lord and the other three were just cannon fodder. He could not use his own strength. Be careful, Lord. They have 10% of the main body's battle power. When Elder Fu saw them, he knew it was bad and hurriedly informed Lin Fei. In reality, the moment they appeared, Little Evil Demon told Lin Fei that there was danger. 10% of their battle power. This had never happened before. Damn it, the Heavenly Tao has temporarily compromised with them. Lin Fei did not think that they had the ability to make a projection with 10% of their battle power appear. Instead, the Heavenly Tao had compromised with them. Ha ha, Dition, even if you kill me, I can still live forever. Suddenly, a shadow walked out from the sky and slowly turned solid. It was the sky dragon that had just been killed. The mysterious will of the Heavenly Tao was added layer by layer. Chapter 2109. Long ago, Lin Fei had known that Sky Dragon was not simple. Now it seemed like this guy was an agent of the Heavenly Axiom. If Lin Fei could not tell that Sky Dragon was still alive after killing him, then he would not be Lin Fei. Sky Dragon was no longer made of flesh and blood. Instead, he was made of pure Heavenly Axiom intent. You're pretty smart, but you ruined my plan. You will die today, Sky Dragon said coldly. He turned to the 32 Masters of Heaven. I'll leave him to you. Lin Fei felt the pressure, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Die! If he did not kill these 32 Masters of Heaven, the Divine Emperor throne would not be his. Help me analyze their power levels. With Little Devil here, Lin Fei was not worried at all. So what if they only had 10% of their power? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The purple moon's sacred blade was being retracted. Its power was increased by 500 times. Zilong roared and clawed at the 32 Masters of Heaven. The projection with 10% of their power had broken through the God Emperor level and reached an unimaginable level. This was their greatest source of confidence. Break! One of the Masters of Heaven punched Zilong. Zilong roared, but his body did not dissipate. He opened his mouth and bit off a piece of pure energy from the projection. Be careful. Dition's Heavenly Axiom weapon can increase its power by 500 times, a Master of Heaven exclaimed. In order to come down, They had temporarily cooperated with the heavenly axiom. However, they had also paid a huge price. They felt that 10% of their power was enough to deal with DTon. After a few short attacks, they realized that they were in trouble. DTon had obtained a heavenly axiom weapon that could increase its power by 500 times. This was their nemesis. A 500 times increase in power was enough to tear apart pure energy. Master, 10% of their power should be around 30 million. Little Devil said with a smile. Around 30 million? It's not as high as I thought. Lin Fei was very disappointed. The analysis of power levels was a method that the system had its own way of analyzing. For example, ordinary Heaven's Mandate Realm experts were around 2 million to 3 million. Someone who had condensed a seed of destiny. His strength was between 5 million and 6 million. The power of a God Emperor was around 10 to 20 million. Their overall strength was indeed above all Heavenly Fate Realm experts and could be easily killed. Now that he had surpassed the level of a God Emperor, he had 10% of his battle power. Lin Fei was not surprised by the fact that he had 30 million points of power. A level of 30 million is too weak to withstand a single blow. Lin Fei had a power increase of 500. So it was too easy for him to unleash an attack that surpassed the power level of 30 million. Kill. Lin Fei teleported directly to the weakest projection of the Master of the Sagely Sky. With a slash of the Purple Moon's Sacred Blade, the projection was killed in one slash. 10% of your combat strength? I don't think that's all there is to it. Since you dare to ignore my words, I'll send you back today. Lin Fei used his space teleportation to jump around continuously. The Purple Moon's Sacred Blade turned into a blade of death. Every time it slashed down, it would kill an image of the Sacred Sky Master. He never slashed twice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 32 Masters of the Sagely Sky. A moment later, only 15 projections of the Master of the Sagely Sky were left. The rest had all been killed. The remaining Masters of the Sagely Sky didn't have expressions on their faces, but they were actually very unhappy. They didn't bring their heavenly mandate weapons. Even without weapons, they were still confident that they could kill DTon. Damn it, how'd he get his heavenly mandate weapons that can increase power by 500 times? Also, how can his heavenly mandate energy last so long? Every slash was filled with a dangerous aura, enough to make their expressions change. Sky Dragon used the heavenly Tao to suppress him. Without a divine weapon in hand, they were immediately at a disadvantage. Sky Dragon secretly cursed these people for being unreliable. He was even more jealous of DTon's strength. The Master of the Sagely Sky couldn't even kill DTon with 10% of his combat strength. Instead, he was cut up like vegetables. How could he accept this result? Heavenly Tao, suppress. In the sky above the immortal world, a suffocating aura spread out without any warning. A giant red eyeball appeared. This eyeball was extremely huge, and it had the aura of a king. This is the heavenly Tao. Lin Fei also felt the terrifying aura of this giant eyeball. The red eyeball was currently closed. Lin Fei wasn't a fool. As long as the eyeball opened, it would definitely be a terrifying attack. Whoosh! The red eyeball suddenly opened its eyes, and a blade of light shot out. It contained the terrifying aura of the heavenly Tao. Master, watch out! Lin Fei moved back and forth, using his teleportation to the extreme. Bang! Even though his speed was fast, he was still hit by the light beam. The majestic will of the heavenly Tao surged over. His invincible defense blocked the attack, but Lin Fei was still sent flying, smashing into a mountain range. The huge mountain range instantly crumbled and was leveled to the ground. Such a powerful attack. One light beam can actually explode with an attack power of 50 million. At the same time, it has support power. It really can kill whoever it wants. The destiny energy in Lin Fei's body was suppressed. Sky Dragon laughed. DTon, you are indeed mysterious. You can actually block the attack of the heavenly Tao. However, the destiny energy in your body is now sealed. Let's see how you block it next. In this sealed world, As long as the energy in one's body was sealed, then congratulations, one would immediately become a person who couldn't fight back. It was a pity that Di Tian wasn't. Even though the destiny energy in his body was sealed, it was only a small part. The real destiny energy was in the system. Lin Fei quickly realized that the system's destiny energy was not affected. The other 15 masters of the sacred sky charged over. Lin Fei's eyes flashed coldly. I'll kill you first. Explode my destiny energy. The purple moon's sacred blade slashed at their waists. The purple blade radiance swept over like a long river. The power of this blade exploded with a power of 90 million. It was a true ultimate move. There were no techniques. This was a blade that exploded with destiny energy. It forcefully crushed over. Not good. He didn't get hit. The remaining master of the sacred sky projection's expression changed again. The blade radiance was like a monstrous flood, crushing over their bodies. They were all destroyed. Not a single one escaped. This attack consumed a lot of Lin Fei's energy. Sky Dragon stood behind those people and was instantly affected. The will of the heavenly Tao was shattered. In front of such a level of power, no one could block the power of this blade. The people of the realm of the gods all knelt down. Di Tian had transformed into a truly invincible existence. Even the heavenly Tao couldn't kill him. Heavenly Tao, get lost too. Lin Fei's purple moon sacred blade slashed upwards. It was another attack with 90 million power. The red eyeball shot out beams of light, but they were all shattered by the flood-like blade radiance. The blade landed on the red eyeball. The red eyeball released a terrifying aura. Its eyelids closed, and it hid in the void again. Finally, they all retreated. Lin Fei turned around and sat in front of the God Emperor throne. Chapter 21:10. What was the strongest? Today, the entire divine world had witnessed it. The ruler of the Di Tian dynasty finally displayed his heaven-shaking strength. Even the vertical eye of the heavenly Taos was slashed back, and the projection of the ruler of the 33 sacred heavens was also slain on the spot. Everyone was convinced that Di Tian sat on the God Emperor throne. The moment he sat on it, a dazzling light shone on the ground. What followed was a purple rain that fell on the entire divine world. The purple rain fell on the mountain range. The flowers and grass on the mountain range grew at an astonishing rate. A small tree instantly grew into a towering tree. The small fish in the lake were like carps leaping over the dragon's gate, transforming into powerful fish demons. No matter where they were, as long as they received the baptism of the purple rain, they would undergo shocking changes. Ha ha ha! I actually became a God Emperor. I also broke through. My legs, they actually grew back. Long live the God Emperor. The entire divine world cheered. Everyone understood that this violet rain was brought by the Di Tian God Emperor. This was everyone's good fortune. Hence, everyone sat down and absorbed the purple rain, working hard to break through. Such a good thing might only happen once in a lifetime. The people of Invincible Palace were the first to react. The purple rain was also the most concentrated. The disciples of Invincible Palace cheered nonstop. They didn't expect to receive such benefits. This is unbelievable. Elder Fu sighed. This is greater than any other God Emperor's kindness. I'm afraid that this time, the entire divine world will have a large number of potential experts. The Supreme Devil Emperor nodded. This is a great kindness. The Emperor is more terrifying than I imagined. Those people from the 33 sacred heavens are all dumbfounded now. Some of the big shots from the restricted areas also sat down and absorbed the purple rain. On the throne, Lin Fei sat down with a golden saber. Sitting on the God Emperor throne, a vast surge of heavens will energy surged over. The source was the heavens will energy coming from the throne beneath him. It was like a vast river. It was extremely terrifying. I'll absorb. Lin Fei couldn't bear to miss out on such a great benefit. Hua hua hua. A huge whirlpool appeared around Lin Fei, and the destiny points he had expended were quickly replenished. No wonder everyone wants to be a God Emperor. The benefits are unimaginable. Lin Fei had turned into a bottomless pit. After absorbing a huge amount of destiny points, the number of destiny points in the system kept increasing. The speed at which it increased was faster than ever before. Could it be that the God Emperor throne is connected to the God Emperor mountain? Lin Fei couldn't help but guess. Apart from this reason, Lin Fei couldn't think of any other reason to explain this problem. Lin Fei knew exactly how many destiny points there were in the divine world, and he knew that they definitely didn't come from the divine world. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the God Emperor throne, Lin Fei was in the middle of a huge vortex. The people below only saw a huge whirlpool. As for those who understood the God Emperor throne, at this moment, their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't believe the scene in front of them. The God Emperor had been on the throne for a day. In other words, he had absorbed destiny energy for a day. This was an exaggeration that could not even be imagined. This is too terrifying. It's been a day. The most powerful God Emperor in the past could only absorb for half a day at most. He is far from being as powerful as the Emperor. Our Emperor is probably going to become the #1 person in history. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a full 3 days. Lin Fei had been absorbing destiny energy and turning it into destiny points. Ding! System notification. Destiny points have reached the limit. Ding! Master, would you like to activate a higher mode? Lin Fei was stunned, looking at the terrifying numbers on the system page. This was the most terrifying number he had ever seen. Activate. Now that Lin Fei was in the higher mode, Lin Fei was very much looking forward to the higher mode. Ding! Higher mode. Top level mode begins. Ding! Beginning infusion. The original whirlpool instantly expanded by more than 10 times. A progress bar appeared in front of Lin Fei, with a time limit of 1%. At the same time, there was an estimated time, 10 days. Damn! Activating one mode requires 10 days of time and 10 days of destiny energy. This is indeed difficult. 10 days of infusion into destiny points. Lin Fei could imagine how terrifying it was. It was definitely an astronomical number. If not for the fact that he was sitting on the God Emperor's throne, Lin Fei did not know when he would be able to activate the top-level mode. I wonder what will happen to the system after activating the top-level mode. Lin Fei even had a feeling that he would know the origin of the system after activating the top-level mode. Time passed day by day. The people of the immortal world all knelt down. No matter who they were, their deaths were shocking. It was already the 8th day, but the whirlpool was still there. No one dared to absorb destiny energy. The sacred lords in the world of the 33 holy heavens were all scared. This was too terrifying. When it was over, Dtion's strength would truly be invincible in the sealed world. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to interfere with the mountain of God Emperor. Dtion would become an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, the sacred lords held a rare meeting. After discussing for a long time, they still could not come up with a solution. Go to the sealed world. If this continued, coupled with the previous loss of vitality, no one was confident. Even if they lost 10% of their combat power, they would need time to recover. Continue? No one dared to continue. If not for the heavenly Tao's compromise, they would not have been able to retain even 10% of their combat power. Unfortunately, even with 10% of their combat power, they still lost completely. In the end, no one could come up with a good idea. On the 13th day, the people of the immortal world were completely numb. A huge amount of destiny energy flowed in, as if it was flowing into a bottomless pit. Everyone finally understood why the Dynasty Lord was so powerful. With such a huge amount of destiny energy, who could be a match for the Dynasty Lord? Ding! Energy absorption completed. System will be updated in 1 day. Lin Fei was thrown out by a huge force. The system was updating automatically. The whirlpool on the God Emperor throne dissipated. Lin Fei opened his eyes slowly. At the same time, a huge amount of information flowed into Lin Fei's mind. So the mountain of God Emperor is in an unknown space. It can only be opened by the God Emperor throne. The information in Lin Fei's mind was all about the God Emperor's authority that he should have after sitting on the God Emperor throne. Chapter 2111. Lin Fei's cultivation method was different from others. Ever since he activated the advanced mode, Lin Fei's battle prowess increased infinitely. The number of destiny points directly determined his battle prowess. For example, after absorbing a large amount of destiny energy, anyone would become a god emperor under normal circumstances, be it in terms of physique or other aspects. Lin Fei was the only exception. After absorbing a large amount of destiny points, Lin Fei's physique didn't change at all. Now, Lin Fei decided to make use of the time to cultivate his corporeal body to the level of a god emperor and raise his life force to a higher level. Whoosh! In the next second, the god emperor throne was the only one left in the sky. This is another dimension connected to the god emperor throne. Lin Fei activated another function of the god emperor throne and arrived at another dimension, the legendary god emperor mountain. Such pure destiny energy, Lin Fei stood in a mountain range and hesitated for a moment before running in a certain direction. In the blink of an eye, his field of vision widened. Lin Fei was standing on the edge of a cliff. The vast amount of destiny energy made Lin Fei's eyes widen. God Emperor Mountain. No wonder even the Lord of the 33 Holy Heavens wanted it. Looks like it's not as simple as I thought. Where did this much destiny energy come from? Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort for the destiny energy in the divine world. However, the density of heavenly mandate energy in this place was something Lin Fei had never seen before. He was still wondering why the destiny energy wasn't used up, but now he figured out the reason. So the God Emperor Mountain's dimension was this extraordinary. Since there's a sea of destiny energy here, if there's life here, it must be very powerful. I should first cultivate my God Emperor physique. Lin Fei returned from the cliff, opened up a cave abode nearby, and set up an array formation. He set up a formation and started cultivating his God Emperor physique. Destiny energy, come over here. Lin Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. The destiny energy surged into his body and started cultivating his God Emperor physique according to the God Emperor transformation technique. This technique was simple. Using the mandate of heavens will to strengthen every bit of flesh and blood until the entire body was strengthened once. Then, the cycle continued. Lin Fei immersed himself in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. He began to condense and strengthen the technique. Only then did Lin Fei realize the profoundness of this technique. Once his body was strengthened, both his defense and strength would increase. Third rank God Emperor corporeal body. Half a month later, Lin Fei opened his eyes and smiled. The God Emperor's corporeal body had a total of 9 transformations. After the 9th revolution, the God Emperor's body would break through again. Lin Fei didn't think that far ahead. The corporeal body of the 3rd revolution God Emperor could easily block an attack from a God Emperor. Even if it was a projection with 10% of his combat power, Lin Fei was 100% confident that he could block it. I haven't had the time to check the system to cultivate the God Emperor 9 transformations corporeal body. These days, Lin Fei was cultivating the God Emperor 9 transformations corporeal body. He couldn't stop at all and had to do it in one go. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't have the time to check the system. Open the system. A brand new 3D appeared. Master, top-notch invincible system mode has begun. Little Evil Demon's body was much bigger, and he had a domineering aura around him. He was very different from before. Tell me, what are the differences between the top-notch mode and the previous one? Lin Fei really wanted to know what was different about the top-notch mode. Congratulations, Master. As Master gets stronger, the system will continue to improve along with you. Now, it has reached the top-notch mode. As the name suggests, the top-notch mode is far from what the previous high-level mode can compare to. Little Evil Demon started to introduce it. Firstly, Master can check a person's strength at any time. You can scan them at any time. Every scan will consume a portion of destiny points. No matter how strong the opponent is, you can scan them. Lin Fei really liked this point. You're saying that all information can be scanned out? Yes, all information. The danger level will also change from top-notch 5-star to 10-star. Master, you can scan them and you will know. Little evil demon smiled. Then I will try. Lin Fei felt that it was interesting. Scan. Following the scanning sound, an attribute page appeared in front of Lin Fei. Player, Lin Fei level, God Emperor power output, 100 million to 300 million power, super output, evaluation. Super combat power. Lin Fei was able to understand the simple properties page very quickly. Output is the amount of power when attacking. Master can output between 100 million to 300 million power. However, if you want to increase the output, you need to complete a certain mission to unlock the output limit. Lin Fei understood, which means that I can output 300 million power at one go. If I increase the power by 500 times, will I be able to output 150 billion? Little evil demon shook her head. No, this is the calculation after the output. Lin Fei thought to himself, if I output 150 billion power, I'll be too terrifying. I understand. What about other aspects? This was still very useful. Lin Fei was very satisfied. In the future, he must see how much power the Lord of Sacred Sky could output. The top-notch mode had more and more functions. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. The difference between the top-notch mode and the top-notch mode was really huge. It was like two extremes. What? You mean I can still gather enough points to return to Earth? Hearing this news, Lin Fei was excited. Earth. Lin Fei had almost forgotten it in the depths of his memory. Lin Fei missed Earth a lot. Ever since he asked the system and got the answer that he couldn't go back, Lin Fei had completely given up and decided to integrate into this world. Now that he heard this, Lin Fei couldn't help but be excited. The system can capture the coordinates of Earth. However, Master's current strength is not enough to travel. You need to at least reach the level of a Combat Emperor. Combat Emperor? What kind of level is that? Above the Emperor God is the Combat Emperor. Master only needs to go through the 9 revolutions of the Emperor God and cultivate the physique of a Combat Emperor. Then, with an invincible defense, you will be able to withstand the power of time and space. Great, that's great. Lin Fei had never been so happy before. Why didn't I do it before? Little evil demon sneered. That's because the system is in low-level mode and can't be activated. Lin Fei was speechless. Help me scan the Mountain God Emperor. I want to know everything. Lin Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart. Scanning. Lin Fei subconsciously treated the Mountain God Emperor as himself. This alternate dimension was his greatest asset. Even the Lord of the 33 Sacred Heavens would not be able to take it away. Scanning complete. Player, please check. A result appeared in front of him. So powerful. Chapter 2112. Unbelievable. Mountain God Emperor is scarier than I imagined. Luckily, the system has been upgraded to the highest level and has scanned the entire mountain. Lin Fei was shocked when he saw the scanned information. From the start, Lin Fei felt that the Mountain God Emperor's alternate dimension wouldn't be that powerful. After seeing the scan results, Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that he was too optimistic. There's actually a Combat Emperor in Mount God Emperor, and not just one. There's a total of 6 Combat Emperors. They've divided Mount God Emperor into 6 spheres of influence, and the resources have all been taken away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei frowned as he sensed that someone was coming. Could it be that they sensed an outsider? Or did the 6 Combat Emperors sense it? Lin Fei threw a scan over. 5 rank 1 God Emperors, 3 rank 2 God Emperors, and 1 rank 3 God Emperor. Their power output is around 130 million. Lin Fei liked this scan more and more. He could clearly see how strong the other party was. After fighting with the Masters of Holiness, Lin Fei knew that the other party's combat power was terrifying. To kill them, he would need 160 million power output. Let's capture them and understand the situation. 9 people flew towards the area. Leader, why do you think the heavens mandate energy has been leaking out these few days? Xianxia was the strongest person in the team. He was a rank 3 God Emperor. Who knows? I heard that only the upper echelons know about this. Xianxia did not know how to explain. Recently, The heavens mandate energy in Mountain God Emperor had been leaking out. Later, just check carefully. Don't miss any place. If the higher-ups blame us, none of us will have a good ending. Understood. The group soon arrived above the mountain range. Very soon, the group descended from the sky and appeared in the forest of the mountain range. This was the first time Lin Fei saw someone with the aura of a God Emperor. I really don't know why there are people living in Mountain God Emperor and why there are 6 forces. Divide everything in Mountain God Emperor. Lin Fei followed them secretly. Lin Fei had hidden himself very well with his powerful energy output. Help me see if anyone is paying attention to this area. Now that he understood the situation at Mount God Emperor, Lin Fei still didn't know how powerful the Battle Emperor was. It was better to keep a low profile. Master, don't worry. No one is monitoring this area. Lin Fei was relieved. Whoosh! Lin Fei's powerful spiritual consciousness enveloped the 9 people. The heavens-will energy turned into a long river that swept toward Primordial 13 and the others. Primordial 13 was the first to react and exclaimed, "Everyone be careful." At the same time, a heavens-will weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Long River. The others were not slow either. After all, they were all God Emperor powerhouses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The river was not affected at all. Primordial 13's saber attack landed on it, but it was as if it had landed on cotton. He could not exert any force, and he was wrapped tightly by the Long River. He was dragged in front of Lin Fei and thrown into the bushes. "Who are you? Why did you capture us?" Primordial 13 was shocked. He was a 3rd-rank God Emperor, yet he was defeated just like that. The others had the same expression. They shouted and glared at Lin Fan. "Let us go, we are from Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. If Sky Wolf Battle Emperor comes, you're dead." Lin Fei was not afraid of threats now. If he was not a match for Battle Emperor, he could leave Mountain God Emperor with a thought and return to the outside divine world. "Kiki, threatening me. Not bad, not bad." Lin Fei walked forward and slapped one of the 1st-rank God Emperor powerhouses. The other party's heavens-will energy flowed into the system like a rainbow. "No, you demon." The 1st-rank God Emperor powerhouse shouted in despair. In an instant, he became a shriveled corpse. Absorbing a 1st-rank God Emperor powerhouse gives me a lot of heavens-will points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He walked to the 2nd person and slapped him again. Primordial 13 and the rest revealed a look of fear. A dignified 1st-rank God Emperor powerhouse was sucked dry. There was nothing more terrifying than this. No one would not feel their scalp going numb when they saw their strength being sucked away. Lin Fei slapped them one by one. In the blink of an eye, 8 of them were sucked dry, contributing a large amount of heavens-will points. "Don't suck me. I will say everything." Primordial 13's body trembled. The young man in front of him was a great demon. Only a demon could do such a thing. He did not wish to be sucked dry. He was still young and did not wish to die. Wasn't it good at the start? Lin Fei chuckled. "Actually, I hate being threatened the most." Primordial 13 cursed in his heart. How dare he threaten you? There was no need for Lin Fei to interrogate him. Primordial 13 told him everything honestly. Lin Fei soon understood the situation of Mountain God Emperor. The 6 Battle Emperors were the strongest experts of Mount God Emperor. They were the Sky Wolf Battle Emperor, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor, the Radiance Battle Emperor, the Dream Talisman Battle Emperor, the Meteor Battle Emperor, and the Sky Battle Emperor. Yuan Shisan belonged to the Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. As for why Primordial 13 came here, it was because he received a notice to search for the reason for the leakage of heavens-will energy. "Lord, don't kill me. I'm willing to work for you." Primordial 13 flattered. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You're quite smart. However, since you're so tactful, I don't mind giving you a way out. If I find out that you're up to no good, you should know the consequences." Even though Lin Fei was smiling, Primordial 13 did not think so. The other party clearly did not care about what he did. If he really did that, he would definitely be sending himself to Primordial 13's door. He was completely afraid. Even a 1st and 2nd rank God Emperor was sucked dry. How could Primordial 13 be so shameless? "Lord, I will definitely be honest. I will not do anything. I swear to the heavens. Primordial 13 hurriedly expressed. Lin Fei did not have anyone he could use. Bringing along a familiar person would make things easier. What is the most precious thing in Mountain God Emperor? Tell me. Primordial 13 immediately said. The most precious thing produced here is the Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall. Each Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall contains an incomparably pure heaven's will energy. With my strength, I only need to consume a certain amount of Heavenly Origin Crystal Wall to recover. Heaven Crystal Wall? Lin Fei slightly frowned. Help me scan Mountain God Emperor for information regarding Heaven Crystal Wall. Scan it immediately. Primordial 13 did not dare to speak anymore. The most precious thing in Mountain God Emperor was the Heaven Crystal Wall. Other than that, there was nothing else that could be said to be the most precious. Master, the analysis just now shows that Mount God Emperor is a bit special. The entire Mount God Emperor is covered with mineral veins, all of which are the Heaven Crystal Wall mineral veins. I also found that every region has a mining area. Chapter 21:13. Lin Fei had never thought that the most precious thing would die in the Tianyuan Crystal Wall. This is impossible. No matter how he looked at it, this thing didn't seem to be the most precious. Were the master of the sagely sky and the others out of their minds? Master, just take a look at the distribution of the Tianyuan or vein and you'll understand the situation. A map appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was the map of the God Emperor Mountain. There were many red dots on the map. If one were to connect them together, it would be a huge area. So many, the little demon said. This Mountain God Emperor space is very special. There's a large amount of Heaven Crystal Wall accumulated here. According to the system's analysis, the Heaven Crystal Wall has many uses, especially when the system said that it can be recycled in exchange for a certain amount of points. This material does not even exist in the entire God realm. It can only be found here. Xianxia felt relieved after hearing the system's words. Perhaps the Tianyuan Crystal Wall was really the most important. All right, you'll stay here for the next few days. If I find out that you've left, I'll suck you dry. I'm back. Lin Fei's return caused the entire God world to cheer. The benefits that the God Emperor throne had bestowed upon everyone had more or less benefited from it. After the lords of the 33 holy heavens had been chased out, a brand new era had begun in the God realm. This era was called the Era of Dtion. Lin Fei had no interest in managing the God realm, so he left it to his subordinates. Your Majesty? Everyone changed the way they addressed him, calling him His Majesty. Lin Fei wasn't very interested. Since they liked to call him that, he didn't stop them. After returning, Lin Fei looked for Elder Fu and the Supreme Demon Monarch to ask about the God Emperor Mountain, especially about the Heaven Crystal Rampart. The Supreme Demon Monarch didn't know about it, but Elder Fu did. Yes, it's the Heaven Crystal Wall. Elder Fu thought for a while. It was confirmed. Are you sure? Elder Fu seemed to be reminiscing. That was a very long time ago. Although I could already remember things when I was still very young, I was still very young. The Heavenly Yuan Crystal Wall was a special existence. Later on, for some unknown reason, the entire world of the 33 sacred heavens was swept clean by a mysterious person, and all the mines were plundered. I'm not too sure, but the alternate dimension of Mount God Emperor should be related to that mysterious person. Lin Fei really didn't know that such a secret existed. The mysterious man? Little devil, do you think it's possible? The little devil chuckled. Since Master already has the answer in his heart, why bother asking me? Lin Fei did have an idea. According to the distribution of the map scanned by the system, no matter how mysterious an alien space was, it was impossible to condense a huge mineral vein. Your Majesty, did you see the Tianyuan Crystal Wall? Elder Fu asked. There are indeed a lot of ore veins. Lin Fei said. That's great. Elder Fu said excitedly. Your Majesty, the Tianyuan Crystal Wall is too important. It's best if Master can get some of them out. With these things, Your Majesty can create a group of powerful subordinates. Although he has not seen the Tianyuan Crystal Wall, Lin Fei can imagine the benefits. Although he is very strong, the strength of some of his subordinates is indeed quite different. Congratulations, Your Majesty D. Tian, for obtaining the God Emperor throne and starting a new era. Not long after Lin Fei came back, a projection quietly appeared in the Invincible Palace. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven congratulated Lin Fei. You came earlier than I expected, Lin Fei said indifferently as he sat on the celestial, the arch throne. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven was very displeased with D. Tian's tone, but he saw it clearly in the battle that day. This guy is stronger than he imagined. Even the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, who had 10% of his combat power, was killed. At that time, the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven was very excited. This little guy has actually grown to such an extent. After knowing that D. Tian has returned, the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven came personally. There is no other way. That thing is too important. It's still early. If you didn't disappear, I would have come long ago. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven complained. I came specially to congratulate Your Majesty D. Tian. This is not a matter of time. I can assume that you are here for the Tianyuan crystal wall, Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven laughed dryly. It seems that Your Majesty already knows. Lin Fei thought to himself. It is indeed the Tianyuan crystal wall. I'm quite curious. Is the Tianyuan crystal wall that important? Lin Fei asked with a smile. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven almost rolled his eyes. If it wasn't important, why would I waste my energy here? Who asked that D*Ned guy to collect almost all the Tianyuan mineral veins, then create a sealed world and open up an alternate space? What AB***? Your Majesty D. Tian, what do I have to do for you to agree to cooperate? Lin Fei was not in a hurry to talk about the deal. The deal is not urgent. Since he didn't come down that day, the cooperation is not a problem. What I want to know is the use of the Tianyuan crystal wall. Please explain it to me. You don't have to explain. I believe many people will be willing to introduce it to me. Don't know the use of the Tianyuan crystal wall? The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven's expression was a little strange. After thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. This was a sealed world. Even if there were outsiders, they would not be able to explain it clearly in a short time. Actually, the Tianyuan crystal wall is a form of energy. It contains rich destiny energy. At the same time, the Tianyuan crystal wall can not only be used for cultivation, but it is also a kind of material. It can be used to create destiny weapons. It can be used to create destiny weapons that are made of pure energy. Lin Fei listened quietly. Master, this guy's mind is fluctuating. He must be hiding something. Little Devil reminded. I knew this guy was not so kind. Lin Fei thought to himself. I need to go and understand the situation at Mount God Emperor next time. From the Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven, Lin Fei learned a lot about the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall. Turning energy into a sword, not limited to normal weapons. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven did hide some of the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall. As for the uses of the Tianyuan crystal wall, that's all. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven said, If Your Majesty D. Tian can take out a part of the Tianyuan crystal wall, I think we will have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Fei squinted. Then, what can you use to trade? You said that the Tianyuan crystal wall is very important. Could be cultivation techniques or equipment. Lin Fei really did not care about these at the moment. With the top-level power output, as long as the output was large, he could sweep everything. As for cultivation techniques, Lin Fei really did not care. The Lord of the Seventh Sacred Heaven's face twitched. Luckily, it was just a shadow, so he could not see it. Chapter 21:14. Lin Fei sent the Seventh Lord of the Holy Sky away for the time being. This guy was not an honest guy. He still had some secrets about the Heaven Crystal Wall that he had not told Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not think that the Seventh Lord of the Holy Sky would tell him the truth the first time. He was not in a hurry. Once the Seventh Lord of the Holy Sky tasted the sweetness for the first time, it would be beyond his control. I still have to go to the Mountain of God Emperor and get some Heaven Crystal Wall. Lin Fei was very unhappy that the six forces had divided the Mountain of God Emperor. After obtaining the throne of the God Emperor, the Mountain of God Emperor and the Mountain of God Emperor also belonged to Lin Fei. No one could take it away from him. Not long after he sent the seventh lord of the holy sky away, another projection came from the invincible palace. It was one of the masters of the holy sky who had fought against him before. He was a very strong one. The other party started off with compliments. Congratulations, Your Majesty D. Tian, for starting a new era. Lin Fei would never take words of faith seriously. Whoever took it seriously would be the loser. Who knew, at that moment, the other party might even want to skin you alive and eat you alive. Don't talk nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Fei did not kill the other party because he did not have a trace of killing intent. I want to work with Your Majesty. Whatever Your Majesty needs, the third lord of the holy sky can satisfy you, no matter what. The third lord of the holy sky waved his hand and sent over a storage ring. We were used last time. This is a small token of our appreciation. Eat the benefits. Cooperation, talk slowly. From start to finish, Lin Fei did not agree to anything. Clearly, the other party did not intend to negotiate in one go. These guys are really thick-skinned. They are willing to do anything for the heaven crystal wall. After sending off another 3 masters of the holy sky, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. They all came for the same purpose, the heaven crystal wall. At the same time, they gave him a gift. It was compensation for their rash actions last time. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that they could not do anything to him. After all, he was the strongest existence in the sealed world, and they could not come in. Since force didn't work the last time, he could only use another method, such as cooperation. Let's see what gift had been sent over. Lin Fei wasn't worried that they were up to some sort of conspiracy. He wouldn't play any tricks. Master, I've scanned it. There's no danger. In order to ensure that there was nothing in the storage ring, Lin Fei let the little demon scan the entire storage ring. This is a cultivation technique. In the first storage ring, there were books of cultivation techniques. They all sounded very domineering. This should be a God Emperor cultivation technique. Weapon of Destiny, 100 of them at once, and all of them have a 200-fold increase in power. They're really willing to spend a lot of money. A medicinal pill that can instantly heal injuries. It's a pretty good item. Unfortunately, I can't use it. Needless to say, these people were willing to spend their capital. If it had been anyone else, just the items in the first storage ring would have been enough to make them unable to tear their eyes away. They were simply too valuable. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't lack anything. After activating his peak level mode, cultivation techniques weren't that important anymore. As long as he had an endless supply of destiny points, he would be able to explode again and again. A powerful output of power. Lin Fei could completely crush the other party to death. Right now, these things are really not worth mentioning. Another one. Lin Fei opened the other storage rings one after another. Basically, the items were similar. If it wasn't cultivation techniques, then it was weapons. There were even some defensive heavenly mandate battle armors. Back and forth, it was like this. In the end, it was quite disappointing. Ding! Discovered a mysterious item. Just as Lin Fei was feeling very disappointed, the system inexplicably sent a notification. Mysterious item? Lin Fei was a little surprised. Let me find it. One by one, the items were turned over. No matter how he searched, Lin Fei saw this mysterious item and searched with his divine sense. Could it be this? Very quickly, at the bottom of the storage ring, Lin Fei really found something. It was a black slate with ancient runes carved on it. However, Lin Fei didn't recognize a single one of them. This was the first time he didn't recognize a rune. What the hell? I actually don't recognize these runes. This was a very rare occurrence. Lin Fei threw a scan over, planning to take a good look at what it was. Once the appraisal came out, Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Incomplete slate 3 level. Lin Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Damn, what kind of appraisal is this? There are 3 question marks. This wasn't the first time there was an appraisal with question marks. This time, the appraisal result was somewhat surprising. Little Devil, didn't our system upgrade to top-level mode? Why is there still something that can't be appraised? Lin Fei asked Little Devil. Little Devil came out and congratulated Master's luck is really good to actually find this thing. You know what this is? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Little Devil to actually know its origin. Little Devil shook her head. Master, I can't tell you now. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Ding. Top-level mission. Find and collect incomplete slate. Mission time. Unlimited. Reward. Random. Player Lin Fei. Accept the mission. Find and collect incomplete slate. Before Lin Fei could react, the mission was confirmed. How shameless. You didn't even ask me if I agreed. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He had found a slate out of nowhere and then started a mission. Was this a hidden mission? Lin Fei couldn't help but ponder. Master, this mission will be of great help to you. As long as you complete it, the benefits will definitely be beyond your imagination. I can reveal a little. There are a total of 18 of these incomplete slate. As long as Master can find all of them, the doubts in your heart will be solved. Little Devil said mysteriously. Really? Do you think I would lie to Master? Lin Fei quickly calmed down. Since Little Devil said this, it must have a very powerful background. There were a total of 18 of them. It seemed like he really had to cooperate with the Lord of the Sacred Sky. Ding collected a broken stone tablet, 3. Player Lin Fei has obtained the side quest reward, obtaining a basic energy blade technique and a basic energy shield. Lin Fei blinked. There's even a reward. This was a little unexpected. Little Devil smiled. When Master accepted the mission to collect 18 incomplete slate, the side mission also started. For example, if you collect one of them, you can get a reward. But were these basic energy blade technique and basic energy shield technique? No matter how I look at them, they don't look like much. Chapter 21:15. Lin Fei remembered clearly that he had not learned a skill for a long time. He did not expect that this time, because of the gift from the Lord of Sacred Sky, he would inadvertently receive a mission, a peak-level mission, and at the same time receive a portion of the reward. Whether it was good or not, he would learn it first. At least, Lin Fei was looking forward to the skill reward from a peak-level mission. Although the name sounded ordinary, there might be something unique about it. Ding, confirm to learn Fundamental Energy Saber Technique. Confirm. This skill turned into a Jingguang, and Lin Fei mastered Fundamental Energy Saber Technique. Ding, confirm to learn Elementary Energy Shield. Confirm. Lin Fei immediately chose to confirm. After learning these two skills, Lin Fei quickly realized that something was different. Normally, he would become an expert immediately after starting school. But this time, after learning, a progress bar appeared, showing that he had to train to 100% before he could enter the next level. Damn, I still have to learn. Little Devil said, Master, this is not an ordinary skill. The system can only start in peak level mode. Let me take a look first. Lin Fei immediately checked, and with one look his eyes opened wide. So awesome. Huh. In the next second, Lin Fei appeared beside the God Emperor throne, then entered the space of Mountain God Emperor, and once again appeared in the forest. Primordial 13 was still there and did not leave. After appearing, Lin Fei asked, In this place were the more immortal beasts, preferably the stronger ones. Primordial 13 replied without hesitation, Yes, in the west, about 1,000,000 miles away, there lives an Emperor beast with the strength of a rank 1. It is almost comparable to a rank 2 God Emperor expert. So. With a spatial movement, Lin Fei broke through 1,000,000 miles and arrived at the side of a lake. The system scanned and confirmed that there was an Emperor beast below. Come out. Lin Fei punched the lake, causing a huge tremor that attracted the attention of the sovereign beast below. It was a huge crocodile covered in densely packed scales. He exuded a ferocious emperor's might. As soon as the sovereign beast appeared, its tail swept out, causing space to tremble and Lin Fei's clothes to flutter. Basic Energy Saber Technique. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion in the air. An energy blade formed from pure destiny points appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the autarch beast's tail, causing it to fall off. Refinement plus 1 inch, there was finally a change in the progress bar. Lin Fei was moved. This skill is a blade technique. It's even stronger than when I use the Purple Moon Holy Blade to amplify its power. The amount of destiny points it consumes is far less than when I use the Purple Moon Holy Blade to attack. While Lin Fei was still in shock, the archbeast let out a roar. The scales on its back rained down like a rain of arrows, followed by a sonic boom. This guy is really strong. Any one of his scales can kill a Heaven's Mandate expert. With a thought, Lin Fei did not attack with his sword. Instead, he used the beginner's energy shield. As soon as he used his destiny points, an energy shield appeared around him. Bang! 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 The scales that filled the sky fell down. When they were bounced off by the energy shield, Lin Fei was completely fine. Refinement +1, Refinement +2, Lin Fei was shocked once again. This beginner's energy shield was also very useful. How is it? Not bad, right? The little devil said proudly. This is a deeper use of energy. The consumption is also exceptionally low, and the power will increase by several folds. Lin Fei felt it. For example, the basic energy saber technique was indeed very basic. It was nothing more than the most ordinary attack. However, when it was used in the form of energy, the power would increase by several folds. Most importantly, the energy was not limited, and it could easily attack the opponent's weakness. It is indeed very powerful. I can use it more freely. Lin Fei said seriously. When Master reaches the specialist level, the power will be even better. The autarch beast in front of us will be the best sparring partner for Master. Lin Fei looked at the autarch beast again. He realized that the tail that was chopped off earlier had recovered. Its sharp claws turned into afterimages as they clawed towards Lin Fei. All right, I will use you as a sparring partner. The long and narrow energy saber slashed forward. Lin Fei also used space movement. This was the first time he used the basic energy saber technique in this mountain god emperor space. Refinement +1, Refinement +1. Lin Fei was like a fish swimming in the water, moving back and forth. He was getting more and more familiar with the basic saber technique. It was a completely unconventional attack method. It was really an eye-opener. Primordial 13, who was chasing from behind, could feel the roar of the autarch beast from afar. When he got closer, he saw the humongous autarch beast roaring nonstop. Terrifying shockwaves spread in all directions. At this moment, the surroundings had already turned into ruins. This person is too terrifying. Primordial 13 looked at the autarch beast continuously attacking the black-robed young man. No matter how he looked at it, before the attack could even touch the opponent, it would be repelled by a layer of energy. On the contrary, the autarch beast's body was densely covered with wounds. The entire lake had turned red. Fortunately, I did not choose to fight till the end. Primordial 13 shivered. This was an autarch beast. Even a first transition god emperor could fight against a second transition god emperor expert. Even if it was him, he would need a few days to kill this autarch beast. Refinement +1, ding, basic energy saber technique leveled up, advanced to intermediate level. Lin Fei was delighted. However, the basic energy shield had yet to advance to intermediate level. Hua! With a slash of the energy saber, the autarch beast's humongous head fell off. The body laid motionless on the ground. Such a sharp energy saber. Lin Fei only wanted to test the power of the saber. He did not expect the autarch beast to die in one slash. Lord Mighty, Primordial 13 came up to flatter. This was the first time Lin Fei killed an autarch beast. Even though it was dead, its flesh and blood contained boundless energy. With a wave of his hand, he kept the remaining portion. Take this and roast it. Primordial 13 was completely convinced. He quickly roasted the meat. Very soon, the golden-yellow autarch beast meat emitted a fragrance. Lin Fei took a piece and took a bite. When the meat entered his mouth, it immediately turned into a warm current. Lin Fei refined it with a thought. It can even increase my destiny points. Not bad. Primordial 13 naturally did not dare to eat it. In fact, he was envious. The meat of an autarch beast had great effects. Go and eat it yourself. The two of them quickly divided the golden roasted meat. This amount of destiny points was nothing to Lin Fei. On the other hand, Primordial 13 was excited. As for the remaining bit, Lin Fei rewarded it to Primordial 13. Do you have the Heaven Crystal Wall? Then come out. Chapter 21:16. After finding an Emperor Beast to fight, he leveled up his basic energy blade technique and energy shield. After tasting the Emperor Beast's flesh, Lin Fei decided to learn more about the Heaven Crystal Wall. This is the Heaven Crystal Wall. This thing was much more beautiful than he had imagined. That was what Lin Fei thought. He held a shiny crystal in his hand. It was filled with surging energy and was extremely pure. Ding, discovered Heaven Crystal Wall. Absorb. Ding, discovered Heaven Crystal Wall. Exchange. Immediately the system prompted. Absorb and exchange? Lin Fei understood what the former meant. The latter could be exchanged? Could be exchanged for points? Exchange. Lin Fei chose the latter. He wanted to know what he could exchange for. Ding, exchange successful. Obtained 1 progress point. Following the system's notification, Lin Fei noticed something interesting. On the attribute page, there was an additional progress bar at the place where the energy output was supposed to be. 1/100000000. Progress 100% can be leveled up. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I was still thinking about how to raise the limit. So it requires Heaven Crystal Wall. That means I don't need 100 million pieces of Heaven Crystal Wall. This discovery made Lin Fei overjoyed. Although the output was between 100 million to 300 million, Lin Fei never thought he was invincible. He just had an advantage over others. Is the Heaven Crystal Wall easy to mine? Lin Fei casually asked Primordial 13. Very difficult to mine. The Heaven Crystal Wall is extremely hard. One must use the special tools to mine. Lin Fei waved his hand. Get to the point. This is all nonsense. I just want to know how much can be mined in a year. For example, your Sky Wolf Battle Emperor. I remember last year we mined a total of 15 million pieces of Heaven Crystal Wall. Primordial 13 thought about it and said. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Damn, so low. Thinking about it, if the Heaven Crystal Wall was so easy to mine, the God Emperor Mountain would have already been broken by others, and it wouldn't have fallen into his hands. My lord, this is already very high. For a few years, we mined the Heavenly Crystal Wall every year. It's less than half of last year's, only a few million yuan. When he heard the number, his heart skipped a beat. A few million a year? When would he be able to accumulate 100 million pieces of Tian Yuan Crystal Wall? I have to find out for myself. Lin Fei was very confident that as long as he inspected the situation on the spot, he would be able to think of a good way to increase the mining efficiency with his own system. Bring me to the nearest mining area. Primordial 13 was ready to risk everything. Soon, a mountain range appeared in front of them. There was a huge valley in the mountain range, and the valley was heavily guarded. My lord, this is one of the mining areas of the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. He has a total of 6 mining areas in his hands. This mining area can mine 2 million pieces of Heavenly Crystal Wall every year. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense, but used the system to scan. Around the mountains, there were tens of thousands of heavy armored soldiers, all of whom were equipped with the same equipment. At the same time, their realms were not low. All of them were divine emperors, and there were even many invincible divine emperors. God Emperor Mountain Space. Are there many mining areas? Lin Fei asked Primordial 13. I heard that there are many, but many places are occupied by powerful archbeasts, and some are even occupied by Battle Emperor level beasts. These mining areas were all snatched from the hands of the archbeasts. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was not bad news. All right, wait here for my return. With that, Lin Fei snuck into the mining area. The mining area was huge. Lin Fei noticed that the miners here were basically hierarch level. He held a special tool in his hand and entered the mining area expressionlessly. Wow, there are actually 2 7th Revolution God Emperors guarding here. Lin Fei concealed all his aura. Even if a Battle Emperor was here, he would not be able to detect anyone sneaking in. This time, Lin Fei was not here to kill, but to sneak into the mining area to investigate the situation. Avoiding the patrols, Lin Fei quietly entered the mining area. The mining area was huge, and it extended in all directions. Lin Fei found a secluded place. In the tunnel, someone was holding a hoe and hammering. Every time he hit the rock, the miner would explode with terrifying power, but the rock did not move at all. Open. Lin Fei revealed himself, opened his palm, and grabbed the nearest rock. With his power, no rock could withstand his grab. But this time, he was disappointed. This time, Lin Fei felt like he grabbed an iron plate, and the huge rebound caused his body to shake. Such a hard rock. Lin Fei was shocked. I just used about 50 million power, and I was actually rebounded. Again. This time, Lin Fei used 80 million power, and he did not believe that the rock could be so hard. Bang! Lin Fei was rebounded again, and it was very powerful, directly rebounding the previous power. This rock is not simple. Lin Fei shielded this area and was not worried about his aura leaking out. Again, bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei was really going to waste time with this thing. Every time, his power increased from 50 million to 300 million. Regrettably, the rock displayed a strange characteristic, and each time, the power would be rebounded. It was very strange. No wonder the mining efficiency is so low this year. After being rebounded again, Lin Fei let out a long sigh. He really understood why the mining efficiency was so low, and it was not without reason. Even my strongest power output can't move the rock. I really need a special item. Lin Fei stopped experimenting. Even if he used 1 billion power, he might not be able to break it. This rock was very strange. Help me scan this rock. I want to know what secrets it has. Although Lin Fei could not do anything to the rock, it did not mean that he could not do anything. Wasn't it just using up some destiny points? This was easy. Lin Fei just wanted to know the reason. Ding. Discovered special rock. Level 0 has a special ability that ignores all attacks and has a 100% reflection rate. Lin Fei suddenly realized that this was a special rock, and it even had a certain ability. This was really an eye-opener. I'm impressed. Previously, only Lin Fei could easily block the repeated reflections. Those who did not know would be killed on the spot. To be able to mine it, they must have a way to deal with this special rock. Lin Fei's figure disappeared, and he appeared in another mine. He killed one of them, took his mining tools, and, at the same time, threw an appraisal over. Pickaxe level 1, made from the trunk of the Sanluo iron tree. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 21:17. Primordial 13 was extremely worried. He had completely pledged his allegiance to Lin Fei. If there was any commotion in the mining area and a God Emperor expert made a move, he would be dead for sure. Let's go. Lin Fei arrived at Primordial 13's position and left the mining area. When he appeared again, he was in another mountain range. Now, that Lin Fei had mastered space movement, he could come and go without a trace. Moreover, the system could conceal his aura. Do you know about the Sanluo cyan tree? After discovering the secret, Lin Fei was relieved. As long as he found the Sanluo cyan tree and made a pickaxe through the system, mining would be a piece of cake. Yes, but this thing lives in places where monarch beasts gather. Lin Fei knew that Primordial 13 didn't know the secret of the Sanluo cyan tree. In fact, the secret that the 6 combat emperors knew was limited to a few people. Their subordinates knew the power of the pickaxe, but they didn't know what it was made of. The information on the surface was erased. If it wasn't for the system, Lin Fei would be dumbfounded. He wouldn't be able to get the tools to mine the Heaven Crystal Wall in a short period of time. Living in a place where monarch beasts gather isn't a problem. Lin Fei wanted to experience the power of the monarch beasts and combat emperors. He also wanted to bring some corpses of the monarch beasts to increase the strength of his subordinates. Lead the way. On the way, Lin Fei found out that the God Emperor Mountain was huge. However, the 6 combat emperors only occupied 1/3 of the territory. The remaining 2/3 were occupied by the monarch beasts. Basically, no one would return to the other 2/3 of the autarch beast territory. Even if they did, they would enter as a team. Very few people dared to go in alone. The autarch beasts were too united. If one appeared, a second would immediately appear. Primordial 13 was afraid. He could only bite the bullet and enter. Take this. Lin Fei took out a heavenly mandate weapon that could amplify by 150 times and threw it to Primordial 13. This plaything was useless to him now. Even the purple moon sacred saber that could amplify by 500 times was far from the energy fundamental saber art that he learned recently. Previously, he would easily waste his heavenly mandate points if he used the purple moon sacred saber. Now, he could use it perfectly. Thank you, my lord. Yuan Shi-san, who was a third revolution emperor god, did not even have a heavenly mandate weapon that he could use, let alone one that could increase his power by 150 times. Wait, just stay close to me. If you die, it's your bad luck. Primordial 13 nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would definitely follow behind Lin Fei and would not run around. Roar! When Lin Fei entered a boundless mountain range, powerful auras soared into the sky. All of them had the aura of the archbeasts. It was unknown whether it was the existence of the heavenly origin crystal wall or some other reason that created a large number of the archbeasts. This is Tian Yuan mountain range. We are now in the periphery. The Sanluo Sago tree is in the middle. As Yuan 13 flew, he kept an eye on his surroundings. There are so many sovereign beasts here. No wonder no one dares to come in alone. That would be suicide. Lin Fei carried Primordial 13 and performed space teleportation. His figure kept moving around the Tianyuan Mountains. Every time he appeared in a place, he would immediately go to the next place. The monarch beasts were startled awake. When they looked again, Lin Fei had disappeared. Primordial 13's scalp went numb. Those powerful auras were enough to tear him into countless pieces. Remember to point the way. Under Yuan 13's guidance, Lin Fei passed through more than half of the Tianyuan Mountains. Finally, he arrived at a gloomy forest that was still exposed. An oppressive aura came crashing over. Lord, be careful. This is the poison mentioned in the ancient books. Yuan 13 used his destiny energy to block the Black Mist's invasion. In front of Lin Fei was a huge forest with towering trees that reached the clouds. Naturally, the oppressive aura was ignored. Those are the Sanluo Sago trees. Yuan 13 pointed at the towering trees. However, Lord, be careful. These Sanluo Sago trees have spirits and will take the initiative to attack people. Each of these trees is equivalent to the Arch Realm. Lin Fei used an appraisal technique to confirm that they were Sanluo Sago trees. At the same time, it also indicated that this was an extremely willful tree species with exceptionally terrifying attack power. So the materials used in the mining area are of the lowest grade. After the appraisal, Lin Fei discovered another interesting thing. These Sanluo Sago trees were of very high grade. They were several times better than the ones he saw in the mining area. You stay here and watch. Lin Fei rushed in, ready to see the power of the Sanluo Sago trees. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Lin Fei entered, the originally motionless Sanluo Sago trees suddenly moved. They opened their branches and whipped at Lin Fei. The gap that was originally visible to the sky was completely covered by the Sanluo Sago trees. This area instantly became an impenetrable cage. No wonder their materials are so bad. These Sanluo Sago trees are far more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei waved his hand and turned his destiny points into saber intent that shot out. He blocked it. Although it was just a small experiment, it was still a power output of tens of millions. The saber intent slashed at the branches. The surface of the branches released a faint black mist that blocked the saber intense attack. Although some of the branches were cut off, they quickly grew back. Again, Lin Fei took out the purple moon sacred saber and slashed at the incoming branches. The Sanluo Sago trees were very terrifying. Wave after wave of attacks did not stop. Once the branches were cut off, they would immediately recover and attack unceasingly. They have all become demons. According to the information from Primordial 13, in order to obtain the Sunluo Sago trees, they had to chop off the main trunk. The other parts were useless. They even know how to shrink the space. Lin Fei moved back and forth. The purple moon sacred saber kept chopping off the branches. The surrounding space was still shrinking. The power output was also increasing. Soon, it reached 150 million. Facing the majestic branches, Lin Fei's expression turned solemn. This thing was really not easy to deal with. Lin Fei slashed out with his saber again. His strength broke through 200 million, and he opened up a path. In an instant, he recovered, and the densely packed attacks covered the sky. What a fast recovery ability. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fei continued to slash. The power output kept increasing. In a few breaths, it reached the peak, the limit of what he could output. As expected, it is not ordinary. Lin Fei activated the elementary energy shield. I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. The purple moon sacred saber opened up a path and charged towards the nearest Sunluo Sago tree. The current Lin Fei only needed to keep attacking. He could ignore the defense. Soon, the huge trunk appeared in front of him. Kill. Chapter 21:18. Lin Fei finally saw how powerful it was. The limitless iron tree's attack and defense were both very frightening. They were mighty and endless. Anyone who went against the limitless iron tree would definitely not have a good ending. This time, he encountered Lin Fei. It's indeed rooted in the Tianyuan, or vein. While attacking the trunk, Lin Fei discovered the secrets of the Sunluo iron tree through the system. For example, if the tree roots were rooted in the Tianyuan or vein, it could absorb a large amount of heaven's will energy and obtain a long period of invincibility. Open for me. Lin Fei slashed towards the depths of the ground and cut off the densely packed roots. This is the time. Lin Fei went all out. The sky-covering blade radiance landed on the trunk, causing the towering tree to shake violently. The heaven's will energy couldn't be replenished in a short period of time. This was the best opportunity. Boom! The huge trunk lost its energy supply and fell to the ground. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept it. Lin Fei found the weakness of the Sunluo iron tree. Continue. Lin Fei pounced towards another towering tree. Lord, it's really amazing. Primordial 13's eyes were wide open. Others might not know, but Primordial 13 had heard that a few combat emperors had entered the Tianyuan mountain range together and suffered heavy losses. That time, they were looking for the Sunluo iron tree. This was something Primordial 13 had unintentionally heard from others. Compared to Lin Fei, they were far inferior. They were two extremes. After finding the weakness, Lin Fei's attacks became even more ferocious. At the same time, 18 clones were released. All of them wielded the purple moon sacred blade and attacked crazily. Fortunately, Lin Fei had blocked the aura in this area. No matter how big the commotion was, he didn't need to worry about the monarch beasts finding out. He collected the Sunluo iron tree in peace. Lin Fei had high requirements. He only wanted the trunk of the Sunluo iron tree. He didn't want any side branches. He didn't like them. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the Sunluo iron tree suffered a calamity. Towering trees fell one after another. The trunk was collected. As long as he spent some destiny points, he could make a pickaxe of extremely high quality. Since they were going to mine, Lin Fei naturally had to prepare the best. Lin Fei stayed in this area for 3 days. In 3 days' time, Lin Fei swept through the myriad sift iron tree. With the cooperation of the 18 clones, they could cut down the trunk with the least amount of effort. Lin Fei harvested sections of the trunk. As long as the Sunluo iron trees here were old enough, Lin Fei wouldn't let any of them off. No matter how many came, they would all be taken care of. Almost there, after chopping down the last tree, Lin Fei collected a few sections of the trunk and was satisfied. Through the system, he could create a large number of pickaxes. All right, let's go. Removing his aura shield, Lin Fei turned around and prepared to leave. It was time for him to meet the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor and see just how powerful he was. So, the moment he came out, the hairs on Lin Fei's back stood. A sharp claw slashed over. At the same time, a huge black shadow covered the sky and appeared above. Lin Fei retracted his fist and punched the other party's claw, causing a huge rebound force. A huge rebound force caused Lin Fei to fly back. Damn, so strong. Lin Fei was shocked. He raised his head, unknowingly when there was a huge purple bird in the sky. It was 10,000 feet long and covered the sky. It was the other party's claw that came over. Lord, be careful. It's a great rock. Lin Fei was puzzled. He had shielded his aura. So how could this fellow appear here? It didn't make sense. Scan. In that short exchange, Lin Fei understood that this great rock was extremely strong. Just the power of that claw alone was over 100 million. Great rock, 7th Revolution God Emperor. Power output, 200 million. Main attacks, Heaven-Rending Claw, Exploding Lightning Ball. After looking through the information, Lin Fei was shocked. A 7th Revolution God Emperor Beast power output was actually so high. It was a shocking 200 million. Seems like the attack just now was Heaven-Rending Claw. Its attack is indeed extraordinary. The great rock slashed again with its sharp claws. Sound of air being torn could be heard. Its power had reached the limit, a total of 200 million. Lin Fei could only see the claw shadows in front of him. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. If it were God Emperor, he would definitely be torn to pieces. I happen to be lacking a flying mount. You'll be the one. Lin Fei used spatial displacement, dodging all of the attacks. He appeared in the air above the great rock. The great rock raised its head and spat out a ball of lightning, which whistled through the air and transformed into a net of lightning. Damn, it's trying to seal off all my escape routes. Even Lin Fei had no choice but to admit that this move was extremely powerful. Voila! With the purple moon's sacred blade in hand, he slashed forward. The blade light shattered the lightning net. Lin Fei leaped up and landed on the back of the great rock. Get down! Boom! The 300 million power output turned into an empty tie that landed on the back of the great rock. The great rock shrieked and fell from the sky, crashing into a forest. Pung, pung, pung. Lin Fei stomped a few more times. Are you convinced? The maximum output of 300 million energy merely caused the great rock Thunder Eagle to spit out a mouthful of blood. His back had caved in, but his life force was not affected much. Lin Fei clicked his tongue in wonder. If a 7th Revolution God Emperor was already so powerful, then a combat emperor above the 9th Revolution would be even more terrifying. I'm convinced. The great rock shouted. It was prepared to eat human flesh. Unexpectedly, it met such a powerful existence. It was filled with regret. Open your sea of consciousness. Without saying a word, Lin Fei threatened the great rock to open its sea of consciousness. Then, he planted his imprint and completely subdued the great rock. Now, he had a powerful flying beast as a mount. As for unlocking the imprint, Lin Fei did not care. It was exchanged from his system store. It was extremely mysterious. How could a mere great rock break it? Heal. Hua hua hua. Destiny points turned into a warm current and healed the injuries of the great rock. All right, from today onwards, you should be called Great Rock. Lin Fei called Primordial 13 over. The battle aura had attracted some great rock. A 7th Revolution God Emperor Great Rock was already so powerful. If there were a dozen more, even Lin Fei would feel great pressure. Of the 36 stratagems, escape was the best. The great rock spread its wings. With terrifying speed, it traveled millions of miles. After a few flaps, it was already far away. Lin Fei was secretly happy. This mount is really qualified. When he came out, Lin Fei was at the periphery of Tianyuan mountain range. The moment the great rock released its great rock's aura, the other existences were so scared that they laid on the ground. Can you make it smaller? No problem. Chapter 2119. After witnessing Great Rock's power, Lin Fei paid more attention to the Emperor Beasts in Mount God Emperor. Tell me about the powerful characters in Tianyuan mountain range. Lin Fei wanted to understand the situation in Tianyuan mountain range. Great Rock was the most suitable person to do so. Great Rock was very clear about the situation in Tianyuan mountain range. This fellow was also beaten into submission by Lin Fei. A power output of more than 200 million was extremely terrifying. Only Emperor Beasts could withstand it. If it was a human, Lin Fei's foot might have crushed them. Master, there are a total of 5 combat emperors in Tianyuan mountain range. Great Rock explained in detail. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Fortunately, he did not recklessly charge into the depths. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble. Outsiders might not know, but Lin Fei had experienced it. There are a total of 5 combat emperors, but there are countless emperor beasts of other realms. No wonder the 6 major forces do not dare to enter. In comparison, the human race is far inferior. Lin Fei understood more about the situation and roughly understood the situation in the Tianyuan mountain range. I have to be careful in the future. A 7th revolution God Emperor Great Rock's power output was 200 million. Lin Fei did not doubt that the 9th revolution God Emperor Beast power output should be around 400 to 500 million. As for combat emperors, Lin Fei guessed that their power output should be around 1 billion. Even if there was a slight difference, it should be at least 800 million. Lin Fei felt that to defeat them, his power output should be at least 800 to 900 million. I thought too lightly of dealing with combat emperors. At the start, Lin Fei was overflowing with confidence after easily defeating Primordial 13. He felt that combat emperors should not be that strong. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. He had been too full of himself. If he had really charged over recklessly, he might have ended up suffering a setback. Looks like I have to increase my output limit. Previously, Lin Fei did not care about it. Now he had to. After instructing Great Rock to stay here, Lin Fei turned and left Mount God Emperor. Little Devil, how do I increase my output limit? Lin Fei asked the Little Devil directly. Why didn't he stay in the God Emperor Mountain? Lin Fei was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself for the time being. Perhaps they would suspect him, so he had to be even more careful. Master can complete the mission given by the system. You can gain points from it. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no trouble. Then give me a mission. He did not need to worry about the immortal realm. The people of the 33 Sage Heavens would not have any ideas for now. His only worry was the representative of the heavenly law, the Sky Dragon. Previously, Lin Fei had used the system to search. Unfortunately, he had not been able to find any traces of the Sky Dragon. After witnessing the power of a 7th Revolution God Emperor, Lin Fei was eager to increase his output. All right, ding, mission issued. Ding. Player Lin Fei has raised the Divine Beast Hairball to the level of an Emperor Beast within a month. 100 points will be awarded upon completion. 70% of Destiny points will be deducted upon failure. 100 points? Lin Fei opened the system again. He noticed that there was a number behind power output. It was exactly 1,000 points. Looks like I need to accumulate 1,000 points to activate it. Actually, even without the system issuing the mission, Lin Fei was prepared to bring Hairball to the God Emperor Mountain to devour the Emperor Beasts one by one to raise Hairball's power. Alright, other than this mission, are there any other missions? 1 month was not a long time. Just one mission. Lin Fei felt that it was too long. It would be even better if he could obtain 1 or 2 more missions. Master, you can use a certain amount of Destiny points. You can obtain a certain amount of Crusade mission. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with joy. There is a Crusade mission? I don't think there was one before. This can only be activated in top-notch mode. Then why didn't you tell me before? Little evil demon rolled his eyes. Master didn't ask. Lin Fei was speechless. Come to think of it, he didn't ask before. He could obtain a certain amount of points and obtain a Crusade mission. Lin Fei was very excited. He immediately obtained a mission after hearing that it required 100 million Destiny points. The cost of this mission was really not low. Lin Fei didn't try it for the time being. He planned to arrange things first. Lin Fei quickly arranged everything. He said that he was stabilizing his God Emperor realm strength, but in fact, Lin Fei came to the God Emperor mountain. This time, Lin Fei didn't come alone. He also brought Hairball. Hairball was now a divine beast and could fight against Heaven's Mandate realm experts. Great Peng and Primordial 13 were both here. Hairball roared when she saw Great Peng. Clearly, she knew that this bird-like guy was very powerful. This time, you have to eat to your heart's content. Soon, you will also reach the Emperor Beast realm. Lin Fei patted Hairball's head. Hairball was indeed afraid of this little bird. She nodded. I will definitely increase my strength quickly. Lin Fei didn't plan to go out. He planned to stay in Tianyuan mountain range for a month. Activate the Crusade mission. Ding. 100 million destiny points consumed. Crusade mission activated. Ding. Mission. Kill 100 immortal beasts, regardless of cultivation. No time limit. Mission complete. Reward, 20 points. Lin Fei was speechless. This random mission was really a scam. Regardless of cultivation, killing 100 immortal beasts wasn't a problem at all. Time to farm points. Before leaving, Lin Fei set up several energy towers to absorb Heaven's Mandate energy. Then, he entered Tianyuan mountain range and started hunting immortal beasts. Roar! A golden tiger pounced out of a thicket. Following it was a tiger's roar, a dragon tiger's roar, and it pounced at Lin Fei. Roar! Hairball turned into her original form and pounced. With a swipe of her sharp claws, the golden tiger's tough defense was broken. Hairball opened her mouth and bit down on the golden tiger, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Ding! Killed an immortal beast, number +1. This wasn't Lin Fei's first kill. Basically, it was Hairball who did the killing, with Lin Fei assisting from the side. The carcass was even simpler, as Hairball directly devoured it. On the battle pet page of the system, there was a progress bar. That was Hairball's progress into the Sovereign Beast realm. It was only a little bit, and there was still a long way to go before it broke through. Ding! Killed an immortal beast, number +1. Ding! Killed an immortal beast, number +1. Lin Fei didn't go deep into the forest, but stayed at the periphery. He planned to kill his way in. Hairball's strong defense was enough to deal with ordinary immortal beasts in a single round. Ding! Mission completed. Reward, 20 points. Soon, 100 immortal beasts were killed. Chapter 21:20. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining 20 points. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining 10 points. Tianyuan Mountain Range. Lin Fei slashed out a saber light and killed an immortal beast, successfully completing a mission and obtaining 20 points. Ever since he started farming points, Lin Fei and Hairball started sweeping the immortal beasts in the periphery. Luckily, the system was quite humane. Whether it was Hairball or Lin Fei who killed them, it would be counted as part of the mission. More than 700 points. These days, Lin Fei didn't rest at all. Relying on the system's monitoring, he avoided the powerful monarch beasts and completed the missions one after another. The number of destiny points he spent was not small. Lin Fei was not worried about the Heaven's Fate points. The God Emperor Mountain space had an endless supply of Heaven's Fate energy to Lin Fei, killing 10 monarch beasts and obtaining 30 points. This mission is worth it. After looking at the mission, Lin Fei brought Hairball to the nearest monarch beast territory. With the system, Lin Fei wasn't afraid that he couldn't complete the mission. Hairball's progress bar had also increased by a large margin. She was almost 2/3 done. Ordinary immortal beasts wouldn't be of much use to her. It was time to start on the monarch beasts. Roar, damn humans! In the territory of a monarch beast, a huge creature rushed out. It was a huge lion. It had a domineering name in Mountain God Emperor, Sky-Shattering Lion. This guy's attack was powerful. Even Primordial 13 wouldn't be a match for it. Hairball's body had grown a lot bigger. Her battle prowess had also increased. After the Sky-Shattering Lion rushed out, she pounced on it. Their gigantic bodies collided, creating a gale that razed the surrounding forest to the ground. The damage output is quite high. It's actually 180 million damage. Lin Fei took out the Violet Moon Sacred Saber and rushed forward. He slashed and broke the opponent's defense. Hairball's sharp claws weren't just for show. One man and one hairball. Their cooperation was very tacit. Ding! Killed one monarch beast. The arch beasts and immortal beasts living in the periphery were unlucky. Lin Fei and Hairball cooperated and killed their way in. Even if they encountered a powerful opponent, they would kill them on the spot. Even a 7th Revolution God Emperor Great Rock Thunder Eagle was not its opponent, much less other Emperor beasts. Lin Fei did not go and grab helpers. There was no point in doing so for the time being. In his eyes, the most important thing was to quickly complete the crusade mission, obtain points, and unleash his maximum damage output. Soon, 23 days had passed. Ding! Mission completed. Obtained 30 points. Ding! Accumulated points have reached 1,000. Do you want to activate the maximum output? After killing another monarch beast, Lin Fei finally accumulated 1,000 points. Finally, 1,000 points. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei sighed. If it were an ordinary Emperor God expert, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission even if they spent a year. Who asked Lin Fei to have enough destiny points to fight for a long time? The same could not be said for the monarch beasts. Upgrade. Even though the maximum output was 300 million, Lin Fei felt that it was not safe. Over the past few days, he had not ventured into the depths of Tianyuan mountain range. From the Great Rock, he knew that the monarch beasts living in the depths were extremely powerful. Some of them had even mutated, and their combat power could not be estimated. Lin Fei did not enter because he had encountered a mutated monarch beast in the periphery. It had the combat power of a 5th Revolution God Emperor, but Lin Fei did not know what it consumed. It could actually unleash a combat power of 300 million. Fortunately, Lin Fei persisted long enough to exhaust the other party's energy before killing it. A 5th Revolution God Emperor beast could mutate to such an extent. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate those powerful mutated existences mentioned by the Great Rock. He would rather sweep the outside first. Ding! Player consumed 1,000 points to upgrade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Lin Fei opened the system's attribute page. The original maximum output was now 500 million. It had doubled. This is great. I can actually output 500 million. Lin Fei was delighted with this result. With 500 million output, he could definitely hunt monarch beasts in the intermediate region. The monarch beasts living in those regions were around 5th Revolution God Emperor to 7th Revolution God Emperor. At the same time, there were more immortal beasts than in the periphery. It was just enough to satisfy Hairball's upgrade. The first upgrade cost 1,000 points. The second upgrade will cost 3,000 points. Lin Fei was completely confident in himself. It was just 3,000 points. It was not a difficult task. Hairball, let's continue. Lin Fei continued with his crusade mission. However, this time, farming points was secondary. Lin Fei wanted to help Hairball upgrade to the Monarch Beast realm. After increasing the output limit to 500 million, Lin Fei's combat power increased greatly. Ordinary Monarch Beasts could be killed in one slash. Lin Fei could not be bothered to waste time. After all, he did not have much time left. Hairball was improving rapidly. She was close to becoming a Monarch Beast. Another 7 or 8 Monarch Beasts should be enough. After killing another Monarch Beast, Hairball pounced on it and swallowed it. Great Rock was envious. Primordial 13's expression was needless to say. He was completely numb after these days. Opening the system, Lin Fei checked for traces of Monarch Beasts. There was a Monarch Beast 50,000 kilometers away. Lin Fei rushed over without hesitation. Get out! Lin Fei arrived at the swamp valley. It was shrouded in mist and a rotting smell. Activating the elementary energy shield, he blocked the mist outside. Lin Fei punched the swamp valley. The fist light was like a meteor that pierced through the swamp valley. Be it the mist or the venomous insects, they were all torn apart by this punch. It's here! Lin Fei's punch lured the Monarch Beast out of the swamp valley. This was a Monarch Beast that lived in the swamp. It looked like a huge eyeball and exuded a dense, evil aura. So. The the swamp valley began to move. Beams of light shot out from the rotten mud, covering the sky and covering the sun. Lord, be careful. This is the evil flame beast's corrosive attack. Turn the corporeal body. Primordial 13 warned. Activating the elementary energy shield, Lin Fei wasn't that worried. He took out the purple moon's sacred saber and slashed out hundreds of saber lights. The light beams and saber lights collided, and a terrifying energy spread out. It's actually so strong. After this attack, Lin Fei could feel that the evil flame beast was extraordinary. His current casual attack had an output of 200 to 300 million. The other party's light beams were comparable to his saber lights. It was indeed extraordinary. Lin Fei threw an appraisal over. After looking at it, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn, it's actually a mutated monarch beast. Its power output actually reached 600 million. It's even higher than mine. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Seeing that the evil flame beast's attack failed, the power of the light beams increased to the limit. Master, I can't take it anymore. Hairball took a few hits and ran away without a conscience. Its huge body creaked as its flesh was corroded. Kill! Lin Fei dodged the light beam attack and knocked it away with a saber strike. He suddenly appeared in front of the evil flame beast and slashed at its body. 500 million damage instantly erupted, and a large piece of flesh was sent flying. Chapter 21:21. Mutated Emperor Beasts were truly powerful. This evil flame beast was indeed powerful, especially in terms of attack power. At the same time, it had a corrosive attribute. As long as a flesh body came into contact with it, it would definitely turn into a skeleton. The only thing that made Lin Fei rejoice was that this guy had a weakness, which was defense. So. Lin Fei moved back and forth. Every time, the purple moon sacred blade would accurately slash the evil flame beast. When the evil flame beast counterattacked, Lin Fei would immediately change his position. Even though Lin Fei had the advantage, he could not kill the evil flame beast in a short time. Lin Fei was in no hurry. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to kill the evil flame beast. Meanwhile, after Furball escaped, it used spatial jump to grab the evil flame beast body before turning around and running. As for the Great Peng and Primordial 13, they hid far away. This mutated Emperor Beast was extremely terrifying. A casual attack could kill Primordial 13. Fundamental Energy Blade Technique. Lin Fei approached again. This time, he did not use the Purple Moon Sacred Blade. As time passed, the evil flame beast's surface developed a corrosive attribute. Even the Purple Moon Sacred Blade was slightly damaged. Crash! The energy blade directly pierced through the evil flame beast. With a slash of the blade, a large piece of flesh fell off. Bang, bang, bang! The evil flame beast was furious. Ever since it became the overlord of this area, coupled with its mutated strength, even ordinary 7th and 8th Revolution God Emperor beasts did not dare to barge in. Now that it was injured by a human brat, the evil flame beast was extremely furious. It constantly spat out corrosive light beams, wanting to corrode this human brat into a skeleton. Only then could it vent its anger. Haha, are you angry? Lin Fei relied on spatial movement and elementary energy shield to block wave after wave of light beam attacks. The evil flame beast's huge body shrunk several times. Die! Sensing that the evil flame beast's attacks had stopped for a moment, Lin Fei pushed his attacks to the limit and ruthlessly slashed off another large piece of flesh. So. Lin Fei's attacks became faster and faster. Time power enveloped the evil flame beast body. This caused the evil flame beast's attack speed to slow down. If it had been at the start, the evil flame beast would have been able to shatter the power of time. Now, the evil flame beast was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It wouldn't be able to last much longer. Devouring heaven, Lin Fei continued to attack. The evil flame beast was on the verge of death. Hairball pounced over. He opened his mouth and swallowed the evil flame beast. F***. It has increased by 10%. Lin Fei smiled when he saw Hairball's progress. This mutant emperor beast was more impressive than he had imagined. Fortunately, my damage output is 500 million. If it was the previous 300 million, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to break through its defense. Lin Fei sighed. In order to kill this mutant emperor beast, he had spent the better part of the day. Lin Fei could imagine those mutated emperor beasts at the 7th or 8th revolution God Emperor realm. His power output would probably reach a terrifying 8 or 900 million. Help me scan and see if there's anything good. Lin Fei was very curious about how these mutant emperor beasts were produced. With the thought of not letting go, Lin Fei also swept through the area. If he was not careful, he might find something. Soon, he found a nest under the swamp. This was the lair of the evil flame beasts. Lin Fei had an energy shield, so he charged straight into the lair. Damn, how many emperor beasts did this evil flame beast kill? The evil flame beast's nest was very big. Lin Fei entered. He saw huge white bones. Without guessing, he knew these were the corpses of emperor beasts. There are also god emperors that were killed. In a corner, Lin Fei found human bones. There were even some tattered battle armor. Clearly, these god emperors were nothing more than fodder to the evil flame beast. Lin Fei scanned. Although he had the heavenly mandate weapon, it was already in tatters. Since it was useless, he naturally did not want it. Master, there's something good here. Hairball's voice came from the depths of a nest. Lin Fei rushed over and saw a huge stone trough in the depths of a nest. The stone trough was filled with crimson blood that was constantly tumbling. That was not the main point. The main point was that there was a blood-colored lotus on the surface of the blood. It was about to bloom. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. He realized that this lotus was not simple. Could it be that these human corpses were all here for this blood lotus? Suddenly, such a thought popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why god emperors would enter the intermediate area and come to this place. Lin Fei recognized an appraisal technique. If it was in the advanced mode, he would not be able to appraise it. Now that he was in the advanced mode, there was no need to worry. Appraisal was omnipotent in the advanced mode. Mutated blood lotus. There is a certain chance of mutation. 3 days until maturity. It was a very simple explanation. After hearing this, Lin Fei immediately revealed a joyful expression. I didn't expect this to be a mutated blood lotus. I could still find such a good thing. After squatting down and carefully observing for a while, Lin Fei discovered that the mutated blood lotus was indeed very ordinary. It was very mysterious. I wonder if Hairball will mutate and become stronger after eating it. Lin Fei finally understood why there were mutated emperor beasts in the intermediate area. This fellow was also very smart. As long as the evil flame beast was given enough time to guard this treasure, Lin Fei completely believed that this evil flame beast would become a terrifying existence. There's still 3 days left. Just nice. Lin Fei planned to wait for the blood lotus to bloom. At that time, he would let Hairball eat it. If she was lucky, Hairball might become an emperor beast in one go with the mutated blood lotus. Lin Fei was not that generous to leave the blood lotus alone. After cleaning up the lair, Lin Fei brought Primordial 13 in and waited for the blood lotus to mature in 3 days. When Hairball heard that it could increase her strength, she was more concerned than anyone else. She stood guard by the side. Master, this should be a level 2 mutated emperor beast. If not for Master, it might have become a level 3 mutated emperor beast. Primordial 13 was shocked after knowing this. There are differences between mutated emperor beasts. Yes, there are differences. I also read about it in the records. Primordial 13 said, ordinary emperor beasts are actually not scary. But if you encounter a mutated emperor beast, it will be scary. A level 1 mutated emperor beast is equivalent to a 4th revolution god emperor. For example, this evil flame beast has the strength of an ordinary 7th revolution god emperor. Even if Primordial 13 did not say, Lin Fei could also calculate it. The evil flame beast's realm was not high, but its attack power was extremely terrifying. It could completely compare to an ordinary 7th revolution god emperor beast, or even be a level higher. It seems that those war emperor beasts are basically mutated existences. This thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind. I wonder who created this mountain god emperor space. It is far more mysterious than I imagined. Chapter 21-22 Tianyuan Mountains Intermediate Zone. Lin Fei rested in the evil flame beast's lair for 3 days. During this time, he did not slack off and swept away all the immortal beasts in the vicinity. The evil flame beasts had already killed the powerful emperor beasts. There was no need for Lin Fei to make a move. Hairball could sweep them all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder in his lair, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, cutting through the void. Wow, it can even attract immortal beasts and emperor beasts. Lin Fei used his divine sense to look outside and was instantly overjoyed. For some reason, several powerful beasts within 10,000 li of the swamp were attracted to this area. Their auras linked together to form a terrifying wave of immortal beasts. The scariest thing was that these immortal beasts seemed to be attracted by something. They were originally enemies, but now they were living in harmony. It must be the aura released by the mutated blood lotus. Lin Fei knew that this would not be an easy task. Although he knew that the mutated blood lotus would mature in 3 days, Lin Fei could not help but curse when he saw it. Although the mutated blood lotus was moving, it did not mean that it would mature immediately. It still needed time. A rough estimate would be 4 to 6 hours. What a scam! Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that if the mutated blood lotus was devoured by other immortal beasts and emperor beasts within 4 to 6 hours, all his efforts would be in vain. Ding! Top-level mission issued. Resist the wave of immortal beasts and obtain the mutated blood lotus. Mission success will be rewarded with 1,000 points. Mission failure will result in a deduction of 100 million points. Time limit, 10 hours. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a mission at this time. Even if it's 1,000 points, I have to do it. Lin Fei did not want to lose 100 million points. At the same time, he understood that with such a high reward, the difficulty of the mission would not be low. He had to give it his all. I accept it. Ding. Player Lin Fei has accepted the mission successfully. Mission activated. Lin Fei took a deep breath, and at the same time, his body exploded with battle intent. Hairball Dapeng, you guys go up. Clean up the little things. The first wave of immortal beasts was not as powerful as the first wave. It was easy to tell that they were being controlled. In other words, they had powerful existences backing them, such as powerful the archbeasts. I can start a massacre. Hairball transformed into her true form and rushed out. This fellow had been going crazy recently. His strength had increased very quickly, and he could even fight against some sovereign beasts without losing. What about me? Primordial 13 said nervously. You can go out later. The first wave came. There were immortal beasts all around the swamp. There were immortal sovereigns and immortal emperors. They were densely packed together. It was a dark mass. Roar, that's great. Hairball came up. Its massive body stomped down, killing hundreds of immortal beasts. Then it opened its ferocious mouth and swallowed all of the corpses into its stomach before pouncing at the immortal beasts that were charging at it. The Dapeng transformed into its true form as well. It opened its mouth and spat out lightning balls that smashed onto the immortal beasts, instantly killing a large number of them. It was not interested in this, but Hairball was different. She came up and swallowed them. I was still worried about how Hairball could improve. Now is the right time. I don't need to do anything. These immortal beasts will come knocking on my door. Lin Fei kept watching. Hairball and the Dapeng were ferocious and domineering. They swept through several waves, and the corpses of the immortal beasts on the ground were all swallowed by Hairball. Her progress bar was about 85%. She was now heading towards 86%, in the sky above Tianyuan mountain range. At this moment, 2 people were advancing at top speed under the cover of the night. There was almost no trace of them. It was clear that they were powerful and had reached an extremely high realm. It's been 500 years. The mutated blood lotus has matured again. I wonder who's lucky this time. Two people, a man and a woman, were flying side by side. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. No matter who it is, we must not let them snatch it. If we let them mutate again, they will definitely turn out in full force given their hatred for us. At that time, we might not be able to stop them. The woman in black had a black veil over her face. She had a slim waist and a voluptuous figure. Every move she made exuded boundless charm. The middle-aged man's expression was no longer relaxed. He nodded solemnly. It's getting fiercer and fiercer. In less than half an hour's time, the immortal beasts outside the swamp turned into black torrents and surged in wave after wave. Even though Hairball and the Dapeng were powerful, they could not stop the immortal beasts from approaching the swamp. Lin Fei released his 18 doppelgangers and had them guard the mutant blood lotus. With their protection, Lin Fei felt much more at ease. Each of them had tyrannical power. Let's go up. Lin Fei brought Xianxia to the surface of the swamp. They were greeted with a fierce aura. That was the aura of the immortal beasts gathered together. Even a third revolution god emperor like Xianxia shuddered subconsciously, because behind the swamp, there were faintly discernible imperial beasts filled with greed. Hairball was currently gorging herself. Her innate mystique was constantly being used. The immortal beasts kept falling into her bloody mouth. With the primordial evil dragon's strong digestive ability, there was no need to worry about indigestion. Just Hairball and the Dapeng alone cannot suppress them. Lin Fei waved his hand and released the army that he brought with him. Ever since his strength increased, their usefulness had decreased. Other than a portion of them being placed in Invincible Palace, the rest were by his side. Today, they finally had a chance to put their skills to use. Kill them. The Invincible Army came out and charged at the immortal beasts. Now, Lin Fei was not afraid of exhaustion. At this time, he would exhaust the immortal beasts as much as possible. If he could avoid using Heaven's Mandate energy, he would not use it. Anyway, he had a lot of godheads. Lin Fei waved his hand and released a 5 million strong army. Instantly, they pressed against the dense immortal beast wolf tide. Compared to the countless immortal beasts, Lin Fei's 5 million strong army was really nothing. Lin Fei did not need them to hold on for a long time. After all, they were cannon fodder. All he needed to do was to stall for time. Again, soon, the 5 million strong army was killed by the immortal beasts. This time, Lin Fei released another 10 million strong army and attacked again. The expended cannon fodder was really useful. At least, it made Hairball and the Dapeng feel much more relaxed. Wow, Hairball's progress is at 91%. Lin Fei smiled. The mutated blood lotus had really helped him a lot. Otherwise, he would have to work hard to find the imperial beasts. Lin Fei's army did not hold on for long. There was still a certain gap between the strength of the human race and the immortal beasts. Although both sides were not afraid of death, it was a pity that they could not withstand the terrifying number of immortal beasts. The densely packed immortal beasts were like mountains. Soon, the army that Lin Fei brought was completely exhausted. At the same time, the imperial beasts began to rush forward. Obviously, the aura of the mutated blood lotus had stimulated them. 13, go, and help Hairball. Lin Fei took a deep breath. He had to do it himself. Kill. The purple moon sacred saber landed in his hand and set off a torrent that crushed the densely packed immortal beasts. In an instant, blood flowed like a river in the swamp, and corpses flew everywhere. In the face of the powerful output of 500 million power, the immortal beasts were only food. The imperial beasts closest to the front were also killed. Ding! Killed an imperial beast. Chapter 21-23. When Lin Fei attacked, his blade was like the blade of the Grim Reaper, reaping the lives of immortal beasts. Even the weaker emperor beasts were cut in half at the waist. Blood flowed like a river, and limbs were severed. The rewards were not small. The subjugation mission was completed very smoothly. Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to this. As long as the mission was completed, he would immediately accept the next subjugation mission. He was not worried about wasting his destiny points. Roar! A powerful Emperor Beast spewed out a black current. Lin Fei did not dodge. He slashed with his purple moon sacred blade and cut the Emperor Beast in half. It was no longer breathing. These Emperor Beasts are too simple. Lin Fei charged forward, and with a swing of his saber, he slew a sovereign beast. He knew that this was just a test. The stronger sovereign beasts were still behind him, and the importance of the mutated blood lotus was something that the sovereign beasts knew better than him. One Emperor Beast, two Emperor Beasts. Lin Fei had no idea how many sovereign beasts he had killed. As long as they came, he would kill them all. As for the immortal beasts, they were killed by his blade before they could even get close. A vacuum was formed around Lin Fei. Delicious, delicious. Hairball's appetite was getting better and better. As long as it was an Emperor Beast killed by Lin Fei, Hairball would immediately pounce and swallow it. Only the immemorial evil dragon race was not worried about bursting its stomach. The purple moon holy saber in Lin Fei's hand stabbed into the ground, and the waves finally stopped. Human brat, the mutated blood lotus is not something you can have. In the dark night, a colossal Emperor Beast came out like a mountain. The ground beneath it trembled. Bang, bang, bang. The colossal beast walked over and appeared in front of Lin Fei. Lord, he is a Vajra Emperor Beast. He has unparalleled strength and is very powerful. In fact, Lin Fei could see it. The other party was too huge and covered in hair. At this moment, the hair stood up like steel needles. Lin Fei did not doubt that the hair turned into steel needles. It was absolutely terrifying. This was a 7th Revolution God Emperor Beast. In addition to its racial talent, it had the combat power of an 8th Revolution God Emperor. It was this adamantine Emperor Beast that had spoken previously. The mutated blood lotus is in my hands now. That's mine. Lin Fei shook his head. Whoever wants the mutated blood lotus, feel free to come up. My purple moon holy blade will not be merciful. Lin Fei would never let the mutated blood lotus fall into the hands of an outsider. This was a mission with a reward of 1,000 points. At the same time, Hairball would be able to break through to become a mutated Emperor Beast, surpassing the realm of ordinary Emperor Beasts. Since you are unwilling to hand over the mutated Snow Lotus, I will kill you first. The adamantine Emperor Beast roared angrily. All the fur on its body shot out as it pounced forward. 2 golden copper hammers appeared in his hands, and he smashed them down from the left and right. The combination attack was extremely powerful. When the adamantine Emperor Beast appeared, Lin Fei used his appraisal art on it. A 7th Revolution God Emperor's power output was about 600 million, which was equivalent to the Evil Flame Beast's power output. Now, in comparison, the mutated Emperor Beasts were much more terrifying. If it was a 7th Revolution God Emperor mutated Emperor Beast, one could totally imagine how terrifying it would be. Kill! Lin Fei activated his elementary grade energy shield. After blocking the steel needle's fur, the golden copper hammers smashed down. Teleportation! The adamantine Emperor Beast was powerful, and its power output was powerful. Lin Fei would not foolishly take it head-on. After arriving behind the other party, the adamantine Emperor Beast did not turn around, and the steel needle's fur shot out again. Lin Fei finally understood why the adamantine Emperor Beast had so many fur on its body. It was an offensive weapon. This posed no threat to Lin Fei. He allowed it to shoot out, and the purple moon holy blade exploded with extreme power. The blade landed on the adamantine Emperor Beast's body, and fresh blood flowed out. Despicable human. The adamantine Emperor Beast was very powerful, especially in terms of attack power. It was even fiercer than the Evil Flame Beast. Especially in close combat, it was a terrifying existence. This time, it encountered Lin Fei. Lin Fei used his teleportation to the limit. The purple moon holy blade slashed out rays of blade light. The adamantine Emperor Beast kept roaring, and its body was covered in wounds. Die! When the adamantine Emperor Beast was enraged, Lin Fei swapped the purple moon holy blade for an energy blade. With the blade, he cleaved the adamantine Emperor Beast into 2. The adamantine Emperor Beast let out a heavy sound and fell to the ground. Everyone, let's get rid of this human brat and snatch the mutated blood lotus. The adamantine emperor beast was just one of them. Gradually, more than 10 emperor beasts appeared in the night. The weakest was at least a 5th revolution god emperor, and their ruthless aura surged over. Kill! Lin Fei pounced forward. Lin Fei shuttled back and forth, swapping the purple moon holy blade for the energy blade. Because the energy blade was sharper, it could easily break through the emperor beast's defenses and leave wounds on their bodies. With the elementary grade energy shield, Lin Fei did not need to worry about defense and only needed to attack. Although these emperor beasts were very powerful, Lin Fei could still block their attacks. He kept leaving wounds on the emperor beasts' bodies, depleting their strength. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the emperor beasts fell under Lin Fei's feet. Lin Fei's mastery of the elementary grade energy blade art became smoother. Although they were all ordinary attacks, when executed by Lin Fei, they became perfect. Every blade was like an antelope hanging its horn, traceless and impossible to dodge. Ding, elementary grade energy blade, art advanced to advanced. Ding, elementary grade energy shield advanced to intermediate. Lin Fei was overjoyed. After exchanging blows with these emperor beasts, Lin Fei's blade art improved by a large margin. He even raised elementary grade energy chaos blade art to intermediate, and his defense rose to another level. Hua! Lin Fei easily swung his blade, and the injured emperor beast's head flew off. Fresh blood spurted out, and the emperor beast collapsed. Great! Elementary grade energy blade art is so useful. Lin Fei did not have the confidence to chop off the emperor beast's head with that slash. Unexpectedly, he managed to chop it off, and at the weakest spot. This made Lin Fei extremely excited. Again, Lin Fei turned to another emperor beast and used the elementary grade energy blade art slash. It was also a perfect slash, and the emperor beast's head flew off. Good. Xiao. Lin Fei's slash became even faster, and each slash was aimed at killing. After advancing to advanced, Lin Fei discovered the terror of the elementary grade energy blade art. Killing emperor beasts was no longer difficult. As long as he got close, he could heavily injure the emperor beast and then kill it with a second slash. One by one, the emperor beasts fell unwillingly. Hairball took the opportunity to rush up and swallow them. These were high-level emperor beasts. The progress bar rose rapidly, 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%, finally, 99%, 100%. Hairball roared and turned into a huge cocoon. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept Hairball. Lin Fei had also killed quite a few of the powerful sovereign beasts in the vicinity. Pa. Chapter 21-24. Before Lin Fei could catch his breath, 2 streaks of light charged into the crowd of immortal beasts. As the 2 approached, the immortal beasts exploded one after another. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, including the immortal beasts. They couldn't withstand the force of the attack and died. Brat, who are you working for? The middle-aged man on the left asked with interest as the 2 came to a stop not far away. Good fellas, these 2 are very powerful. Although they hadn't fought yet, Lin Fei used his appraisal technique to see their information. The middle-aged man on the left had a lot of information. Dark Battle Emperor, Overlord, power output of 2 billion. Lin Fei was shocked. He actually encountered a Battle Emperor. No wonder he could kill the sovereign beast so easily. A power output of 2 billion was definitely terrifying. He could kill him with one slash. Dark Battle Emperor, power output of 2 billion. Damn it, it's 5 billion more than mine. Lin Fei was shocked. Why did he encounter them? Lin Fei looked at the other lady in black. Battle Emperor Meng 2, female hero, power output of 9 billion. Although there was a difference of 100 million between them, she was still 4 times stronger than Lin Fei. She could kill a sovereign beast with just one slash of her sword. Fortunately, I didn't barge in recklessly. When Lin Fei first came here, he had wanted to challenge the Combat Emperor to see how strong the Combat Emperor was. But now, it seemed that it was better that he didn't go. If he wasn't careful, the Combat Emperor's sword could easily take his life. 1. 9 billion power output, 2 billion power output. It was a complete mess. Lin Fei thought. He didn't need to guess to know that these two were here for the mutated blood lotus. I haven't asked you yet, but you're asking me. How arrogant. Lin Fei snorted. Don't you know that this area is already my territory? Although these two were battle emperors, Lin Fei had his own pride to control an area of Mount God Emperor. It was impossible for him to give up on the mutated blood lotus. Lin Fei didn't answer them. Instead, he put on airs. Little brother, you sure talk big. Do you remember that this is the territory of the evil flame beasts? When did it become yours? You're still a human. The woman in black giggled. She didn't believe him at all. Although this black-clothed woman's power output was only 9 billion, Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate her, especially a woman. If he was careless, he might fail miserably. What evil flame beast? If I say it's mine, it's mine. Lin Fei wanted to put on an act. Although his combat power was inferior to the other two, he had an advantage, and that was his invincible defense. Don't think that I don't know who you two are. Dark Knight Battle Emperor, Dream Cry Battle Emperor. Am I right? Be it the Dark Knight Battle Emperor or the Dream Taper Battle Emperor, neither of them remembered seeing this black-robed young man before them, so they were slightly surprised to hear this. However, the two of them did not take him seriously, even though his saber techniques were very profound, perfect and flawless. His combat strength was far from theirs. Since Lin Fei had revealed their identities, he naturally had to pretend to be mysterious. Seeing that you two are quite strong, I won't make things difficult for you. Leave before I get angry. A powerful aura surged out of the Dark Knight Battle Emperor's body. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes and slashed at the black-robed young man. As the overlord of the Mountain God Emperor, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Although he didn't know who this black-robed young man was, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor planned to teach him a lesson so that he would pay the price for saying the wrong thing. Battle Emperor Dream Taper looked at the black-robed young man with a smile. She wanted to see how he would deal with this move. Although it was just a pair of sharp eyes, it was actually quite powerful. This time, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor had miscalculated. The two gazes sank like rocks into the ocean. When they landed on Lin Fei, there was no response at all. Lin Fei raised his head slightly. Not a bad attack, but it's too weak. It's like tickling me. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor was startled. His visual attack didn't work. Was he really a senior? But he had never heard of an expert surpassing them in the Mountain God Emperor. If there was, they would have known about it. Dark Knight, you've met your match. Battle Emperor Dream Taper chuckled. It's just a visual attack. So what if I blocked it? The Dark Knight Battle Emperor snorted coldly. His eyes were like lightning. Stop pretending. I'll expose you. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor roared. He opened his palm, and 5 sharp rays of light shot out. They were powerful and filled with destructive aura. You have some strength, Lin Fei said unhurriedly. He allowed the attack to land on his body. Dark Knight Battle Emperor's attack contained a force of 1 billion. It could easily kill a 7th or 8th Revolution God Emperor. It was a pity that when it landed on Lin Fei's body didn't move at all. He said indifferently, still not enough. You want to snatch the mutated blood lotus with this bit of strength? The Dark Knight Battle Emperor's heart sank, and he suddenly changed his move. Using his hand as a saber, he swung his saber at Lin Fei's neck, and a violent force burst forth. Still not enough. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor's face sank again. Could it be that he really met an old senior? It was impossible. Pung, pung, pung. Perhaps he was stimulated. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor's attack became sharper. He turned into an invisible shadow. Lin Fei stood in the shadow and let the opponent attack him. Not enough. Still not enough. Again, Lin Fei didn't move at all. He let the opponent attack him continuously. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor's combat power was raised to the limit. Every time he attacked, there would be a horrifying airwave. The immortal beasts and emperor beasts in the vicinity were killed on the spot. Impossible. He knew the Dark Knight Battle Emperor's strength. Even other Battle Emperors wouldn't dare to easily block his attack. However, this black-robed brat in front of him could do so. Any attack that landed on his body was like a stone sinking into the sea. He couldn't exert any power at all. Too scary. Mountain God Emperor actually has such an old senior. If he wants to kill me, the Dark Knight Battle Emperor felt a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to think further. Another punch landed. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor retreated and returned to the side of Battle Emperor Dream Taper. At this moment, there was no arrogance on his face. There was only fear. Not continuing, Lin Fei said indifferently, "How would I dare to be impudent in front of Senior with this bit of strength?" The Dark Knight Battle Emperor said, "Please forgive Junior's rude action just now." This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. His heart was bleeding. My destiny points. Goddamn brat. I will make you spit them out sooner or later. Chapter 21-25. The more casual Lin Fei's words were, the more pressure the two felt. The black-robed brat, whom they thought was easy to bully, turned into a senior in a blink of an eye. He was completely fine under the barrage of attacks. This was enough to provoke anyone. In the eyes of these two powerhouses, this was simply an impossible matter. Yet the black-robed brat blocked it. He didn't even use any treasures to defend himself. This was something the two of them were clear about. This person was too terrifying. If the other party really wanted to kill them, they probably wouldn't be able to block a casual strike from the senior. As for how this senior killed the Emperor Beast and displayed the strength of a 4th or 5th Revolution God Emperor, they thought that this senior was practicing his saber technique. Previously, they felt that the saber technique was perfect. They thought that the other party had some dog's-it luck. But now, it seemed that the other party was a senior. It wasn't impossible for him to create such a saber technique. Now, they realized how terrifying this saber technique was. If this senior used this saber technique to kill them, they definitely wouldn't have the confidence to block it. A perfect saber technique that left no trace was the scariest. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. These two weren't easy to deal with. If they really fought, who knew how many destiny points he would have to spend? It was completely unnecessary. Senior, let's leave now. Be it Dark Knight Battle Emperor or Dream Talisman, both of them were fearful. They didn't want the mutated Blood Lotus anymore. Even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to snatch it from this senior. They had no confidence at all. It was purely sending themselves to death. The two of them turned and left, disappearing into the night. I'm still quite good at acting like a senior. This was also Lin Fei's only advantage, which was his invincible defense. Although he spent some destiny points, he successfully scared them away. Lin Fei was satisfied. I hope he won't come again. Dream Talisman, do you know this senior? Dark Knight Battle Emperor still couldn't figure out why there was such an expert in Mountain God Emperor. If it wasn't for this senior's good temper, they might have lost their lives in Tianyuan mountain range. I don't know. I don't have any impression of such a person. Fortunately, he didn't attack. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Battle Empress Ming, too, heaved a sigh of relief. Don't forget, even I can't find any flaws in that senior saber techniques. The two of them fell silent. If this senior comes out of seclusion, our God Emperor Mountain spatial structure might have a huge change. Knight Battle Emperor said solemnly. Let's go back and prepare first. Lin Fei had been monitoring the two of them until they left. Only then did he relax. Invincible defense isn't bad for fooling people. Although Lin Fei hadn't fought with the two of them before, he knew how terrifying they were just from their attacks alone. The current him definitely wouldn't be able to block them. I only need to increase my power output to about 3 to 1 for billion, and with my perfect energy basic saber technique, I'll be able to severely injure them. Lin Fei thought to himself. He had a plan in his heart. Xianxia scanned the mutated Blood Lotus with his spiritual sense. From the looks of it, it would not take long before it fully bloomed and matured. Kill. Without the two of them by his side, Lin Fei charged at the immortal beasts and monarch beasts again. He executed the elementary energy saber technique. turning it into waves of saber light. As the saber light flew out, heads flew into the air. Blood flowed like a river in the swamp again. Refinement +1. Refinement +1. At the higher level, the improvement speed wasn't slow either. Lin Fei wasn't too concerned about the slow improvement of the elementary energy shield. After all, he had the invincible defense. He didn't have to worry about it for now. On the other hand, the elementary energy saber technique's power increased after reaching the higher level, becoming more profound. Every time he executed it, Lin Fei would have a deeper understanding of it. Lin Fei was now looking forward to the new scene after he met the experts. Right now, he had to complete the mission first. 2 battle emperors appeared first. There would definitely be other battle emperors coming. If even monarch beasts could be attracted, then those mutated monarch beasts would definitely come as well. After witnessing the battle emperor's power output of 2 billion, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the other monarch beasts. Time ticked by. The monarch beasts that appeared were getting stronger and stronger. There were even mutated monarch beasts. Lin Fei used the elementary energy saber technique to slaughter them. Although he couldn't kill them, he left deep wounds on them. He blocked them. Several monarch beasts attacked consecutively, but Lin Fei blocked them all. On one hand, he had the invincible defense, and on the other hand, he used the elementary energy saber technique to block the attacks of the monarch beasts. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. A mountain-like figure appeared. Following the appearance of this huge figure, the surrounding monarch beasts all retreated, their bodies tensed up. Mutated monarch beasts. The only thing Lin Fei was glad about was that he was in the intermediate zone, not the advanced zone. There would be fewer attacks from the monarch beasts. In fact, within the range of the system's surveillance, the number of powerful monarch beasts was gradually decreasing. This was good news. It was enough to prove that the mutant Blood Lotus's area of influence wasn't that big. This might have something to do with the quality. Lin Fei felt that the latter was more likely. The system's surveillance did not detect any powerful intruders. Lin Fei was relieved. As for the battle emperors, he felt that they must have known about the existence of the mutant Blood Lotus in advance. A massive figure quickly appeared, followed by a storm of evil qi, sweeping towards Lin Fei's location. The fallen bodies were all sucked into the storm, turning into a bloody mess. Wherever the storm swept past, there was nothing left. Human brat. I want the mutant Blood Lotus. This was an existence made purely of stone. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a stoneman. The strength of a level 2 mutant. It had a power output of 900 million. Open. Although the storm was powerful, Lin Fei rushed in and split the storm with a perfect slash. At the advanced level, any weak spot could be broken. Although the storm was powerful, it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. If you don't want to die, you better scram, Lin Fei said coldly. The stoneman laughed. Humans are incomparably arrogant. Then you shall receive my punishment. Swish, swish, swish. The stoneman's huge body swung, and a sky full of stones came crashing down. The power of the stones was extremely heavy, and it was extremely difficult to block. Good timing. Lin Fei wielded his blade and met the attack with his invincible defense. Bang! Chapter 21-26. Energy-based saber art. Lin Fei's basic saber technique was at an advanced level, and his saber technique was perfect. Coupled with Lin Fei's spatial movement, it was definitely the best combination attack. Bam! 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 As soon as Lin Fei unleashed this attack, the Stone Golem Emperor Beast's weaknesses were exposed to him. Even though the Stone Golem Emperor Beast's power was frightening, Lin Fei's attacks quickly caused a river of blood to flow. Bam! The Golem Emperor Beast's huge body fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Ding! Killed Mutant Emperor Beast. Kill count +1. Ding! Activated Mutant Emperor Beast Hunting Mission. Kill 10 successfully. Reward: 500 points. Ding! Current mission: October 1st. Lin Fei was taken aback. Damn, this works? After killing the beast, Lin Fei felt less pressure. Thanks to the energy-based saber art, he was able to unleash the full power of his saber art. Although killing an Emperor Beast cost him a lot of destiny points, Lin Fei still felt relaxed. Here comes another one. After killing the first mutant Emperor Beast, Lin Fei's movements became much smoother. Lin Fei pounced in a certain direction. Everywhere he passed, immortal beasts fell. In the depths of the lair, the mutant blood lotus gradually bloomed, releasing a fragrance. The immortal beasts and Emperor Beasts became even more frenzied. Lin Fei killed even more ferociously. As the saber light flashed, heads flew. Lin Fei felt as though he was bathed in a river of blood. At the same time, he exuded a boundless, baleful aura. This was the bonus attribute of killing immortal beasts and Emperor Beasts. Kill. Lin Fei took the initiative to defend against the powerful existences outside. Although some managed to barge in, Lin Fei's clones were not to be trifled with. The 18 clones worked together and killed all the immortal beasts. Not a single immortal beast could break in, not even Emperor Beasts. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward: 1,000 points. Lin Fei had no idea how many immortal beasts and Emperor Beasts he had killed. Corpses littered the ground around his feet. They had all been killed in one move. Space movement. Lin Fei returned to his lair and kept a mutated snow lotus with a wave of his hand. A fragrant scent. He disappeared without a trace. The frenzied immortal beasts and sovereign beasts regained their composure and turned to leave. Soon, the swamp returned to normal. However, the thick stench of blood filled the air. 1,000 points. It wasn't easy. Lin Fei was very clear that if it wasn't for the fact that his basic energy saber art had reached an advanced level, it wouldn't have been that easy to kill the sovereign beast. Furthermore, he had relied on his invincible defense to scare away the 2 combat emperors. After collecting the mutated snow lotus, Lin Fei didn't leave. Instead, he went up to collect the corpses, especially the sovereign beast corpses. These are good stuff. Lin Fei collected them one by one. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to collect the remaining immortal beast corpses. On the other hand, Primordial 13 happily collected them. Ding! Congratulations. Quest complete. Reward: 500 guild points. The next day, a piece of good news came. Hairball let out a long roar, and a vicious aura spread out. It was the aura of a sovereign beast. At this moment, Hairball had successfully advanced to become a sovereign beast, and it was even more vicious than before. Here you go. Lin Fei took out the corpses. They piled up like a mountain. Ha ha ha! I happen to be hungry. After advancing to a sovereign beast, Hairball basically didn't change much. After returning to its original body, there was a significant change, especially on its back. Rows of spikes grew out, making Hairball look even more vicious. If a stranger saw it, they would be frightened by Hairball's vicious aura, and their combat power would be affected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hairball's original body expanded. Opening its mouth, it swallowed the sovereign beast corpses. Lin Fei, who was at the side, could see that Hairball had changed a lot. At the very least, it swallowed the corpses much faster. Hairball, are there any changes after you advance to the sovereign beast realm? Lin Fei wanted to know the changes of Hairball. This was the one and only primordial evil dragon in the world, and it had advanced to the sovereign beast realm. Hairball said proudly, "This is all thanks to Master. I have now grasped 2 more innate mystiques. The first is space derivation." Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, Hairball's huge body turned into nothingness. Even Lin Fei himself couldn't see any traces of Hairball with his divine sense. This works too. Lin Fei couldn't see it with his divine sense. He only found traces of Hairball with the system later. "Master, what do you think of this?" Lin Fei gave a thumbs up. A very impressive innate mystique. It can actually transform into space. Then, can it trap people without them knowing? This was much more impressive than devouring everything in the past. Even divine sense couldn't detect it. It was definitely a killing weapon. In the end, Lin Fei still tossed out a test. He wanted to know exactly how strong of an attack the evolved space could withstand. Space derivation innate mystique. It can withstand 1 billion attacks. Lin Fei almost gave a thumbs up. If it could withstand 1 billion attacks, Lin Fei didn't doubt that ordinary sovereign beasts could escape. What else? This was the first innate mystique. Lin Fei was looking forward to the next innate mystique. The other one is the Dragon Man General. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hairball disappeared again. When it reappeared, a boundless evil aura surged. A tall, black-armored Dragon Man General appeared in front of Lin Fei. Hairball's entire face was covered by the armor. "Master, take this." Hairball, who had transformed into the Dragon Man General, punched with a thunderous roar. Lin Fei met it with a punch. Fist against fist, a terrifying force exploded. Lin Fei retreated subconsciously. The violent vibration force actually shook him away. Wow, the force of this punch is more than 1 billion. Hairball didn't really attack. It easily withdrew the force. "Master, the force of my punch is not bad. This is the innate mystique that we primordial evil dragons have when we become sovereign beasts. In the past, Hairball could only display a certain level of strength when she was in her original form. Now that she had transformed into a Dragon Man General, her combat strength had reached more than 1 billion. This was definitely a big breakthrough. It was equivalent to having a capable assistant by his side. "Can you maintain your Dragon Man General state?" "Yes, I can. I just need to consume a little bit of energy." Our primordial evil dragon bloodline will basically maintain this state after reaching the sovereign beast realm. Only in this state can we maintain our powerful combat strength. Hairball said proudly. With the innate mystique, the force output was 1 billion. Lin Fei wanted to know how much his strength would increase after consuming the mutated blood lotus. At the same time, Lin Fei had to admit that the bloodline of the primordial evil dragons was powerful. The Rock, who had previously thought that he was the #1 battle pet, was now convinced. The force of that punch was enough to overwhelm his strength. "Do you have this in your inherited memories?" Chapter 21-27. Thank you, Master. Hairball's eyes lit up the moment she saw the mutated blood lotus. It was as if she had seen a woman. "How many chances do I have to mutate?" Lin Fei asked. 50-50. Furball said, "Our ancestors' inheritance is related to mutation. Due to our primordial evil dragon race's outstanding talents, it isn't easy to mutate, but once we mutate, our strength will increase by several times." Lin Fei didn't care about the mutated blood lotus. As long as Hairball could increase her strength, it was fine. Then eat the mutated blood lotus. Hairball grabbed the mutated blood lotus and swallowed it without hesitation. The Rock was envious. It was really following the right master. There were so many benefits. After eating the mutated blood lotus, Hairball sat cross-legged as if she had sunk into a deep level of evolution. At the same time, black mist burst out from her body to protect her. Lin Fei kept Hairball with a wave of his hand. Only in the system space was the safest. As for the outside world, it was better to save it. Lin Fei first went to check the system. He discovered that his points had unknowingly reached 2,300. He still needed 700 points to level up again. Continue with the Crusade mission. The intermediate area was huge. Although the mutated blood lotus had attracted a large number of immortal beasts and sovereign beasts, it was only a portion of them. There were still countless of them. Lin Fei killed the sovereign beasts while practicing the fundamental energy saber art. After reaching the advanced level, the speed of improvement slowed down. According to his calculations, it wouldn't be long before he reached the expert level. This time, the sovereign beasts in the intermediate area were unlucky. They were all killed by Lin Fei with one strike. No sovereign beast could withstand his attacks. The advanced fundamental energy saber art was a nightmare for the sovereign beasts. Ding! Completed Crusade mission. Reward, 30 points. Ding! Points reached 3,000. Upgrade? Lin Fei didn't hesitate. Upgrade immediately. Ding! Successfully used 3,000 points. Upgrade initiated. The whole process didn't take long. Lin Fei was looking forward to the limit after the upgrade. his power output would increase exponentially, so he wouldn't be any weaker than Hairball, right? Lin Fei calculated in his heart. Ding! Upgrade complete. Lin Fei immediately went to check. When he saw the change in the numbers, he immediately smiled. Haha, that's great. Previously, it was 500 million. This time, it's doubled to 1 billion. Not bad. Although it was a little worse than expected, it was still an increase of 2 times. This was definitely something to be happy about. With the increase in his power output, coupled with the basic energy saber technique, Lin Fei's combat prowess increased by a large margin. It was enough for him to enter the advanced zone, hunting powerful emperor beasts. Another upgrade requires 10,000 points. Lin Fei didn't feel too much pressure when he saw the number of leveling up again. At worst, he could just continue with the crusade mission. 5 days later, Lin Fei came to the high-level area to hunt. A message from Hairball appeared in the system space. Lin Fei had killed the sovereign beast and found a safe place to release Hairball. Master, I've mutated successfully. Hairball said excitedly as soon as she came out. Lin Fei squinted and looked at her. Hairball, who was in Dragon Man warrior mode, had an even stronger evil aura. At the same time, black dragons formed from evil aura swam back and forth in the surroundings. If anyone underestimated these black dragons, they would definitely be in big trouble. That's great. Lin Fei was very happy. The 50-50 chance seemed great, but no one could guarantee that the mutation would succeed. Lin Fei checked again with the system space. Hairball, ancient evil dragon, mutated emperor beast power output 1.5 billion. Seeing this result, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line. Hairball, who had mutated once. Her combat power had increased to 1.5 billion, which was close to a combat emperor expert. With Hairball's innate divine ability, she could even fight against a combat emperor expert. Thanks to Master's mutated blood lotus, our ancient evil dragon clan has not had a mutated ancient evil dragon for a long time. Hairball was also very excited. With Hairball's successful mutation, Lin Fei had a capable warrior. He could move unhindered in this high-level area. Lin Fei and Hairball began to sweep the high-level area. The mission had also changed to hunting sovereign beasts and mutated emperor beasts. If it was Lin Fei alone, he would have to think twice. But with Hairball, everything was easy. Lin Fei gave the purple moon sacred saber to Hairball. With the energy saber, although the purple moon sacred saber could increase its power, it was not as smooth as the energy saber. With the help of the purple moon sacred saber, Hairball was like adding wings to a tiger. Bang! Deep in the high-level area, a God Emperor 9 Revolutions Emperor Beast was sent flying by Hairball. Lin Fei rushed up and gave a final blow, chopping off the opponent's head with 1 billion strength. Let's go somewhere else. We still need 3 more. This was not Lin Fei's first time killing a God Emperor 9 Revolutions Emperor Beast. Although their combat power was also 1 billion, with the cooperation of the two, they obviously could not resist. During this period, they also killed a few mutated emperor beasts. At the same time, deep in Tianyuan mountain range, there were 5 combat emperor beasts here. They were Scorpion Combat Emperor Beast, Poison Demon Combat Emperor Beast, Flaming Insect Combat Emperor Beast, Celestial Eye Combat Emperor Beast, and Crimson Tiger Combat Emperor Beast. No matter which one, they were all peak existences in the Mountain God Emperor space. In the depths of a valley, black fog lingered outside. Teams of Emperor Beasts patrolled. Everywhere was filled with a strict aura. In the innermost area, there was a huge palace. The palace looked like the most commonly seen scorpion. Although it was a building, it gave off a very dangerous aura. At the same time, there was a kind of fear in the depths of the soul. This was the venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor Beast Palace. Every Battle Emperor Beast had a palace like this. Sir, we can't let that Dragon Man continue to wreak havoc. Otherwise, our subordinates will all be eaten up. Below the huge throne, a few Emperor Beasts knelt, complaining bitterly. Recently, a Dragon Man general appeared in the high-level area, hunting down Emperor Beasts everywhere. In just half a month, the Emperor Beasts suffered heavy casualties. and these Emperor Beasts were under the jurisdiction of the venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor Beast, who is so daring to kill this old man's subordinates. The venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor squinted, his eyes flashing with a dangerous aura. "You trash! Can't you go kill that Dragon Man?" How could they dare to say that? That Dragon Man general was too powerful. Going up would be suicide. Everyone was speechless for a moment. "Since you don't dare to make a move, what's the use of keeping you?" Xiao. The venomous Scorpion Battle Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a poisonous arrow that landed on the Emperor Beasts. In an instant, the Emperor Beasts turned into a pool of blood. They did not even have a chance to struggle. Chapter 21-29. Lin Fei didn't know that he had offended a combat Emperor Beast in the depths of the Tianyuan mountain range when he was wiping out the Monarch Beasts. Hairball's battle prowess soared after transforming into the Dragonoid warrior state. She didn't need any weapons and could beat up the Monarch Beasts with just her iron fists. Even mutated Monarch Beasts wouldn't be able to withstand 1 or 2 blows. With the cooperation of the two, the Monarch Beasts in the high-level area were completely out of luck. No matter where they were, Lin Fei could easily find them. At the same time, he released his 18 doppelgangers to obstruct them. Basically, none of the Monarch Beasts could escape alive. Boom! Another Monarch Beast was slain. Half a month had passed since the end of the mutated Blood Lotus. The entire high-level area was almost completely wiped out. Ding! Congratulations, player, on upgrading Energy Fundamental Saber Art to the Expert level. Hua! Lin Fei casually slashed, and the profundity of the Saber Art increased once again. It was hard to imagine that it was at the Expert level. "Hairball, try attacking me," Lin Fei called out to Hairball. He wanted to test out the power of the Expert level Saber Art. Here it comes. Hairball, in the Dragonoid warrior state, maintained her peak battle prowess. With a loud roar, she threw a punch. The primordial evil dragon Hairball had inherited the power of her ancestor. With a punch, an explosive sound could be heard, and a torrent of energy turned into a ferocious beast. Lin Fei didn't move, but his clothes started to move. The primordial evil dragon is indeed a domineering existence in the past. A casual punch can split the energy into 3 parts, each stronger than the previous. Those who don't know will definitely suffer a great loss. Lin Fei's mind was blank as he saw through the profundity of Hairball's attack. This is the benefit of the Expert Saber Art? Lin Fei smiled. Then he sent out 3 energy sabers in a row, and the ferocious attacks automatically dispersed. Ha! It's really awesome. Breaking the opponent's attack with the least energy consumption. Lin Fei slashed at Hairball again. Be careful. Hairball turned into a Dragon Man general, but he didn't seem to mind at all. Right now, he had recreated his ancestors' glory, so he didn't move. The energy blade landed on his body and cut open a wound. "Master, what kind of saber technique is that?" Hairball didn't even see any trace of the blade being drawn. She had been slashed through thin air, and it was the weakest spot. Xiao. Hairball moved back and forth. It tried to pounce on Lin Fei. After all, it was an ancient evil dragon and was used to close combat. However, this time, Hairball was disappointed. No matter how it tried to attack, it could not get close to Lin Fei. Its master's blade was right in front of it, constantly preventing it from moving forward. No more fighting. Master saber technique is too powerful. After a while, Hairball shook her head like a rattle drum and chose to admit defeat. Ha! Lin Fei was even more satisfied. Shameless humans, and you traitor. In the depths of Tianyuan mountain range, the twin-headed abyss dragon roared and spewed out huge energy balls. Its furious eyes shot out cold light as it stared at the human and beast. As a twin-headed abyss dragon in the depths of the dangerous zone, it had been a long time since anyone came to disturb it in its own territory. However, it was attacked by a human just now, and the most hateful thing was that the human had a powerful emperor beast with him. Bang! Hairball and Dragon Man General State launched a sudden attack. She punched one of its heads, turning it into a bloody mess. How dare you call yourself a twin-headed abyss dragon? Bah! As an ancient evil dragon, Hairball hated dragons the most. It was the same even if it had the word dragon in it. Swoosh! One of the twin-headed abyss dragon's heads was injured. Suddenly, it slashed in the void. At the same time, a human figure appeared. One of its heads was chopped off, spurting out a large amount of blood. It was severely injured immediately. Hairball took the opportunity to grab the other head of the twin-headed abyss dragon and flung it backward. Its huge body flew backward and smashed into a forest. That's what you get for being arrogant. Are you still pretending or not? Hairball turned into her main body and pressed down heavily like a mountain. Don't fight, I surrender, I surrender. With the two of them working together, even a rank 8 God Emperor twin-headed abyss dragon had to lower its head and choose survival first. That's more like it. From today onwards, you are my underling. Hairball spat out a spatial imprint and sent it into the twin-headed abyss dragon's head. From today onwards, the twin-headed abyss dragon was Hairball's underling. After taking in the underling, Lin Fei used his destiny points to heal the twin-headed abyss dragon's injuries. You said that there's a mine in this mountain range, and it was opened by your battle emperor? The twin-headed abyss dragon chose to be an underling in order to survive. After becoming an underling, it immediately realized something and told Hairball an important matter. I didn't expect to encounter a mine here. Lin Fei was very concerned about the Heaven Essence Crystal Wall. As the Battle Emperor was too powerful, Lin Fei didn't have time to deal with the Heaven Essence Crystal Wall. He didn't expect to find it here. Lin Fei asked a few more questions, including the layout of the mine and its strength. It's not just the humans who need the Heaven Essence Crystal Wall. It's the same for the Battle Emperor beasts. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. With his current specialist blade skill, although he wasn't invincible, it shouldn't be hard to take down a mine. For safety's sake, I should capture some more Emperor beasts. It's not bad to be cannon fodder. The twin-headed abyss dragon took the initiative to betray and brought Lin Fei to sweep the Emperor beasts. In 3 days, Lin Fei caught a total of 25 Emperor beasts. They were all rank 8 and rank 9 God Emperors. Their strength was around 900 million, and a few of them had decent innate attributes. After capturing 25, they all became Hairball's underlings. They were very suitable for attacking the mine. As for this being the Scorpion Battle Emperor's territory, Lin Fei chose to ignore it. He would first sweep the mine. The mine wasn't far. Even before arriving, Lin Fei scanned the area with the system and obtained specific data. The overall strength of this mine was quite strong. Just the periphery alone had a group of rank 3 or rank 4 Emperor beasts. At the same time, the Emperor beast personally overseeing it was a mutated Emperor beast. Its strength was around 1.5 billion. It was very powerful. The subordinates of this Scorpion Battle Emperor are quite strong. A single mine actually has a mutated Emperor beast overseeing it. That's not easy. Lin Fei became spirited. However, even with a mutated Emperor beast overseeing it, I will still attack the mine. Lin Fei waved his hand, and more than 20 Emperor beasts attacked. Hairball was the first to charge forward. With a single charge, he sent a third revolution God Emperor beast flying. It exploded in midair, causing flesh and blood to splatter all over. At the Emperor beast realm, Hairball's control over her strength was even more perfect. She had infused her strength into that attack. The other Emperor beasts also attacked. One of them even spat out a huge black net, covering several Emperor beasts. In an instant, they turned into pools of blood. Chapter 21:30. This time, Lin Fei's side put in a lot of effort. 20-odd Emperor beasts attacked. The ordinary Emperor beasts guarding outside were killed one after another. After all, they were not on the same level. Most of them were killed in an instant. In order to make things go smoothly this time, Lin Fei had spent 3 days capturing the strongest sovereign beasts in this area, also that he could kill his way over with the strongest of his forces. Not good. The Emperor beasts are ready. We can't hold them off anymore. The Emperor beasts guarding the mine collapsed when they saw this scene. If there was only one, they might not care. But when 20 of them came together, they were like a black flood. After a few exchanges, a few of them ran back, their faces filled with shock. They had no choice. They really could not hold them off. They could not understand. Weren't these guys usually well-behaved? Why would they attack the mine now? It was completely illogical. Who did not know who was in control of the mine? After the guards outside were dealt with, the core force of the mine arrived. They rushed out with surging, killing intent. Seeing the scene before them, their expressions changed. They recognized the people who had charged in. One of the leaders, an emperor beast, had transformed into a human form. He said sinisterly, "What are you doing? Surrender immediately. Don't you know this is the territory of the Scorpion War Emperor?" They really could not understand why they were doing this. However, the reply they got was a ferocious attack. Hairball was the first to charge over. Her huge body rammed into them. They were all sent flying, smashing into the mine. Too weak. After mutating once, Hairball's combat power was unimaginable in her Dragon Man warrior state. Who was this guy? They were all Emperor beasts around the 8th Revolution God Emperor realm. Yet they could not even withstand a single attack from the other party. Their blood and energy were in turmoil. Looking again, they found that they did not recognize this guy. Their minds were filled with doubt. Could he be the subordinate of another war emperor? Kill! Hairball pounced on the most classic flying beast, stomping down. The ground cracked, and a huge crater formed in the surroundings. The bird-type emperor beast had lost most of its life. Rip! Hairball reached out and grabbed, lifting the bird-type emperor beast. With a tug, this powerful flying monarch beast was torn in half, and it died on the spot. Seeing that their boss was so powerful, no one dared to be careless. With 2 or 3 monarch beasts ganging up on one, they were instantly at a disadvantage. At this time, the mining area was already in a mess. Lin Fei did not care about this. With Hairball leading the team, these sovereign beasts were more than enough to take care of them. After advancing from energy basic saber technique to expert, after fighting with Hairball and the others, Lin Fei realized how terrifying his swordsmanship was. Even if there was a difference in strength, he could still severely injure his opponent. This was where Lin Fei's confidence came from. Furthermore, he had the basic energy shield, so he didn't need to worry about defense. He only needed to focus on offense. Boom! Suddenly, the rocks in the distance exploded and shot in all directions. A guy in a gray robe rushed out of the ground. This was none other than the mutated Emperor Beast that was overseeing the battle. It controlled a massive power output of 1.5 billion. It's actually you guys. How dare you? The gray-robed guy swept his cold eyes over. A murderous aura swept over. Other than Lin Fei and Hairball, the rest of the Emperor Beasts felt suffocated. Their movements became sluggish as they were affected by the opponent's aura. A power output of 1.5 billion. How terrifying was that? Cold, murderous aura. It was enough to make everyone feel suffocated. This was also the strength of the mutated Emperor Beast. The Scorpion War Emperor had arranged for this subordinate to oversee this place. No one had ever been able to break through. This was also because he valued the strength of the mutated Emperor Beast. But this time, he was destined to be disappointed. The Slit Claw Emperor Beast was furious. Someone had attacked the mining area right under its nose. This was simply not putting it in their eyes. Releasing its terrifying, murderous aura, it couldn't help but sneer, "Trash will always be trash. No matter why you attacked the mining area, you will all die here today." Slit Claw. The Slit Claw Emperor Beast was a flying beast. After transforming into human form, its most powerful weapon was its pair of indestructible hands. No matter how strong the defense was, it was like tofu in front of it. Bang! An unbelievably fast claw landed on the nearest 8 Revolution God Emperor Beast. It let out a miserable shriek, and its huge body fell to the ground. Its entire head had been crushed. The Slit Claw Emperor Beast licked the blood on its hand. Its bloodthirsty eyes revealed a cold smile. Can't even withstand a single blow. Xiao! Another claw was sent towards the nearest Emperor Beast. Only I can kill my people, not you, because you're not qualified. A person appeared in front of the Slit Claw Emperor Beast and slashed at its hands with an ordinary saber. Human race. This slash made the slit-claw Emperor Beast feel a trace of danger. It forcefully retracted its hand. Lin Fei didn't stop. This guy was quite powerful. If he didn't stop it, Lin Fei believed that most of the Emperor Beasts he brought would die. The opponent's powerful energy output was the best proof. At the same time, the opponent also controlled the power of wind. This made it even more terrifying. Among everyone present, only Lin Fei could stop this guy. Xiao, 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 Xiao. Lin Fei executed the basic energy saber technique. The most ordinary straight slash, horizontal slash, etc. At this moment, it unleashed an unbelievably terrifying attack. The slit-claw Emperor Beast kept retreating. Streaks of saber light flashed in front of it. Traces of blood appeared on its body. Those were left behind by the saber light. Hateful human, you injured me. I will eat you skin and bones. Being injured by a human, even if it was a small injury, was something the slit-claw Emperor Beast couldn't forgive. Shadowless. The slit-claw Emperor Beast roared. A sky full of claw shadows appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was hard to tell which were real and which were fake. It was extremely terrifying. Open. The energy saber in Lin Fei's hand slashed in one direction. Everything returned to normal. The opponent retreated rapidly. There was a wound on its hands. Blood dripped down. Your attack style isn't bad, but in my eyes, it's full of flaws. It's useless. Lin Fei laughed out loud. With an instant movement, he appeared in front of the opponent and slashed upwards. The slit-claw Emperor Beast didn't dodge. One of its claws slapped at the energy saber, while the other claw aimed at Lin Fei's chest. It was extremely vicious. Chapter 21:31. Swish, swish, swish. The battle continued in the mine. In a short period of time, the situation was completely one-sided. The guards of the mine could not stop Lin Fei's invasion. Furball maintained his draconian general state, looking like a god of war. His immense strength was ferocious, and he was able to take on 3 Emperor Beasts by himself. The other Emperor Beasts were attacking in a frenzy, and the guards of the mine were quickly beaten down. The remaining Emperor Beasts were no longer a threat, and those who were afraid of death chose to surrender. On the other side, Lin Fei's saber art was unpredictable. Coupled with his movement, he was a perfect attack. Although the split-clawed archbeast was incredibly strong, and its strength surpassed Lin Fei's, there was a gap in speed and other aspects. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, its body was covered in wounds. Boring. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lin Fei had already figured out his opponent's attack style. He could see its weaknesses clearly. With an untraceable slash, the slit-claw of the archbeast's arms were chopped off. Blood splattered. With another slash, the slit-claw of the archbeast's head flew into the sky. Its huge body smashed into the ground like an earthquake. His attack power is higher than mine. Unfortunately, his attack style is too ordinary. Even if I don't attack, he can forget about breaking my elementary energy shield. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. His opponent was not as strong as he had imagined. With the death of the slit-claw of the archbeast, the rest of the archbeasts started to crumble. They were soon all killed. Apart from a mutated the archbeast's corpse, the rest were distributed to Hairball. Corpses were very useful to humans and the archbeasts. If they continued to devour them, they could raise their cultivation level. The prerequisite was that they needed a large number of corpses. Normally, they would not have the courage to hunt the archbeasts. After all, this place was divided into different zones. If they really started killing, they would be surrounded and killed by a group of the archbeasts in a few days. Today, they had a good time. They had never tried killing before, so there was nothing to fear. They looked at Lin Fei with even more fear. Lin Fei naturally did not notice their expressions. He ordered Hairball to guard the slaves in the mine to prevent the news from leaking. He turned and went to an underground cave abode. Boom, boom. There were restrictions in the cave abode. Lin Fei threw a few punches, violently breaking the cave. They were here to plunder treasures. The cave abode was not small. Lin Fei went straight into the depths of the cave. Good heavens, they must have been digging for quite some time. In the depths, there was a stone house. Lin Fei saw the heavenly yuan crystal wall. Boxes of heavenly yuan crystal wall were neatly arranged. My luck is not bad. There are actually 800,000 pieces of heavenly yuan crystal wall. After counting the heaven essence crystal wall, Lin Fei smiled. This trip's harvest was pretty good. Lin Fei did not hesitate to keep the heaven crystal wall. It was safest to put it in the system space. As for why the Tianyuan crystal wall was not sent over, Lin Fei was not interested in knowing. Anyway, it belonged to him now. Lin Fei searched every nook and cranny of the cave. Apart from the Tianyuan crystal wall, there was nothing else. Lin Fei was not disappointed. 800,000 pieces of Tianyuan crystal wall was definitely a great harvest. After conquering the mine and taking away the Tianyuan crystal wall, Lin Fei returned to the surface. Hairball did as instructed. She kept all the slaves and miners in the small space in her body. Lin Fei was not so kind to keep them. These people would be of great use in the future. Go to the next mine. For the time being, Lin Fei did not intend to guard a mine. It was meaningless. Even if he wanted to mine the mine, he had to go outside. It was too dangerous in the Tianyuan Mountains. The second mine also belonged to the Scorpion War Emperor. The distance was about 30 million kilometers. It was no problem for them. After confirming the strength of the mine, Lin Fei led his men to attack, while Hairball and the others dealt with the subordinates. At the same time, there was also a batch of Emperor beasts that surrendered from the previous mine. They were used as cannon fodder. Lin Fei faced the strongest mutated Emperor beast. Its strength was about the same as the Slick-Claw Emperor beast. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei killed it. The others were no longer a threat. As for the threat before his death, Lin Fei chose to ignore it. If he was afraid of threats, Lin Fei would not have come to attack the mine. The harvest this time was not bad. There were about 400,000 pieces of Tianyuan crystal wall. After attacking the two mines, Lin Fei obtained 2 million pieces of Tianyuan crystal wall. Trash, you are all trash. The two mines were attacked, and the Tianyuan crystal wall was ransacked. At the same time, there were slave workers in the mines. This made the Scorpion War Emperor very angry. You all deserve to die. The Scorpion War Emperor stood in the air above the mine. Below him were the guards that had escaped. They were crawling on the ground, their bodies trembling. The black flood rolled over them, and they immediately screamed. Not even their bones were left. The subordinates, standing on his left and right, were expressionless. They were used to this scene. This was also the Scorpion War Emperor's temper. If he was dissatisfied, he would start a massacre. He was also the most narrow-minded of the 5 war emperors. You dog, get out here. Immediately, a guy rolled out like a rubber ball. Coming. Use your time, reversal, to find the enemy for me. If you can't find him, I will eat you immediately. The Scorpion War Emperor said sternly. I will do it immediately. Ma'an was a special emperor beast. His strength was very ordinary. An ordinary emperor beast could even kill him. However, he had an innate mystique, time reversal. Time reversal? Ma'an closed his eyes. On his forehead, the third eye opened. This third eye had a name, Eye of the Past. It was the most sacred existence of his race. Ma'an was also the only existence of this race that had opened the Eye of the Past. The third eye shot out a beam of light, and then a miraculous scene appeared. A shadow appeared on the mining area, and time began to reverse. Then, it was the scene of Lin Fei attacking the mining area. Despicable humans, how dare you come to this emperor's territory to steal things? As soon as he saw Lin Fei, the Scorpion War Emperor's eyes burst with killing intent. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Not everyone could withstand the wrath of a war emperor. Chase him. The Scorpion War Emperor didn't care about anything, but the mining area was different. If he didn't kill this human brat today, he would be laughed at by those old guys when the news spread tomorrow. I don't care which combat emperor you're from. This time, I'll make you pay the price. Seems like they are prepared. There were a total of 3 mining areas in the Scorpion War Emperor's territory that produced Heaven Crystal Wall. When Lin Fei prepared to attack the 3rd mining area, he found that the third mining area was already prepared. There were 4 powerful Emperor beasts that could withstand his attack. I can only wait. Lin Fei prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a long roar came from afar. Human brat, today I will make you die without a burial place. Chapter 21:32. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the palm slammed down, before it could even reach Lin Fei, the surrounding trees began to sizzle and instantly lost their life force, turning into withered trees. At the same time, after the surrounding deadwood died, a rotten smell wafted out. Poison. Lin Fei could feel the surrounding toxins surging towards his body. What a powerful poison. This should be the Scorpion War Emperor. Rumor has it that the Scorpion War Emperor's original body is a poisonous scorpion, and after obtaining an opportunity, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and finally entered the War Emperor realm. His most terrifying thing is his poison, and he will definitely die if he touches it. With just a single palm, the opponent was able to see through the mysteries within. This is a very special type of poison. If one didn't know, they wouldn't even know how they were poisoned. Lin Fei immediately activated his elementary energy shield, and the poison struck it one after another, unable to penetrate Lin Fei's flesh and blood. At the same time, he activated his space movement and dodged the poison several times in a row. Hua hua hua. When Lin Fei dodged the power of his opponent's palm, his original position became devoid of life, and the intense poison instantly obliterated the life force that he had nurtured. Around Lin Fei, many tyrannical auras quickly appeared, surrounding Lin Fei. Brat, you have some ability. You actually mastered space movement and can even avoid my poison. No wonder you dare to touch this Emperor's mind. The Scorpion War Emperor's eyes were cold. In the eyes of the Scorpion War Emperor, finding a person in the Tianyuan mountain range was not difficult at all. Surrounded by the Emperor Beast, Lin Fei was not worried at all. My God, the Scorpion War Emperor's strength is not bad. His power output is actually 1.8 billion, and he also controls poison. He is indeed a difficult opponent. Lin Fei used the system to check. Compared to the 2 War Emperors from before, although this Scorpion War Emperor's fighting strength was slightly weaker, coupled with the poison, the 2 War Emperors did not dare to underestimate him. The surrounding Emperor Beast. They should all be the other party's trusted aides, and their strengths were all extremely powerful. There were 12 of them with a power output of 1 billion, and 3 of them with a power output of 3 to 400 million. Such a powerful force. Even the battle emperors of the human race would have to be wary of them. Even with such a powerful force surrounding him, Lin Fei still appeared to be very relaxed. However, he did not expect the other party to be so fast. He found her so quickly. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei was not surprised. He did not clean up the mess, so it was normal for them to come looking for him. If I didn't have the ability, why would I come to the mining area? Lin Fei smiled. Facing a battle emperor beast, he was calm. The Scorpion War Emperor's cold aura flickered. You humans are just stubborn. You're not even a war emperor, yet you dare to touch this emperor's mind. Now that you're besieged by me, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the Tianyuan crystal wall and tell me who's behind you. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. The human boy in front of him was abominable. Simply killing him was not enough to vent the anger of War Scorpion Emperor, no matter who is behind this. They will all pay the price. Lin Fei chuckled. I feel that you're a good person. It just so happens that I'm lacking a powerful subordinate by my side. Why don't you be my subordinate? I guarantee that you'll have a good life, far more comfortable than you are now. This is the only chance like this. How about it? Are you interested? Hairball cooperated. Big Scorpion, don't think about it. Working for my master is your lifetime's blessing. Don't come and be killed by my master on the spot. Then you'll regret it. The Scorpion War Emperor's face darkened. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Capture them for this emperor. Who's afraid of who? The Dragon Man General Hairball shouted, took out the Purple Moon's sacred blade, and slashed at the nearest sovereign beast. Space derivation. Hairball's innate divine ability was unleashed, trapping everyone in space. This space was transformed by Hairball, and it fixed everyone in place. Die! Lin Fei pounced at the nearest sovereign beast, and with a straight slash of the energy blade, a sovereign beast with 800 million damage output fell to the ground with a rumble, blood spurting several meters high. In these days, Lin Fei and Hairball had a tacit understanding. One fixed to the other killed. The expert-level basic energy blade technique could burst out with super strong attack power, and at the same time, it could unleash a perfect attack with minimal consumption. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of blade light pierced through the air, landing on the same sovereign beast. Stupid human brat, your attacks are like tickles. A sovereign beast with 1 billion damage output laughed wantonly, shaking its head. Bang! Another slash, and the sovereign beast's head flew off. Its eyes were wide open, as if it couldn't understand how it could be killed with a single slash. Bang! 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 The Scorpion War Emperor had brought along his trusted subordinates, and their strength was tyrannical. Even human battle emperors wouldn't dare to be surrounded. But at this time, the Scorpion War Emperor's eyes were bloodthirsty. Because his subordinates were falling one by one, almost all killed in a few slashes. Even the Scorpion War Emperor could see that the human brat's blade technique was very mysterious, and its power was astonishing. A sovereign beast with space attribute, and a human brat with mysterious blade techniques. The Scorpion War Emperor's expression flickered. This can't go on. These trusted subordinates, all dead, where could he find more? All of you back off. The Scorpion War Emperor ordered his trusted subordinates to retreat. After beating the small one, the big one is ready to come out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Even if the Scorpion War Emperor had won, 7 billion damage output, and with the poison, Lin Fei wasn't worried about losing. His elementary energy shield could easily block it. Poison corrosion? There was no chance. This emperor has underestimated you. The Scorpion War Emperor didn't want to be a commander without an army, so he had to do it himself. If he could eat them and obtain their abilities, it would be a great help to improve his strength. These two guys are great tonics. The Scorpion War Emperor could reach this step because he had devoured a large number of sovereign beasts. At the same time, he had an ability to devour others to obtain their abilities. Poison World. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chilly wind whistled, and wherever it passed, the sky and earth were covered in the color of death. At the same time, the area within 10,000 li of the Scorpion War Emperor was filled with poison. In an instant, trees withered, birds and beasts died, and soon it became a land of death. The poison spread throughout the entire land of death. Hairball was a sovereign beast with space attribute. She opened up a vacuum around her and naturally attacked with poison. Lin Fei was the same. You have a nerve to take out this poison. Hairball whistled, and the purple moon's sacred blade slashed at the Scorpion War Emperor's head. The sharp blade intent cut the poison into pieces. Chapter 21:33. Poison attack was just one of them. Today, Scorpion War Emperor had met his match. To stop the poison, he had to use another method. If he didn't kill them here, he didn't know where to put his face. If he couldn't even deal with the human race, he should just kill himself. This time, Scorpion War Emperor used his own weapon, a scimitar shining with green light. Without looking, he knew it was extremely poisonous, and touching it would kill him. Swoosh! The scimitar in Scorpion War Emperor's hand was actually made of his own tail. This slash whistled through the air. He used the power of the War Emperor Beast. A total of 7 billion power output. The attack was too overbearing. Lin Fei had experienced hundreds of battles. Even if he was stronger than me, so what? He laughed. Hairball, you attack the left, I attack the right. Swoosh! Spatial movement, ignoring everything. The energy scimitar slashed on Scorpion War Emperor's body, and blood flowed like a river. Lin Fei also took a blow, but with the invincible defense, he blocked it. I think your attack is just so. Lin Fei released all 18 clones. Even if you are strong, I have 18 clones. I can still kill you. He blocked it. When the saber chopped down, the other party blocked it, as if there was a layer of power blocking it. This definitely surprised the poisonous Scorpion Battle Monarch. However, before he could react, the 18 clones held the purple moon's sacred saber and attacked. Swoosh! Hairball flashed out, biting off a large piece of Scorpion War Emperor's flesh. Then, she hid in the space, attacking back and forth, causing Scorpion War Emperor's attacks to repeatedly miss. The 18 clones weren't weak either. With the system, their attack output reached 1 billion power, leaving wounds on Scorpion War Emperor's body. Shameless guy. Scorpion War Emperor cursed, waving his scimitar. His heart was full of shock. Damn guy. How can it block my poison and my attack? When did the human race boy become so strong? Every attack was blocked by the invincible defense. After the top mode, all the skills could be used. As long as there were destiny points, the clones could also have the invincible defense. Haha, you're the shameless one, relying on your strength. It looks like you're still suffering. Lin Fei laughed, the energy blade attacks constantly falling on the Scorpion War Emperor. Not long after, the Scorpion War Emperor was riddled with scars, and the Heaven's Mandate in his body was severely consumed. He had to use the Heaven Crystal Wall several times in a row. On Lin Fei's side, he fought steadily, constantly depleting the Scorpion War Monarch's mandate power. My attack power is still a little lacking. Lin Fei shook his head. He wasn't very satisfied. But if news of this were to spread, everyone would be dumbfounded. This was a combat emperor, a terrifying existence with a strength of 7 billion. He could kill a 9th Revolution Divine Emperor expert with a single palm strike. But at this moment, the other party was helpless. Regardless of whether it was strength or poison, they were unable to display their might. The Scorpion War Emperor wanted to cry. How could this human brat be so powerful? The Heaven's will energy was endless. There was simply no justice in this world. We can't fight anymore. Scorpion War Monarch tried several times to kill his opponent, but all of them were blocked. Scorpion War Monarch no longer had the confidence to kill his opponent, so he continued to waste time. He was the one who had lost. Want to leave? No way. Space evolution. Hairball shouted. Her eyes flashed as she transformed into a space, trapping the other party within. Kill. 18 clones and Lin Fei. 19 attacks of 1 billion caused Scorpion War Monarch to bleed profusely, instantly depleting a large amount of Heaven's will energy. Those who block me die. Scorpion War Monarch's power surged, shattering space as he tried to rush out. More than a dozen attacks consumed a lot of his energy. More importantly, he was injured, and his wounds hadn't recovered yet, thus giving them a target to attack. Until now, Scorpion War Monarch still couldn't understand how his defense could be broken. The gap between them was so big. Naturally, Scorpion War Monarch wouldn't know that this was the advantage of an energy-based saber technique. No matter how strong his defense was, there would always be a flaw. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei attacked crazily, depleting his Heaven's will energy like flowing water. But the harvest was still great. Scorpion War Monarch's flesh exploded, revealing his white bones. The powerful attacks left Scorpion War Monarch with no time to recover. And this was Lin Fei's battle prowess. Otherwise, a dozen attacks would have been enough to kill him. In the past, Scorpion War Monarch didn't care about group attacks, but this time, he couldn't care less. A mere 18 clones, all attacking the same. This was simply fatal. If possible, Scorpion War Monarch wouldn't fight with these clones. Who had ever heard of a clone having the same battle prowess as the main body? If anyone dared to say that in the future, he would be the first to kill them. Human brat, I'll be back. The venomous Scorpion War Monarch took out a large number of Heaven Crystal Walls, which were instantly consumed. Its massive body exploded, turning into a bloody shadow that shot out of Furball's evolved space and disappeared without a trace. Damn, he used a secret technique to instantly increase his power by 300 million, breaking through Hairball's space. Lin Fei was surprised. Hairball turned back into a dragonoid champion, her face a little pale. Master, it's all my fault. If I were a little stronger, he wouldn't be able to get out. Lin Fei didn't care about this. He patted Hairball's shoulder and took out the Heaven Crystal Wall for Hairball. Refine it immediately, and then attack the mine. The people in the mine were dumbfounded. Their king was actually dying. This was definitely something that no one had expected. The king is defeated. Everyone run. That human brat is too powerful. We're no match for him at all. Some of the smarter ones immediately slipped away. Kill. Lin Fei didn't rest. He charged in with his 18 clones. In the past, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to use his 18 clones. He always felt that he needed to hide some of them. Now that he didn't need them, he could use them openly. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 clones attacked a monarch beast in groups of 3 to 5. Their powerful offensive power didn't require defense. They could take the attacks head-on. It was like the reappearance of the god of death. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss this mine. Even the Scorpion War Monarch had escaped. Lin Fei would be a fool not to attack the mine. Without Scorpion War Monarch, the remaining people were nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, they had all lost their confidence in confidence. It was a one-sided battle. Don't kill us, we surrender. Soon, some monarch beasts prostrated themselves on the ground and surrendered. Damn, they're too useless. Lin Fei shook his head. He had planned to kill them all. Since they had surrendered, he would leave them as cannon fodder. Chapter 2134. Originally, Lin Fei did not intend to occupy the mining area. At most, he would just rob it and leave. But now, Lin Fei did not think that way. With the 18 clones and his mastery of the basic energy saber technique, he now had an advantage. Lin Fei changed his mind. He planned to occupy the mining area and make it his own place to produce the Heaven Crystal Wall. Master, they have all surrendered. Hairball locked up all the surrendered monarch beasts together and marked them one by one, making them her subordinates. As for the other immortal beasts, she did not care. Since the monarch beasts had surrendered, they were of no use. Let's take a break and go to the Scorpion War Emperor's lair later. Since the other party had run away, Lin Fei had to beat the other party into submission. At first, Lin Fei did not expect to kill the other party. The other party was too strong. Unless he broke through the limit again, he might have the confidence to kill the other party. The Rock and Primordial 13 were completely convinced. That was awesome. That was the Scorpion War Emperor, and he had been beaten away just like that. They could not believe it was true. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. 13, come here. Lin Fei called for Primordial 13 and left the rest of the matters to him, such as cleaning up the mines. After giving these instructions, Lin Fei rested for 2 hours. Then, he brought along a familiar the Archbeast and headed for the lair. Ha! Who would have thought that Primordial 13, would follow the right person one day? Primordial 13 looked at the back with excitement. How could we have lost? The Scorpion War Emperor used a secret technique to break through the limits of the evolved space and return to the lair. The consumption was still great. His combat strength had dropped by 20%. His output of 7 billion was now at most 3 billion. This secret technique had a great impact. If it was not a desperate situation, the Scorpion War Emperor would not have used it. This time, he had no choice. These two ant-like fellows were so difficult to deal with. It's all the human brat's fault. Back to the lair. The Scorpion War Emperor was still full of anger. That guy's combat strength is not high, and there's still a certain gap between us. But that saber technique is really terrifying. It can actually break through my defense. If not for the wound being unable to heal, it would not be so easy for him. The Battle Emperor's eyesight was still quite good. The opponent's saber technique was very domineering, and at the same time, it was very difficult to block. If there was some distance between them, they would still be able to defend themselves. However, after being attacked, there was basically no way they could defend themselves. At that time, he clearly remembered that out of 10 saber attacks, 9 would be unavoidable. The most helpless thing was that the other party only attacked fiercely and never defended. That was the most terrifying thing. The human brat. I don't know where he came from, but he's so terrifying. If I can get my hands on his saber technique, and that secret technique that ignores all attacks, the entire God Emperor Mountain will be under my control. As soon as he thought of this, he couldn't stop himself. The Scorpion War Emperor's eyes flashed with greed. There was a way on this human boy. Perhaps this was his chance. But for now, I need to heal my injuries first. That brat was not easy to deal with. If he really wanted to deal with him, he would have to think about it carefully. It's best to kill him in one strike and not give that kid any chance. Scorpion War Monarch took out a pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His face was a little ruddy. Rumble. Just as he was about to go into seclusion to heal his injuries, the huge palace shook violently. Then, a man and a beast descended from the sky. Appearing in front of Scorpion War Monarch, there were several corpses at the same time, all killed by one saber strike. "It's you!" Scorpion War Monarch shouted angrily. He didn't expect them to chase after him. Lin Fei could move through space. Following the aura, he was extraordinarily fast. He arrived at Scorpion War Monarch's lair, locked onto the location, and rushed in. During this time, an Emperor Beast came out and was directly killed by Lin Fei's saber technique. "Of course it's us. I think it's too dangerous to keep you alive. It's better to take advantage of your injuries and kill you." Lin Fei smiled and slashed straight at the Scorpion War Monarch's face. At the same time, the 18 doppelgangers also came out, and the whole palace was instantly destroyed. Just now, Lin Fei used the system to scan Scorpion War Monarch and discovered one thing. Scorpion War Monarch's battle power had dropped from 1.7 billion to about 1.3 billion. Lin Fei smiled. His original plan was to sweep the enemy's lair and scare them away. Now that he had discovered this, Lin Fei was wondering if he should kill them. Scorpion War Monarch felt a pang of fear. If he were at his peak, it would be fine. But now that his strength had dropped, and he had already experienced the terrifying strength of the other party, he might really be killed on the spot. At this time, Scorpion War Monarch regretted returning to his lair. Wouldn't it have been better to hide outside? "Men, kill them for me." Scorpion War Monarch's eyes flashed. "Since there is no door to hell, you came willingly. Here in my lair, you will die without a burial." The palace collapsed, and the Emperor Beast experts outside all rushed in. Scorpion War Monarch was smart. He knew the human brats were the most difficult to deal with. As long as he could exhaust the other party's Heaven's Mandate energy, they would still be meat in his hands. Bang! Bang! Lin Fei's energy blade brought out rays of blade light. As the blade light flashed, blood flowed, and heads were cut off. Defense? Lin Fei had long since given them invincible defense. Letting them attack, Lin Fei did not stop. In his eyes, these guys were full of openings, and it was very easy to kill them. Scorpion War Monarch kept hiding behind. "Trying to exhaust my Heaven's Mandate energy?" Lin Fei laughed shamelessly. Scorpion War Monarch's subordinates fell one by one into the river of blood. None could stop Lin Fei's advance. "Now it's your turn." Lin Fei came in front of Scorpion War Monarch and slashed with his energy saber. Scorpion War Monarch slapped out with his palm, and the tyrannical force shook the energy saber away. At this time, he went all out. Space Evolution. In this exchange, Hairball came up to Space Evolution. Invisible spatial power wrapped around Scorpion War Monarch. At this time, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten the existence of this space-type Emperor Beast, and his movements slowed down. Damned ant. Scorpion War Monarch kept bursting with power, shattering the spatial restraints. In the next second, he was entangled again. How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? His saber slashed repeatedly, tearing apart the opponent's defense. Lin Fei began to gain the upper hand, while the 18 doppelgangers were like a wall, blocking everyone's attacks. Great, the opponent's strength is dropping. His injuries worsened. Scorpion War Monarch returned to his body, but still could not stop his strength from dropping. 1.3 billion. 1.2 billion. 1 billion. Under the frenzied attacks, Scorpion War Monarch had no time to heal. The energy of the Heaven Crystal Wall was used to block the attacks. It was not enough. Die. Chapter 2135. Ding. Killed War Emperor Beast. Obtained Strength Bonus. As soon as the Scorpion War Emperor died, the system's cold voice sounded. However, this time, to Lin Fei, it was like winning a lottery. Ding. Extracting Strength. Probability of 10%, to 100%. Lin Fei blinked. Damn, this is also possible. In the beginning, Lin Fei did not think of killing the Scorpion War Emperor. After all, there was still a gap between him and the other party. Of course, as long as Lin Fei was given time, killing the Scorpion War Emperor would not be difficult. Speaking of which, Lin Fei was lucky. The Scorpion War Emperor used a secret technique to escape, but he did not go back. When he returned to his lair, his strength plummeted, and he was met by Lin Fei. Thus, the top-ranker Scorpion War Emperor was killed. Lin Fei was very excited about being able to extract the other party's strength, even if it was 100 million. If the quantity was up, would he be afraid that his combat strength would not be enough? Little devil, why didn't you remind me before? If he had known earlier, Lin Fei would have already targeted the War Emperor ranker. You didn't ask again? The little devil said lazily. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Although the system was his, there were some aspects that were not as clear as the little devil. With the death of the Scorpion War Emperor, his subordinates were enraged. Their killing intent soared to the sky, wanting to avenge their king. The 18 clones and Hairball unleashed their killing intent, crushing them. Corpses fell one after another, and no one was able to dodge the killing move. This was an upright attack of strength. Ding! Extraction complete. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining 300 million strength bonus. Lin Fei opened the system. The original limit of 1 billion had now become 3 billion. Haha, great. It actually increased by 300 million. Don't look at this 300 million increase in strength. It increased Lin Fei's combat strength by a lot. Huh. In his excitement, Lin Fei slashed out with his blade. The blade light was like a wave. One by one, heads flew up. This slash killed a large number of Emperor beasts. Master Mighty, the output of 3 billion power was quite terrifying. Lin Fei joined the battle. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, not a single one of them was left alive. They had either run away or turned into corpses. Hairball, great rock, you guys split it up. Lin Fei put away the Scorpion War Emperor's corpse. Good stuff. After solving the problem, Lin Fei began to loot the nest. Not to mention, the Scorpion War Emperor really has a lot of good things, such as the Tianyuan crystal wall, a huge storage ring. According to the statistics, there were a total of 80 million Heaven Origin crystal walls. Lin Fei had no doubt that the other party had spent a long time collecting these Tianyuan crystal walls. Although it was not more than 100 million, it was all a bargain for him now. With part of the power restriction lifted and 80 million pieces of Heavenly Origin crystal wall obtained, Lin Fei was in an exceptionally good mood. Lin Fei didn't know what the consequences of killing the Scorpion War Emperor would be, but there was one thing he valued more than anyone else: killing a War Emperor beast. When I fought with the Scorpion War Emperor, other than the Saber Art, I also had 18 clones. I spent a lot of destiny points, but the harvest was worth it. Lin Fei took out the energy crystals to refine. I can't go hunt another War Emperor beast now. I need to rest for a few days to recover my destiny points. Although it was a small battle, Lin Fei consumed a lot of destiny points. That was a bottomless pit. Especially after gaining 300 million destiny points, the output was even crazier. Lin Fei couldn't help but take a good rest before the battle with the Scorpion War Emperor. He used almost 60% of his destiny points. How terrifying was that? And he had to thank the Energy Foundation Saber Art to reduce the consumption. While Lin Fei was resting in a certain place, the entire space of Mount God Emperor was covered in a blood rain, dyeing the whole place red. When Lin Fei was searching in the nest, he didn't notice the blood rain. When he came out, the rain stopped, so he naturally wouldn't pay attention to it. But to the experts in the space of Mount God Emperor, it caused an uproar. A War Emperor has fallen. One by one, the powerful beings looked at the blood rain with astonished expressions on their faces. Because the God Emperor Mountain was an independent existence, once a combat Emperor ranker fell, there would be a rain of blood. Once the blood rain appeared, everyone would know that a War Emperor had fallen. As for who it was, no one knew. On the human side, the 6 War Emperors were in a good mood. One less war emperor meant one less pressure for those at their level, whether it was an enemy or a friend, and they would have an advantage in controlling the future. Mount God Emperor was rich in resources, and most importantly, it had the rare Heaven Crystal Wall. Everyone wanted to control Mount God Emperor and become the ruler of the world. Now that there was one less opponent, everyone was in a good mood. At the same time, they were guessing who had fallen. Soon, they found out that it was the Scorpion War Emperor of Mount Tianyuan. The news spread not from the human side, but from Mount Tianyuan. When the Scorpion War Emperor was killed, some of the monarch beasts escaped, and the news spread. The 5 War Emperor beasts rushed over after the battle, and they could sense that the Scorpion War Emperor's aura had disappeared. This time, the war beasts of Mount Tianyuan were furious, especially when they found out that it was a human expert who killed the Scorpion War Emperor. They were furious. The human side was dumbfounded when they found out that it was a human expert who killed the Scorpion War Emperor. The human side was dumbfounded. Was there a mistake? Since when did the human race have such a powerful expert? Among the human war emperors, 2 war emperors thought of one person. Could it be that senior? When War Emperor Meng Tu heard the news, she immediately thought of a person, the young senior that she met at the mutated Blood Lotus. Apart from him, we don't have any other war emperors in the human race. How terrifying would it be to be able to kill a war emperor beast? Even War Emperor Meng Tu was not confident that she could do so. It would be good enough if she could maintain a draw. This was also why she asked Dark Knight War Emperor to go with her when they entered Mount Tianyuan, to have the strength to resist. Dark Knight War Emperor also thought of that senior, and his eyes were filled with caution. The appearance of this unknown human senior. I'm afraid that the space of Mount God Emperor has changed greatly. Dark Knight War Emperor sighed softly. He was not sure if this was a good or bad thing for the space of Mount God Emperor. Even Dark Knight War Emperor was not confident that he could tell. While the experts of Mount God Emperor were feeling uneasy, Lin Fei hid in a place and placed a large number of energy towers to absorb the Heaven's Mandate energy to replenish his consumption. This rest lasted for 10 days. Of course, during these 10 days, Lin Fei did not stay in the space of Mount God Emperor. Instead, he went outside and took out the flesh of the War Emperor beast for his wife and the Supreme Demon Emperor to replenish their consumed Heaven's Mandate energy. Ever since Lin Fei sat on the divine throne, the Heaven's Mandate energy in the world had completely disappeared. The Heaven's Mandate energy in the bodies of the Supreme Demon Emperor, Elder Fu, and the others dissipated very quickly. Their strength was at most around the invincible God Emperor level. Chapter 21:36. Deep within the void, endless astral winds howled incessantly. At the same time, flames rose, forming a kingdom of fire. Although this black astral wind wasn't the usual astral wind, it was the most terrifying Heaven's Path astral wind that could kill anyone who came into contact with it. However, this kind of black astral wind could only be found at the edge of the void. You said that someone could break in? Save it. Even if a God Emperor expert came here, the Heavenly Law astral wind would take away half of the God Emperor's life. Other than that, the black flame was also a terrifying existence. It was called the Heavenly Law's Wrath, and it could burn everything. This was also the most mysterious place in the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, at the end of the void, a huge palace floated, filled with a vast and ancient aura. It was something that had existed for eons. Sky Dragon, you're not bad. The inside of the palace was spacious. Apart from the pillars, there was nothing else. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He was the strongest among the divine sons, the Heavenly Dragon. In the last battle, he had crushed the Heavenly Dragon, and now he was resurrected here. Apart from Sky Dragon, there was no one else in the palace. At this moment, Sky Dragon's body was flowing with a vast God Emperor aura. Unknowingly, he had already become a God Emperor. In his left eye, there was a Heaven Tao astral wind, and in his right eye, there was a Heaven Tao raging flame. If possible, no one would be willing to fight with the Sky Dragon. Now that you've stepped into Emperor God Realm, you've obtained Heaven Law Gale and heaven law fury. You're like a tiger that has grown wings. What you need to do now is to kill Tion. A cold voice came from the palace. It was so cold that no one could get used to it. There was no emotion in the voice. The sky dragon's eyes shot out the heavenly Tao's wrath, burning holes in the void. Tion, he was the strongest existence among the gods, but he had been killed time and time again after encountering Tion. Now Tion had become a nail in his heart. Now that Tion is able to enter the space of the God Emperor Mountain, it's impossible for him to do so. I want you to grasp Mount God Emperor in your hands, and at the same time, retrieve the supreme treasure of Mount God Emperor. Yes, the godson took a step forward, and a door of light appeared before him. Then, he arrived at the mountain of God Emperor's space. All of this should have been mine. Sky Dragon's eyes were like lightning. However, it's not too late now. These are all mine. Lin Fei once again returned to the mountain god Emperor's space. Let's go. After finding Depeng and Primordial 13, Lin Fei flew outside. After more than 10 days of recovery, not only did Lin Fei replenish 60% of the destiny points that he had used previously, but he also replenished it. At the same time, he had stored quite a few destiny points. Master, aren't we going to mine? Primordial 13 asked curiously. If it weren't for the unexpected harvest from the system, Lin Fei might have chosen to mine and obtain the Tianyuan crystal wall. But at this time, Lin Fei thought differently. Although the Tianyuan crystal wall was good, the 4 battle emperor beasts in the Tianyuan mountains were not so easy to deal with. Who knew what the Scorpion battle emperor's ranking was? This didn't mean that Lin Fei was afraid and didn't need to waste his destiny points. It was not a good deal at all. Therefore, Lin Fei had to go out and contact a few War Emperor rankers to kill the War Emperor beast together so that he could increase his strength. As long as he could increase his strength, Lin Fei could occupy the space of the God Emperor Mountain. No one would know that he was killing the War Emperor beasts to increase his strength. According to Lin Fei's calculations, as long as he killed 2 more War Emperor beasts, his combat power would increase to about 1.8 billion. At that time, his 18 clones would also be War Emperor level existences. It would be a piece of cake to clean up. Find help. With Lin Fei's speed, he quickly left the Tianyuan Mountains. The teleportation point was not set for nothing. Master, where are we going now? To meet the mysterious battle Emperor Meng II. Although he had only met her once before, he had to admit that this battle Emperor Meng II was very tempting. If it wasn't for his lack of strength back then, Lin Fei might have gone to first-grade fragrance. Now that he was out, Lin Fei decided to go to the city where Battle Emperor Meng II was. Primordial 13 quickly became the guide. He brought Lin Fei straight to Nightmare City. In less than an hour, Lin Fei saw a huge city on the plains. This is the Nightmare City. The city was huge and had a large population. At the same time, it was very lively. Lin Fei put away Primordial 13 and the rock. Then he brought Furball with him and entered Nightmare City. Looks like I'm in luck. Battle Emperor Meng II is in the city. Lin Fei did not use his divine sense to search. Instead, he used the system to quickly locate Battle Emperor Meng II's day. He chuckled and rushed over. In the center of the city was Nightmare Palace. Battle Emperor Meng II lived here. Since Battle Emperor Meng II was a woman, the entire Nightmare Palace was filled with women. In Battle Emperor Meng II's eyes, men were not good people. Who said that women could not be compared to men? Therefore, in Nightmare City, women had the highest status. No matter how strong you were, as long as you bullied a woman in Nightmare City, you would be in trouble. Therefore, men would behave themselves when they came to Nightmare City. Resentment? It was better to keep it. When Battle Emperor Meng II lost her temper, it would be a nightmare. No matter how many men came, they would all die. Lin Fei snuck in and concealed his aura. No one would be able to discover him. These women are quite good-looking. Along the way, it was as though Lin Fei had entered a place where there was no one around. He came across a bunch of brazen girls. One could not help but admit that this Battle Empress Meng Kai had a really good eye for women. Even if he were to just take a look at them, it was still a sight to behold. Soon Lin Fei arrived at the deeper part of Nightmare Palace. Battle Emperor Meng too was inside. After passing through a forest, Lin Fei's ears twitched. He heard laughter. "Your Majesty, is there really such a powerful senior in our mountain god emperor?" Lin Fei stopped and turned on the system. Soon, an erotic scene appeared before him. At the end of the forest was a small valley. In front of the valley was a lake. At the moment, a few women were playing in the clear water. Their laughter could be heard from time to time. Battle Emperor Meng, too, whom Lin Fei had seen before, was surrounded by a few women. No wonder Battle Emperor Meng, too, doesn't like men. She likes women. Lin Fei was surprised. He wasn't here to eavesdrop. The erotic scene in front of him was still very exciting, especially for a man. Battle Emperor Meng Tu's body is too hot. Combat Empress Meng Tu did not know that someone had snuck in. With her strength, no one would be able to sneak into the mountain god emperor. Furthermore, there were layers of formations set up outside. Even if a combat empress were to come, they would not be able to enter without causing a commotion. Unfortunately, she met Lin Fei this time. Lin Fei was someone with the system. Hence, it was a feast for the eyes. Lin Fei was never a gentleman. Chapter 21:37. Lin Fei did not go up again. It was not appropriate. "Who is it?" The woman in the lake released a light shout. She was filled with anger. With a wave of her hand, the lake water that filled the sky erupted, forming a curtain of rain that covered her within. Lin Fei did not make a move. He activated his elementary energy shield and blocked the attack. Nightmare Kingdom. The woman attacked again. This time, her body was covered in black clothes that wrapped around her graceful figure. Lin Fei's mind was suddenly in a trance. An endless number of experts were charging towards him. It was as if he was in the middle of a battlefield. What a powerful secret offensive technique. The system reminded him. Lin Fei recovered and was surprised. He finally understood why the difference in strength between the two of them was not small. But they were both War Emperor realm. It should be this secret attack. Lin Fei had a taste of the secret technique attack just now. It was indeed very scary. If it wasn't for the system's reminder, he had no doubt that he would have fallen into it. Battle Emperor Dream Taper had never thought that someone would be able to break into the Dream Palace. Battle Empress Meng too was well aware of the arrangements that had been made, and she was extremely shocked. Could it be that another powerful expert had appeared? The scariest thing was that the other party did not leak any aura. If the other party had not spoken, she would not have known that someone had entered. How much did he see? Battle Empress Dream Taper's killing intent shot out. The lake water acted as a canopy, but it was merely a cover. The real attack was her Nightmare Kingdom. Once this secret art was unleashed, she did not believe that her opponent would be able to block it. In the beginning, Battle Empress Dream Taper had indeed sensed that her opponent had fallen into her trap. Once she had fallen into her trap, she had already secured her victory. No matter how powerful her opponent was, there was nothing she could do. But after a few breaths of time, the other party broke free from the Nightmare Kingdom. No matter how it changed, the Nightmare Kingdom could not harm the other party. Fellow Taoist Meng Ko, if I wanted a peek, I wouldn't have warned you. Lin Fei walked over. The Nightmare Kingdom shrouded them. At this point, there was no longer any threat to Lin Fei. "Senior, it's you." Battle Empress Meng too let out a cry of surprise when she saw the black-robed man walking toward her. This person, it was the senior that they had stopped last time. The Scorpion War Emperor had fallen not long ago. Perhaps it was because of this senior. Battle Empress Meng, he was also an intelligent woman. The matters between men and women had also become trivial. "Senior, please have a seat." Somewhere in the valley, Battle Empress Meng too ordered her subordinates to retreat and sat across from Lin Fei. "Actually, I'm not a senior." Lin Fei laughed. Pretending to be a senior sometimes worked, but sometimes it didn't. Lin Fei was well aware of this. He could only hide what had happened that day for a while, but not for long. "You're very powerful," Scorpion War Monarch said. "We only discovered some clues after we returned." Both of them were War Emperor rankers, and their reactions were first-rate. If it was a senior, he would be able to block their attacks. The sovereign beasts outside could not even withstand a single blow. A casual release of pressure was enough to suppress everything. There was no need for him to personally make a move. This was the biggest flaw. I'm Lin Fei. Actually, I'm here today to ask for Taoist Meng Ke's help. Lin Fei said generously. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't angry after being tricked by a young man. However, Battle Empress Meng too understood one thing. This Lin Fei probably did not have the strength of a war emperor. However, the other party was very capable. There were only a few people in the entire Mountain God Emperor who could block her secret technique. Do you think I'll help? Battle Empress Meng too said coldly. I think this is a good thing for Taoist Meng, Lin Fei said with a smile. I was the one who killed Scorpion War Monarch not long ago. So it was you. Scorpion War Monarch was unlucky, so I killed him. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I'm willing to pay 10 million Heaven Origin Crystal Walls to invite Taoist Meng Tu to kill a War Emperor Beast. After that, I don't even need the Heaven Origin Crystal Walls. Battle Empress Meng Tu was full of mysteriousness towards this Lin Fei. She had already guessed it before, but it was still shocking to hear that he killed Scorpion War Monarch. To kill a combat emperor, 10 million Tianyuan crystal wall stones, and not even a single reward, was indeed very tempting. Not only Battle Empress Meng Tu, I also want Taoist Meng Tu to introduce a few other war emperors. Lin Fei said again. If he was strong now, Lin Fei wouldn't mind taking the initiative to find him. However, he was neither strong nor weak at the moment. If he really fought, it would consume too much energy and it wouldn't be worth it. Taoist Lin, what a great idea. Battle Empress Meng Tu couldn't figure out what Lin Fei was trying to do. Nothing at all. Just to kill a war emperor? No matter how she looked at it, it was twisted. Even if Battle Empress Meng Tu was smart, she couldn't figure out that Lin Fei was relying on killing war emperors to increase his combat strength. This was simply too unimaginable. They weren't on the same level at all. This is called mutual benefit. Everyone will benefit. Lin Fei laughed. Moreover, you guys don't want them to continue to grow and affect your status in the future. From Primordial 13, Lin Fei found out a lot of things. Don't be fooled by the fact that the space of Mountain God Emperor was in a balanced state. This wasn't a long-term thing, and it would be broken sooner or later. For example, if the few war emperors in Tianyuan mountain range broke through again and joined forces, they would be under great pressure. Most importantly, the 6 of them weren't that united. I believe Taoist Meng Tu won't miss out on such a great opportunity. I don't want anything as long as I can kill a war emperor. A smart woman was quick to make up her mind. Battle Empress Meng Tu couldn't think of any reason to reject. She agreed without hesitation. The only thing that didn't make Lin Fei happy was that Battle Empress Meng Tu only agreed to introduce Dark Battle Emperor. The other 4 war emperors probably wouldn't have a chance. 2 war emperors? Lin Fei pondered for a moment and felt that it was about right. He could take them down one by one. Moreover, he never thought of killing them all at once. That wasn't realistic. Battle Empress Meng Tu was a straightforward person. The next day, she introduced Dark Battle Emperor and told him about this. Dark Battle Emperor also came in person. As soon as this war emperor arrived, he couldn't help but fight. A part of the Dream Palace was shrouded in darkness. Dark Battle Emperor turned into the Night Emperor in the darkness, looking down on everything. The 2 of them fought. Taoist Lin's cultivation is indeed different. This saber technique is the most perfect I've ever seen. Dark Battle Emperor cupped his hands and said, Lin Fei indeed fought with Dark Battle Emperor. He used the fundamental energy saber technique. Coupled with his current combat strength, it became very terrifying. As for joining forces to kill a War Emperor beast, I agree. Dark Battle Emperor agreed. Chapter 2138. Meanwhile, Sky Dragon also arrived at the Mountain of God Emperor. Tian, don't you want to control the God Emperor Mountain? It won't be that easy. Tian Long's lips curled upwards, and he let out a cold laugh. I'll let your name spread across the Mountain God Emperor space. In the past, the God Emperors had caused a lot of trouble in the Mountain God Emperor space. Over the generations, they have accumulated an unimaginable amount of hatred. By then, I won't even need to do anything. They'll give you a headache." Sky Dragon turned around and left, heading in one direction, Tianyuan Mountains. "You're saying that D. Tian from the Sealed World killed the Scorpion Battle Emperor? This generation's Emperor God expert?" A roar came from a palace in the depths of the Tianyuan mountain range. "I have no need to lie to you," Sky Dragon said indifferently. "Damn it." Celestial Eye Battle Emperor's killing intent flickered. "Someone inform Poison Demon, Firebug, and Scarlet Tiger to come here. Tell them I have something important to discuss with them." Immediately, someone retreated. "Then what should I do with you?" Battle Emperor Tianmu was the strongest expert in the Tianyuan Mountains. At the same time, he was also their big brother, at least in name. Sky Dragon was locked on by the murderous intent, and he chuckled. "Actually, there is no need for you to deal with me. I'm not your enemy, because we have a common enemy, D. Tian." Celestial Eye Battle Emperor's eyes flickered. What can a mere God Emperor do? A God Emperor can't do anything here at Mount God Emperor. Sky Dragon shook his head. That might not be the case. D. Tian is not an ordinary Emperor God. Until now, no one knows what cultivation technique he has cultivated, but he is very good at making breakthroughs. I think the poisonous Scorpion Battle Emperor that you guys displayed in front of everyone is the best proof. If all of you have the same mentality, I think you guys are destined to be no match for D. Tian. The Celestial Eye Battle Emperor fell silent. The three combat emperors soon arrived. Celestial Eye Battle Emperor sent a subordinate to deliver a message. The God Emperor of the Sealed World had arrived. This was no small matter. Every time, the Sealed World would enter the space of Mountain God Emperor. "Big brother, did that person really come?" The first to arrive was the Poison Demon Battle Monarch. His true form was a unique poisonous creature, devouring all kinds of poisons and cultivating a terrifying poison. This poison was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, he was also an expert in using poison. No one dared to underestimate him. Then, the Fiery Bug War Emperor arrived. The Crimson Tiger Battle Emperor had also arrived. As soon as they saw the Sky Dragons, in their hearts, the human race was their enemy. In the past, they were the supreme rulers of the Mountain of God Emperor. Later on, the appearance of the human race caused them to lose their ruling position. Until now, the balance had been maintained, but the situation was not in their favor. I am the representative of the Heavenly Tao, Sky Dragon. Be it the Fiery Bug Battle Monarch or the Poison Demon Battle Monarch, their eyes flickered with a hint of fear. They were peak-level existences of God Emperor Peak. Naturally, he knew some secrets that ordinary people did not know, and the Heavenly Axiom's agent was one of them. The Celestial Eye Battle Emperor briefly mentioned D. Tian so that they would know. Scorpion must have been killed by D. Tian. The Poison Demon Battle Emperor had a good relationship with the Poison Demon Battle Emperor. At this moment, he was the first to speak. "Big brother, that fella dared to come to our Mountain God Emperor's space. Let's go and find him now." Yes, none of the God Emperors who sealed the world are good people. Last time, that God Emperor came to our dimension and caused the death of 3 combat emperors. We must kill him. Sky Dragon did not speak again. This is D. Tian's appearance. As long as you can kill D. Tian and bring his head here, I don't mind telling you a piece of good news. Sky Dragon said calmly. As long as D. Tian dies in the space of Mountain God Emperor, I can bring you out of the space of Mountain God Emperor, and you will no longer be confined to this place. The 4 of them were tempted. If it was someone else, they would not care. However, the person in front of them was different. He was the Heavenly Tao's representative. He represented the Heavenly Tao, and no one had ever killed a Heavenly Tao's representative. All right, it's up to you guys to decide what to do. Sky Dragon stood up and left. After Sky Dragon left, "Big brother, do we really have a chance to leave the space of Mountain God Emperor?" The Poison Demon Battle Monarch asked anxiously. If Sky Dragon left, it would undoubtedly be a heavy bomb in their hearts. They had no choice but to be moved. The thing they were most willing to do in their lives was to leave the space of Mountain God Emperor. The space of Mountain God Emperor was too small. However, it was different in the Sealed World. They could definitely become an overlord or even rule over the outside world. It should be true. The Sky-Eye Battle Monarch was also tempted. That person is indeed the Heavenly Tao's representative. However, your big brother is confused as to why the Heavenly Tao's representative could not suppress a God Emperor. It's not normal. Who cares if it's normal or not? Let's find that person first. The Red Tiger Battle Monarch had a bad temper, and his mind was filled with murderous thoughts. Our space of Mountain God Emperor will not allow a God Emperor to do as he pleases. If that God Emperor continues to grow, our space of Mountain God Emperor will be ruled by someone else again. The four of them fell silent. Dream City. Lin Fei temporarily stayed here. Both Battle Monarch Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Monarch agreed to cooperate. As for the other Battle Emperors, they would not have the chance for the time being. Lin Fei also learned some secrets from them. For example, the 6 Battle Emperors were divided into 3 mountains. The first mountain was also the strongest. It was led by the Radiance Battle Monarch. There were 2 Battle Emperors in total. The other one was the Sky Wolf Battle Monarch. They were the strongest. The second mountain was led by Battle Monarch Xianxia and Battle Monarch Lu Xing. The third mountain was led by Battle Monarch Dream Taper and Battle Monarch Dark Knight. If it wasn't divided into 3 mountains, the space of Mountain God Emperor would have undergone great changes. Lin Fei was glad that he did not blindly search for the God Emperor. Otherwise, he would be in a lot of trouble now. At the same time, according to the Dark Knight Battle Monarch, the Radiance Battle Monarch was the strongest among the 6 Battle Emperors. Rumor had it that the Radiance Battle Monarch was in the midst of a breakthrough. As long as he broke through again, his strength would greatly increase, and he would have a chance to unify the space of Mountain God Emperor. This was not good news for Lin Fei. According to Lin Fei's analysis of the Battle Emperors, he found out that Battle Monarch Dream Taper had the lowest combat power. Her combat power was only 1.7 billion, while the Dark Knight Battle Monarch's was 1.9 billion. As for the other 4, including the Radiance Battle Monarch, Lin Fei suspected that his combat power had reached 2.5 billion. As for the next breakthrough, his combat power might reach 3 billion. Even Lin Fei was surprised by this result. Chapter 2139. The peak experts of Mountain God Emperor's Dimension all received a mysterious expert. After this mysterious expert left, God Emperor Mountain's spatial experts began to move. Their subordinates began to search for information. Master, someone familiar appeared in Dream City. While Lin Fei was waiting for Nightmare and Nightfall, Little Devil sent him a message. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. A familiar aura? Apart from him, no one else could enter Mountain God Emperor. Why would someone familiar appear? Do I need to check? Of course. Lin Fei was quite curious. In the next second, a familiar figure appeared. It's him. Lin Fei was rather surprised to see this person, and a strong murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Sky Dragon, the strongest among the gods. Although he killed him previously, he was saved by the heavenly law. Lin Fei had tried to find him and kill him, making him disappear from this world. Regretfully, the heavenly dragon never appeared again after that. It had completely disappeared without a trace. Find Sky Dragon's trail immediately. Although Lin Fei had been concealing his aura in Dream City, it wouldn't cost him many destiny points. He could use it as a killing move at the crucial moment. Think about it. There wasn't this person in his divine sense, but he appeared without any warning. He would definitely be able to catch him off guard. The scene in front of Lin Fei changed. It was a place he was familiar with. Dream Palace, the place Battle Empress Dream Taper used to receive guests. Battle Empress Dream Taper was receiving Sky Dragon. The two didn't know that someone was monitoring them. Taoist Dream Taper, I've already contacted Battle Empress to kill this God Emperor DT together. Are you willing? Sky Dragon came up and revealed his identity. Lin Fei happened to hear this. Damn, I knew this guy wouldn't appear for no reason. It must be the damn heavenly law. One day, I'm going to get rid of the heavenly law. Lin Fei was furious. Scan God, Sun Sky Dragon's strength immediately. Lin Fei couldn't wait to go out and kill Sky Dragon right now. It would be best if he could kill Sky Dragon and cut off one of Heavenly Law's helpers. A moment later, a message appeared in front of Lin Fei. Heavenly Dragon God, Agent of the Heavenly Tao, Output Power 1. 6 billion. Lin Fei had really underestimated the Sky Dragon. The Heavenly Law must have helped the Divine Son, Sky Dragon, to increase his strength. Now he has contacted the top experts in the God Emperor Mountain. He wants to fight me to the death. Battle Emperor's Dream Taper was shocked. That Lin Fei is actually the God Emperor of this region of the sealed world. It hasn't been long since he advanced to the God Emperor realm, but his strength is indeed terrifying. Women are smart. If what the other party said was true, then this Lin Fei was extraordinarily terrifying. How long had it been? And he was already able to kill the Scorpion War Emperor. Did he really have to join hands with them? For a moment, Battle Empress Dream Taper hesitated. In her subconsciousness, there was a voice that kept telling her that Lin Fei was not someone she could afford to offend. Respected agent of the Heavenly Tao. As for dealing with God Emperor Di Tian, this is not a small matter. This little girl needs to discuss before making a decision. Battle Empress Dream Taper frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Fei's impression of Battle Empress Dream Taper improved significantly. This was a smart woman. There was a flash of dissatisfaction in the eyes of God's son Sky Dragon, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Battle Empress Dream Taper didn't notice it, but Lin Fei saw it clearly. That's easy. I will stay in the God Emperor Mountain. After thinking it through, Dao Friend Ming Taper can contact me. The Sky Dragon laughed. No matter who killed God Emperor Di Tian, I will promise to bring him out of the God Emperor Mountain. I will promise to bring him out of the God Emperor Mountain. This condition is valid forever. The Sky Dragon didn't care if Battle Empress Dream Taper agreed or not. Since he said it, even if the other party didn't agree, the next time he came, it wouldn't be so simple. Di Tian, let's see where you can hide in the God Emperor Mountain. The Sky Dragon paid a visit to all the experts in the God Emperor Mountain. No one dared to look down on the God Emperor Mountain's representative. Moreover, killing a God Emperor wasn't a difficult task at all. After leaving the dreamlike city, the Sky Dragon prepared to find a place to rest. At this moment, a person followed him. This person was naturally Lin Fei. Although the Sky Dragon's combat strength had skyrocketed, reaching a shocking 1.6 billion energy output, comparable to a Battle Emperor, Lin Fei didn't put the Sky Dragon in his eyes. The Sky Dragon's combat strength was at most on the same level as the Poison Scorpion Battle Emperor. Now, he was much stronger than when he killed the Poison Scorpion Battle Emperor. His energy output had increased by 300 million, reaching 1.3 billion. At the same time, he had mastered the fundamental energy saber art. Whoosh! In the sky above a forest far away from the dreamlike city, Sky Dragon was in high spirits. In his opinion, Di Tian, that bastard, would definitely be hunted down within a few days. Without any warning, a saber radiance slashed over. The heavenly Tao intent around the Sky Dragon turned into heavenly lightning. As the heavenly lightning descended, the experts in the God Emperor Mountain felt uneasy. One after another, divine senses shot over. The heavenly Tao intent that the Sky Dragon had mastered was even more terrifying than before. He could turn into heavenly lightning. Although the power wasn't as strong as outside, it was still terrifying. It was a pity that he was still hit. There was a wound on his chest. Blood flowed from the wound and dyed his clothes red. The Sky Dragon frowned. You're really capable to be able to hurt me. Ever since his strength had skyrocketed, Sky Dragon was confident that he could kill Di Tian if he were to face him again. But now he was actually injured. Sky Dragon, you're still the same as before. You haven't improved at all. Lin Fei came out from the void and swaggered in front of the Sky Dragon. It's you. Godson Sky Dragon shot out 2 beams of power from his eyes, one from the front and one from the back. They brought with them a terrifying power. Just these 2 attacks alone could kill 700 to 800 million Emperor Gods. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He blew out a breath, and the 2 attacks were blown away. In the eyes of the Sky Dragon, his greatest enemy was Di Tian. His glory was supposed to be his, but it ended up in D. Tion's hands. The Sky Dragon squinted his eyes. Good, good. You're indeed a God Emperor. You've improved greatly in such a short time. It will be fine if you didn't come out. But since you're here, I'll kill you personally. Boom! The Sky Dragon's aura rose. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down. A boundless, terrifying aura engulfed the entire God Emperor Mountain. The experts who were observing with their divine senses were shocked. Their divine senses were shattered by the heavenly lightning. Only then did they realize how terrifying the heavenly Tao's representative was. The Sky Dragon's aura rose to the peak. His strength reached 1.6 billion. In addition to the special battlefield formed by the heavenly lightning, his combat power soared to 1.9 billion. See that? This is my strength. The Sky Dragon pointed at Lin Fei. And you're an ant in my eyes. Chapter 2140. Boom, boom, boom. Bolts of heavenly lightning that contained profound mysteries formed a special field. The experts in a mountain god emperor space were shocked, and at the same time, fearful. On top of a tall mountain, the radiant battle emperor stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep and profound, and a vast aura of light flowed from his body. What an agent of the heavens Tao. He's actually able to utilize the will of the heavens Tao to such an extent of perfection. This emperor is even more curious about exactly who forced this agent of the heavens Tao to make a move with his full strength. Wave after wave of the will of the heaven Tao assaulted him, yet they were evaporated by the light before they could even approach him. Your Majesty, could it be that D. Tian God Emperor? A trusted aide at the side asked. The radiant battle emperor didn't say anything. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through the area of heavenly lightning. What a powerful representative of the heavenly way. According to the rumors, every time a representative of the heavenly way appears, it's the representative of the heavenly way who walks in the human world. The rumors are true. Even that bastard Guang Guang doesn't dare to underestimate him. The black-armored war sky battle monarch shattered the will of the heavenly path with his battle intent. In contrast to Light's pure and holy aura, war sky battle emperor's body was filled with the aura of an endless army. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Who did it? In the sky above the Nightmare City, Battle Empress Ming too activated the formation to defend against the incoming will of the heavenly Tao. Due to its proximity, the Nightmare City bore the brunt of the attack. Some of the experts who were out hunting immortal beasts vomited blood when the will of the heavenly path swept past them. Those who were lucky were those who were closest to the will of the heavenly path. This was no ordinary heavenly lightning. It contained a terrifying heavenly Tao's profound meaning. In front of the heavenly Tao, they were all ants. Apart from those who were hiding inside the array formation, there were countless casualties on the outside. Could it be him? A figure appeared in Battle Empress Ming Yi's mind. This bastard. Can't he just find another place? Battle Master Dream. He cursed inwardly. She wanted to go up and take a look, but the dense heavenly lightning materialized from the heavenly Taos left even her feeling pressured. All the top experts were paying close attention. At this moment, their divine senses couldn't penetrate it either, so they could only watch helplessly. They didn't want to offend the representative of the heavenly law. The God Emperor Mountain was a sealed world. Only the God Emperor and the heavenly law's representative could enter. The originally dense forest was now in a sorry state. The towering trees were all toppled over. They were all struck down by the heavenly thunder, and there were fragments of the trees everywhere. D. Tian, do you still think that you are very powerful? The god's son, Tian Long, laughed instead of getting angry. Although that slash of yours was not bad, it was only because I wasn't prepared. Now that I'm prepared, you could forget about breaking my heavenly law armor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boundless will of the heavenly Tao landed on his body, turning into an armor that was filled with arcs of light. One look was enough to tell that this was an incredible armor. Heaven's Tao killing fist. Divine Sun Sky Dragon's punch was earth-shattering. The terrifying killing intent was almost tangible as it pierced towards the space between Lin Fei's eyebrows, followed by a fist. Lin Fei's fighting spirit surged, and with the energy saber in hand, he slashed at the heavenly law's killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 3 consecutive slashes, the might of his killing intent had been reduced to the minimum. As for the Heaven Dao's killing intent that was charging over, it was completely blocked. Swish, 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 swish. 18 clones walked out from behind and instantly surrounded the God Sun Sky Dragon. 18 attacks landed on the God Sun Sky Dragon's body. The God Sun Sky Dragon's body shook, and streaks of will of the Heavenly Dao were obliterated in the attacks. I didn't expect you to reach this stage. The powerful attacks of the 18 clones shocked the God Sun Sky Dragon. No one knew better than him that the combat strength of the 18 clones had been ordinary the previous time, and they were definitely not at their current level. This is the combat strength of each clone. Although they are not as strong as me, when the 18 clones work together, their might is unimaginable. Damn Tian, how did he do that? The attacks of the 18 clones made the God Sun Sky Dragon understand why Tian had said that. You are shameless. The God Sun Sky Dragon relied on the Heavenly Law armor. Once he used his fist technique, each punch carried boundless will of the Heavenly Law, which could suppress his opponent's combat strength. He killed Tian's clones first. It's not that easy to kill my clones. In a flash, Lin Fei used spatial movement. With a slash of the energy saber, he wanted the God Sun Sky Dragon to give up on attacking. The expert's saber technique had become extremely terrifying. What kind of saber technique is this? The God Sun Sky Dragon wanted to go all out to kill the 18 clones. He did not care about Tian's attack at all. Previously, he had been unprepared. Now that he had the Heavenly Law armor, he would not be injured. Very soon, the God Sun Sky Dragon regretted it. A mark appeared on the Heavenly Law armor. Before the God Sun Sky Dragon could react, the second saber landed on the same spot. By the time the God Sun Sky Dragon came back to his senses, the originally tiny crack had become a huge hole. Left with no choice, the God Sun Sky Dragon could only give up on killing the clones and focus on attacking Tian. Wave after wave of fist techniques enveloped Tian. Your combat strength has increased, but it's a pity that you are still not strong enough. Lin Fei was calm and composed. He used his Energy Foundation saber technique. These were the simplest moves, but he could block most of the attacks each time. The 18 clones did not stand by idly. They attacked 18 times at once, each with an attack power of 1.3 billion. 80% of the attacks landed on the God Sun Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon, does it feel good? Lin Fei swung his saber again and broke through the dense fish shadows as he laughed heartily. Although they were all minor injuries, they could not withstand a prolonged attack. However, Lin Fei was least worried about a prolonged battle. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows for an hour. The God Sun Sky Dragon felt very aggrieved. His body was covered in cracks, all caused by Lin Fei's saber techniques. The Heavenly Law armor, which had been in good condition, had also become tattered. The other party's saber techniques could not be blocked. Basically, the God Sun Sky Dragon could only block 3 out of 10 attacks. The remaining 7 attacks landed on his body. The God Sun Sky Dragon flew into a rage, but he could not withstand Tian's attacks. The 18 clones did not stand by idly either. The attacks they dealt were not small, either. At the same time, they continuously depleted the will of the Heavenly Law's energy. After an hour, the God Sun Sky Dragon's energy was mostly depleted. During this period, he replenished his Heavenly Law energy several times, but he could not suppress his opponent. Tian, don't be cocky. It's just a competition of numbers. You won't be so lucky next time. The sky filled with heavenly lightning as the God Sun Sky Dragon broke through. It's not that easy to leave. Lock onto the God Sun Sky Dragon. Lin Fei recalled his 18 clones and gave chase. Chapter 2141. The heavenly lightning formed by the will of the heavenly way dissipated. Divine senses scanned the area and they could not believe what they were seeing. The representative of the heavenly way was being hunted down. What was going on? The top-notch experts were still in a daze. If the representative of the heavenly way was being hunted down, who was the person in the black robe? Sir, should we go and help him? Light Battle Emperor's confidant asked. Impressive. Light Battle Emperor had met Sky Dragon once. Sky Dragon's combat strength was extraordinary, and he even gave off a dangerous aura that came from the heavenly way. No hurry. Light Battle Emperor knew who the other party was. If it's really you, then there's a surprise. He's that powerful? Battle Emperor Nightmare was in disbelief. Although she had never fought with Sky Dragon before, she could vaguely sense a terrifying aura from him. If they were to fight, she would not have a high chance of winning. At this moment, Battle Emperor Nightmare was secretly glad that she had not agreed to help him. Suddenly, a thought flashed across her mind. At this moment, all the top-notch experts were shocked and fearful at the same time. Everyone present was a smart person. Thinking back to what Sky Dragon had said, if they still couldn't guess who this person was, then they could forget about being top experts. Lin Fei did not care about what they were watching. There was no top-notch expert in the Mountain God Emperor who could kill him for the time being. Bang! 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 The saber radiance landed on Sky Dragon. Sky Dragon, I wouldn't have been able to find you if you didn't come out. Since you dare to come out now, I don't mind killing you. Lin Fei activated the power of space, and the space within a radius of a few 100,000 miles turned into mud. It delayed Sky Dragon's speed. Open. Sky Dragon could not figure out how he had lost. The will of the heavenly way turned into a long sword. The sword radiance split open a path, but still affected his speed. Bang! 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 18 clones attacked continuously. All kinds of attacks engulfed Sky Dragon. Tion, if you have the ability, fight me alone. Sky Dragon regretted that he didn't find some helpers. He was crying now. You are the divine son, the representative of the heavenly way. How dare you say that? Lin Fei caught up. He slashed at Sky Dragon's face and laughed out loud. It was not easy for Sky Dragon to carve out a path. Before he could truly break free, he was trapped again. The 18 clones surrounded him. What made Sky Dragon the most uncomfortable was Tion's saber techniques. He was unable to block them, and he could not see any traces of them. In just a short period of time, the Sky Dragon's body was covered in wounds. In particular, the Heavenly Dragon's mandate energy was severely depleted. Tion followed closely behind. Dao is Tian Mu. He is God Emperor Tion, the God Emperor of this generation who sealed the world. He is the one who killed the poison scorpion battle monarch. If you don't kill Tion now, what are you waiting for? The Heavenly Dragon's voice was as loud as a bell, echoing throughout the entire Mountain God Emperor. This fellow is really shameless. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he knew what Sky Dragon was planning. Hairball, create a space. Through the system, Lin Fei detected 4 powerful auras rushing towards him. He immediately confirmed that they were the 4 battle emperor beasts of the Tianyuan Mountains. Each of them was even stronger than the Scorpion Battle Emperor. We must destroy the Heavenly Dragon today. Lin Fei was going to go all out. Once those people came up, he would definitely be in big trouble if he was delayed by them. Even if Lin Fei's heavenly mandate energy was extremely dense, he would still be defeated in the end. Hairball was released. With a loud yell, she transformed into a space. The Sky Dragon remembered that Hairball was an ancient evil dragon. Back when he was in the Divine Beast realm, he was already hard to deal with. Furthermore, he was now in the Emperor Beast realm. I can't be trapped. The Sky Dragon wasn't stupid. He could tell that Tion was going to go all out. The auras from afar were rushing towards him. Die! The Sky Dragon pointed 2 fingers at the void and tapped more than 10 times. Slow down time. Lin Fei's powerful attack slowed down time and enveloped the Sky Dragon in an instant. Although it could only last for 3 breaths of time, it was enough to stop the attack. Slash! Lin Fei moved along with the space. The energy saber turned into saber shadows that filled the sky. The sharp saber tip pierced the Sky Dragon's heavenly law armor in a perfect trajectory. Dtion, you are dead today. The heavenly law armor blocked the energy saber. The sky dragon laughed heartily. Not far away, the celestial eye battle emperor appeared with 3 people. They would come to help in at most 4 breaths of time. That might not be the case. Lin Fei held the energy saber in his hand and smirked. The energy saber on the armor turned into a formless presence and rushed into the wound. The sky dragon was already prepared. The heavenly law will struck the energy. In the next moment, the sky dragon's expression changed drastically. That seemingly insignificant energy instantly turned into a black torrent. It was as ferocious as a tiger and shattered the energy that the sky dragon had activated. Block it! The sky dragon mobilized all the heavenly mandate energy in his body. This was Lin Fei's killer move. So what if your heavenly law armor's defense is strong? I didn't stop attacking just now because I wanted you to be injured. At that time, it would be a fatal attack. Lin Fei channeled the heaven's mandate energy to the maximum. Wave after wave of heaven's mandate energy entered Sky Dragon's body. The Sky Dragon was already severely exhausted. If he was at his peak, he would naturally be able to block it. However, at this moment, he couldn't block it at all. In less than a breath of time, the heaven's mandate energy in Sky Dragon's body was shattered. You are dead. An energy saber appeared in Lin Fei's hand. With a slight force, the saber tip pierced through Sky Dragon's body. The saber tip came out from his back and blood spurted out. Swish, swish, swish. This was just the beginning. Saber tips shot out from Sky Dragon's body. Sky Dragon was in despair. In a flash, Sky Dragon was riddled with holes by the densely packed energy sabers. His body was torn into pieces. Ding, ding, congratulations. You have successfully killed Heavenly Dragon. Extracting energy. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He kept his 18 clones and left the mountain god Emperor space in the next second, leaving the people looking at each other in dismay. The amount of Heaven's mandate energy he used was terrifying. Not only did he have to destroy the Heaven's mandate energy in Sky Dragon's body, he also had to give the other party the strongest attack to kill Sky Dragon. Now, Lin Fei had to return immediately. The surrounding experts were eyeing him covetously. Lin Fei didn't have the confidence to stay in the mountain god Emperor space. If he failed miserably, he would cry to death. From killing Sky Dragon to Lin Fei's departure, it took less than 2 breaths of time. By the time everyone reacted, Lin Fei had already left. The Heavenly Law's representative is dead. Chapter 2142. We finally killed the Heavenly Dragon. In a secret chamber deep within the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei had a smile on his face. Although he had spent a lot of destiny points, he had finally killed Sky Dragon. With such a good killing experience, it's best not to die so easily. Lin Fei did not think that he could kill Sky Dragon in one go. If he was so easy to kill, he would have killed Sky Dragon last time instead of waiting until now. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. I wonder how much strength I can gain from killing Sky Dragon this time. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and took out energy blocks. The mountainous pile of energy blocks evaporated and turned into numbers. Very quickly, he replenished a few destiny points. Little devil, I asked you to monitor Sky Dragon just now. Have you done so? It was not easy to kill him. You must find his lair. Ever since he became an Emperor God, Lin Fei had been searching for Sky Dragon's whereabouts. Unfortunately, Sky Dragon had cleaned up his traces. Even with the help of the system, he could not find him in a short time. Lin Fei knew that this was the work of the heavenly axiom to cover up the clues. This time, Lin Fei would not let go of this opportunity easily. No matter what, he had to find Sky Dragon. It would be best if he could severely injure the heavenly axiom. Master, don't worry. Last time he was covered up. This time he won't be so lucky. Little Devil was very confident. At most 3 days, the system will get the results. Based on my analysis, it is not suitable for Master to go to his lair now. Your combat power is not enough. Lin Fei smiled. I did not say to go now. Now is the time to prepare for a rainy day. As long as he knew where Sky Dragon's lair was, Lin Fei planned to guard the corpse and kill Sky Dragon. And that heavenly axiom actually interfered with the Emperor God's matters. Ding! Power extraction successful. Master obtained 500 million additional strength. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Damn, that's great. Last time, he increased his strength by 300 million. This time, he actually increased his strength by 500 million. Lin Fei was overjoyed. His original 3 billion combat power had become 8 billion combat power. This was a huge increase. If Sky Dragon knows about this, his death gave me 500 million power, increasing my combat power to 8 billion. I'm afraid I'll regret going to Mount God Emperor's dimension. Increasing his power by 500 million in one go could be said to be a huge boost to his combat power. He had thought that it would increase by 2 to 300 million yuan. Who would have thought that his strength would increase by 500 million? Lin Fei was extremely satisfied. He could start many things now, such as the killing of the Mountain of God Emperor's spatial experts. Lin Fei stayed in the Invincible Palace for a total of 5 days. In the past 5 days, he had obtained a large number of destiny points through the energy towers that he had secretly set up. Now, his combat power had reached 8 billion, and he also had 18 mouths. He would definitely have a headache. Moreover, with the battle with the Sky Dragon, the experts in the Mountain God Emperor's dimension would have seen it clearly, so they would have been prepared. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that no matter how much they were prepared, they would never have thought that he had killed the Sky Dragon and increased his strength by 500 million. His battle prowess was even higher than Battle Empress Meng Tu's. Lin Fei concealed his aura. He arrived at the Mountain God Emperor's dimension. At this moment, Lin Fei did not release his aura. Even if the top experts kept searching with their divine senses, they would not be able to find out that he had entered the Mountain God Emperor. He entered the Mountain God Emperor's dimension. After identifying the location, Lin Fei went to the Dream Realm City. Dream Realm City, Dream Realm Palace. The Light Emperor has already arranged for someone to pass the message. He is forcing us to take a stand. Battle Empress Meng Tu frowned slightly. After knowing Di Tian's battle prowess, Battle Empress Meng Tu became even more hesitant. Moreover, they had also seen Di Tian's powerful side, which was something that the Light Emperor and the others had never seen before. We definitely can offend Di Tian. Dark Knight Battle Empress shook her head. Her face was also solemn. Even the Heavenly Law's representative was not Di Tian's match and was killed on the spot. Moreover, he killed Di Tian in a weak state. We cannot afford to offend him. Everyone saw what happened that day, clearly. 18 clones, each with the same strength. The scariest thing was that the clones and the main body's battle prowess were the same. This was equivalent to 19 battle emperors. Although the battle prowess that Di Tian displayed that day had not reached the battle emperor realm, even a battle emperor would need some time to combine their techniques. Now that Di Tian was so powerful, they did not dare to imagine what would happen once he stepped into the battle emperor realm. I will definitely not interfere in this matter. Battle Empress Meng Tu said, after you leave, I will announce that I will go into seclusion. Dark Knight Battle Empress nodded. Actually, I have the same idea. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the sound of clapping came from outside. Battle Empress Meng Tu threw out the Nightmare Palace decisively. Thousands of soldiers clashed, covering the place where the sound came from. Dark Knight Battle Empress Meng Tu's left and right blades whistled through the air. As a battle emperor, his reaction was still very fast. We're all old friends. Is there a need for this? Lin Fei walked out of the void and looked at the two of them with a smile. How dare you come back? Battle Empress Meng Tu said coldly as she withdrew the Nightmare Kingdom. Lin Fei sat down and said, Mountain God Emperor is not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Why would I not dare to come back? The two of them were even more shocked. They once again felt the mysteriousness of Lin Fei. They did not even know how he sneaked in. If he wanted to kill them, not many of them would be able to stop him. Dark Knight Battle Empress sheathed her blade and said with a complicated look, You are bolder than I have ever seen. Moreover, you are the strongest God Emperor of this generation. Back then, the God Emperors who came here were not very powerful. They had been accumulating their strength in secret. They had never seen a God Emperor as ridiculously powerful as Lin Fei. Moreover, we still need to cooperate. Could it be that you have changed your mind? Lin Fei said with a smile. Are you crazy? The battle emperors of Mountain God Emperor are already on guard. Do you still want to kill them? Battle Empress Ming, too, sneered. If it was before, sneaking around was still fine. But now, it was a completely suicidal action. On the other hand, Dark Knight Battle Empress admired Lin Fei. No wonder he could become a God Emperor and kill the representative of the heavenly law. I'm not crazy, Lin Fei said with a smile. I just want to ask everyone. If you don't know that I sneaked in, will they know? Lin Fei's words had a huge impact on them. If they didn't know that Lin Fei had come, then what about the others? They definitely wouldn't know. You only need to know one thing. You will never lose out when you cooperate with me. Lin Fei thought in his heart. He released his aura and quickly raised it to a very high level. You have reached the Battle Emperor level. Battle Empress Ming, too, was the most shocked. Chapter 2143. Lin Fei revealed a little of his strength, and Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor immediately made a decision. At their realm, it was already very difficult to increase their strength. Without 1 to 200 years, it would be impossible for them to make a breakthrough. However, there was almost no one who could break through as fast as Lin Fei. In 5 days, his combat power had increased by a lot, and he had successfully broken through to the Combat Emperor realm. If the opponent was alone, there might not be anything to be afraid of. Don't forget, the opponent had cultivated a powerful cultivation technique and had 18 clones, which was equivalent to 18 Combat Emperors. This was terrifying. In the Dark Knight, Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor turned into a ray of light and headed towards the nearest city, Skywolf City. Lin Fei decided to catch them off guard in order to prevent any accidents from happening. Until now, no one knew that he had returned. This was Lin Fei's biggest advantage. As long as he killed 1 or 2 Combat Emperors, Lin Fei was confident that his combat power would increase to around 2.5 billion. At that time, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Even if Sky Dragon came again, he could only watch helplessly. As long as he dared to come again, it would be equivalent to sending food to him. This kind of transport leader liked it very much. They are here. Sky Wolf Battle Emperor naturally sensed Battle Emperor Dream Taper and Dark Knight Battle Emperor coming together. He raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. In front of the general trend, you have no choice but to agree. Right now, all the peak experts in the entire Mountain God Emperor subconsciously formed an alliance to kill Emperor Tian, to prevent the Mountain God Emperor from falling into his hands. During the battle that day, everyone clearly saw a trace of regret in their hearts. Why didn't they join forces to deal with Emperor Tian, allowing him to escape from under their noses? That was the best time to attack. At the same time, Emperor Tian's cultivation technique. This made them very envious. Everyone knew that the combat power of a clone could only be 1/3 of the original body's combat power. Or 2/3, it would never be 100% combat power. However, Emperor Tian displayed extraordinary combat power. He wasn't in the Combat Emperor realm. He relied on his 18 clones. Coupled with his perfect saber technique, he managed to kill the agent of the heavenly law and stage a counterattack. Everyone wanted to obtain God Emperor Tian's cultivation art, especially the clone cultivation art. Whoever obtained it would definitely become the #1 expert in the Mountain God Emperor in the future. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor had personally come out to greet them. He had to give them some face, even though he was very unhappy with these two. Right now, they had to work together. Who asked the Tian God Emperor to be so difficult to deal with? The dense mandate energy forced them to work together. The final attack that killed the Sky Dragon made everyone tense up. If they were in Tian's shoes, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of that boundless energy. It also allowed them to witness how terrifying Tian's close combat strength was. They had to rely on numbers. Besieging them was the way to go. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor was unhappy with the two of them, but for the sake of cooperation, he could only suppress his displeasure. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor said with a smile. Battle Empress Meng Kai and Dark Knight Battle Empress flew over. Before they even got close, Battle Empress Meng Kai took out her nightmare decisively. The Celestial Wolf Battle Emperor was surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses. "Nightmare, what are you doing?" The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor's combat prowess was extraordinary, but it was still difficult for him to face the Nightmare Kingdom. He shouted loudly, "Kill you!" Battle Emperor Meng too sneered. The Nightmare Kingdom continuously attacked the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor, suppressing his combat strength by 30%. The Dark Knight Battle Emperor took the opportunity to attack. He turned into a black fog and wrapped around the Black Wolf Battle Emperor's body. "You two are courting death." The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor roared. His mandate energy surged outwards. He continuously shattered the black fog. "The one who will die is you." Suddenly, a cold laugh could be heard. 18 clones walked out, and 18 attacks landed on the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor vomited blood on the spot. His eyes widened. "You two actually cooperated with DT on. Damn it." The top-notch experts in the Mountain God Emperor space were monitoring the Mountain God Emperor's every move. Who would have thought that the other party had secretly sneaked in and even cooperated with Battle Emperor Meng too? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He slashed out a saber light with his peak strength. The Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor screamed in pain, and his head flew into the air. Now that Lin Fei's power had reached 1.8 billion, his basic energy saber art could exert even greater power. Naturally, he could chop off the Heavenly Wolf Battle Emperor's head. However, this was still not enough to kill the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch. Lin Fei swung his saber again, chopping the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch's corpse into several pieces. His 18 clones followed suit and attacked, completely destroying the Heavenly Wolf Battle Monarch's body and preventing him from regenerating. All right, let's go next. The aura here was shielded. Lin Fei didn't need to worry about being exposed, but he still had to finish the battle quickly. Battle Emperor Meng 2 and the Dark Knight Battle Emperor side. A powerful Battle Emperor actually didn't last long before being killed. The three of them quickly swept through the Heavenly Wolf Palace's treasury. In the meantime, they killed some experts and left, heading straight for the next Battle Emperor. Ding!